Well, a warm welcome to all our guests, and I now call to order the November meeting of the Delta Independent Science Board, which is made up entirely of a workshop titled Exploring Scientific and Management Implications of Upper Trophic Level Food Webs in the Delta. And I just want to acknowledge that the Delta Independent Science Board has been talking about having this fishy conversation for a long time. We're pleased to be joined by many prominent scientists from throughout the US and tribal nations who spend much of their time studying and thinking about fish. I just also want to acknowledge I'm very sorry that I can't be there in person. I did fly from Maryland to California, but ended up feeling ill today and thought I should keep my germs at home. So before we get to the ISB roll call, I'd like to briefly mention that Dr. Kenny Rose has joined us today. He's an incoming member of the ISB, and he'll be starting in mid-January. Dr. Rose is the Frank Merrick Professor in Sustainable Ecosystem Restoration at Horn Point Laboratory of the University of Maryland Center for Environmental Science. And we knew he had to be at this workshop because his research centers on using modeling to predict and better understand fish populations and food web dynamics in estuaries, lakes, reservoirs, and oceans. So I'm not going to go through his whole bio. You'll be learning more about Dr. Rose, and we are quite pleased that he will be joining us on the ISB. So with that, and I really regret that some of the folks in the room are people I haven't seen in years. Some of them I went to graduate school with. Hello, Doran. And I hope we get another chance to catch up. All right, so to do the roll call, to make it easy, if all the board members in the room could stand up, and someone will come around with the mic and say your name and whether you have any declarations, and that includes Kenny.
Inge Werner, Delta Independent Science Board, no new declarations.
Steve Brandt, no new declarations.
Diane McKnight, no new declarations.
Bob Nyman, no new declarations. I know what to say. Kenny Rose, no new declarations.
Tom Holzer, no new declarations.
And that's it for the roll call.
Okay, great. So I'll move to the online folks. I'm just going to go in the order I see them. Obe?
Jayanta Batesaker, no new declaration.
Tanya?
Anya Heikla, no new declarations.
Anna?
Anna McCluck, no new declarations.
Virginia?
Virginia Dale, no new declarations.
And I didn't say my name. I'm Lisa Wainger, chair of the Delta ISB, and I have no new declarations. We'll blame it on the virus. Okay, so with that, I'll just mention that we received supplemental comments submitted by various environmental organizations to the Department of Water Resources on the draft environmental impact report for the Delta Conveyance Project from Bob Wright. And at this point, I'll just check, are there any public comments?
There are none.
Great. Okay, so I'd like to move now to the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the Delta watershed and larger Bay estuary are located within the ancestral territory of and have been continually occupied for thousands of years by the native peoples of the numerous villages and tribes of the Bay Miwok, Coast Miwok, Plains Miwok, Maidu, Nisenan, Ohlone, Patwin, Pomo, Wapu, Winton, and Yokuts, who make up tribal groups both recognized and unrecognized. We wish to show our respect to them, their ancestors, elders, relatives, and their sovereignty by acknowledging their sovereign rights as First Peoples. Tribal communities have been stewarding our natural environment since time immemorial, and there's much we need to learn from the Bay Delta's tribal communities about stewardship. But additional steps beyond this acknowledgement are required to move toward meaningful and equitable relationships in ongoing Delta stewardship. Okay, Edmund, I'll check again. Any public comments?
There are none.
All right, well then I'm going to turn it over to Steve Brandt, who will introduce what we're doing today.
Welcome, everyone. I really do appreciate you all being here for this workshop, and the speakers as well as the participants. And talking about fish and food webs is at the very heart of what I do and think about all the time. And I've been on the board 10 years, and I've been trying to get this going for 10 years. Finally, we are talking about fish at a Delta Independent Science Board food web. I say that in jest. What I'd like to do today is just give you a very brief introduction of why we're here and what our intent is. Now, for those who aren't familiar with the Delta Independent Science Board, we were formed in 2009, and one of our primary goals is to provide oversight of the scientific research monitoring and assessment programs that support adaptive management in the Delta through periodic reviews of each of those programs. Basically, to have oversight and review of more or less all the science being done in the Delta. The way we've done that is do our reviews thematically. So we've taken various themes like restoration, fish and flows, water quality, non-native species, monitoring enterprise, and done lengthy reviews on those particular themes. And the way we do a review is, first of all, we look at sort of what is the state of the science in general on that particular topic, and then dive into what is the state of the science that's being done in the Delta relative to the management and decision maker needs. And then using a variety of techniques, we do the review. We believe it helps to improve research clarity and advance the debate about scientific issues. We also try and seek connectivity between the various entities doing the science in the Delta. And then we recommend forward-looking strategic science priorities. That's perhaps the key phrase to take away from this, is we're looking to try and forward-looking and strategic in terms of the recommendations that might come out of this review and particularly this workshop. So our current theme is looking at the upper trophic level food webs in the Delta. By upper trophic level food webs, we, I want to say largely mean fish, but also birds and mammals and things like that. But it is more or less a focus on the upper trophic levels. We want to assess the state of the science relative to understanding upper trophic levels in the Delta that would benefit both individual species and ecosystem management. As part of the package, there's a prospectus which outlines what this overall review is about. The workshop is the primary mechanism we're doing this review, although there's other components of the review as well. There's also a briefing paper, which I'm sure all of you have thoroughly read, so we won't have to go over that today. I say that jokingly, but that also provides some real detail about what the purpose of and rationale for doing this workshop is. So why the upper trophic food levels? Well, one, this topic has been identified in a number of the other reviews that we've done as an area that really needs to be pursued. And secondly, it complements the extensive work on lower trophic levels. There's been a lot of work done on phytoplankton and zooplankton, nutrient cycling, and things like that in the Delta. So this is in recognition of that work and looking at sort of, I want to say, the other half of the food web in general. The basic premise is that if there are changes in any change in one species can affect the abundances of other species, you know, through predator-prey competition and other interactions, and that these interactions may play sort of a fundamental role in things that folks are interested in, like restoration, invasive species, climate change, and nutrient and contaminant cycling, for example. Let me put this in a simple perspective, and this is sort of the concept, what we're thinking about. There's a lot of interest in looking at individual species, particularly threatened species, and how environmental drivers or management decisions affect those individual species, as well as looking at ecosystem level goals for the Delta itself, and how changes in management or changes in drivers affect those ecosystem goals. But we contend that those drivers are also going to affect the abundances of other species, which in turn can also affect the focal species you're interested in, or that the ecosystem goals themselves. And this is just a more elaborate viewpoint of the various kinds of drivers. Some drivers only affect the focal species initially, such as harvest, and other ones like invasive species really have their main impact through the food web. So given this as sort of the basic concept, the simple questions are, and the real purpose and outline of this workshop is, how important are these processes, the food web interactions in the Delta? Which are there management decisions or issues or drivers we're interested in that more or less require an understanding or quantification of the food web interactions in order to be able to make predictions or assess the impact of the drivers or make predictions about what might happen in the future? So what are the most important management questions where this is important? What might be the best tools that are available? And then how do we get there from where we're at now? That's sort of and it's also the flow of the workshop. So for day one, the entire day today is going to be looking at that question of how will a better understanding of food web interactions improve management. We'll start out with some setting the stage, have some folks who are well established in the Delta talk about what do we know and what do they think is important. We'll have a look at how food web understanding has been used in other large ecosystems, and then talk about through two panels, what are the most important fisheries and ecosystem management issues in the Delta, and what do we know about the food web drivers. We'll move on to a breakout session. We'll say, given that information, then we'll ask all of you to try and come up with ideas about what are the key management questions in the Delta, where the upper trophic level food web modeling approach or understanding is critical to predicting the responses in management actions or predicting or to changes in environment. That sort of takes day one, again, looking at that management question. The second day, we're focusing on looking at the various tools, approaches, and data and information needs. Where using a food web approach, so to speak, is the various tools that are available. We'll do that through presentations and lightning talks, and then we'll have a breakout session to say, now that we know kind of what some of the management issues are, and we've had a very brief overview of the various tools and approaches, which ones of those might have applicability in the Delta? And that, again, will come from a breakout group where you'll all be involved. Then we close out the tomorrow looking at a way forward. Say, okay, now that we have the management issues, now that we know what sort of tools might be available, what are the three next things that we could do in the Delta to make progress on this particular field? And that, again, is being done through a breakout session. So we don't have much guidance, but the guidance that we want to give is to think big, be creative and optimistic, think strategically, and look forward on what might be possible. Again, our reviews tend to looking at the strategic science needs, and then try and set the wheels forward to see who needs to interact, how are we going to get there, what are some of the priorities, and get us moving in that direction. So think big and think optimistically, I think, is most important. Obviously, speak freely and listen as well. We have a bunch of people online. I have no idea how many. Edmund, do you know how many? Roughly?
46.
Okay, 46 online. And the way we'll run the various, we also will have breakout groups with the online folks. They'll have their own breakout groups. And then for discussions and questions, we will first take the people in the room, but we'll also then take people in the online. And please raise your hand if you have a question for during the discussion periods. So I think that's my introduction. And are there any questions before we move into the first session?
Into the room.
Okay, our first speaker is today we're moving, this next session is to really try and this next section is to kind of set the stage for the meeting. So our first presentation is going to be given by Ted Sommer. Ted is known to all people in the Delta, and I really appreciate him coming here. He's currently is the California Ecosystem Fellow in the Public Policy Institute Water Policy Center, and also that he's had 30+ years experience, and I really he's the one that everyone talks to as the sage person who knows what's going on and what's happened in the Delta. I'm going to say one more thing, wherever Ted is. We are not going to give big introductions to folks. We may say your name, but other than that, you have bios for everybody, so feel free to look at those bios in the handouts. Ted, thanks for being here. And sure.
Oh, thank you. All right. Well, the ISB recruited me to talk about the history of food web science in the Delta. And pro tip for you early career folks, when someone asks you to give a historical perspective, you're probably over the hill or really old or both. So I'm going to share with you some of my highlights of each of the previous decades, but I have a few caveats I want to start with. The first is that this is all through my experience, and despite the title of my talk, Unbiased, this is totally biased. This is based, on my lens. I mean, for example, a lot of what I'll present here is going to be fairly dated. But in this case, that's probably a good thing. You can see where we came from. And I'm certainly going to leave out one or some study that someone really thought was important. But we have a lot of really knowledgeable people, and I encourage folks to speak up at the end of the Q&A period or in different parts of the discussion. So the second caveat I want to share is that I'm not really a food web scientist. I'm an aquatic ecologist. A lot of my work included food web components, but you're going to be hearing from more of the real experts in food web science, and I hope you will consider that part. I'm going to rely on those folks for any hard questions or questions that I'm just frankly too lazy to answer. So the third caveat is I'm going to break things up into decades, but obviously nothing fits neatly within confines of a given decade. There's always spin-ups and overlap. And fourth, and maybe most important caveat is I know we're talking about upper trophic levels, but I can't separate lower trophic levels from upper trophic levels. So what I'll review is kind of a mix of both lower and upper trophic levels. So with all those caveats in mind, I'm hoping folks find this informative, and let's get the review going. So we're going to start with what I am calling the before times. This is our equivalent of the dark ages, the 1960s and through the 1980s. And I'm referring to these as the before times because it was before I got here. The approach during this period was descriptive, answering just basic questions about what was out there. In simple terms, what's out there and when is it out there? So this was the start of a lot of the long-term monitoring programs that we all know and love. So some of the examples include the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Beach Seine Survey, Summer Townet Survey, Fall Midwater Trawl, the Bay Study, among others. There were diet studies that were done during this period, but they were really focused on sport fish because that's what the marquee focus was during that period. So some of the key work that was done during that period included striped bass, salmon, and catfish, and that provides an important yardstick for later studies for folks like Fred Fire that went out and did reference studies later on. There was also a really big focus, as you would expect, on water quality issues, particularly in the lower San Joaquin River, where we had major DO problems at the time, and salinity intrusion into Suisun Marsh and the West Delta. I'll also mention what I consider the reigning conceptual model at the time for food webs. It was kind of the basic agricultural model where nutrients go in the system, you grow phytoplankton, you get zooplankton, the fish eat those, and it all fits together in a neat, tidy chain. And, that's not a surprise because it does work that way in many systems, but not always so much in estuaries. Similarly, the water project effects, that also wasn't a surprise because that was how a lot of this early work was funded. But it did yield a lot of good stuff. So some of the key staff during this period, at the time, California Department of Fish and Game, now U.S. Department of Fish and Wildlife, were integral. Folks like Don Stevens, Lee Miller, Jim Orsi, and Kathy Heeb generated a lot of the great reference information. But I also want to mention my colleague Bruce Herbold at UC Davis at the time that did a lot of key diet work in Sassoon Marsh. So, of course, the true renaissance of food web started as soon as I arrived in the 1990s. This is an image of Wim Kimmerer going through some of the early San Francisco Bay samples. He's one of our great Renaissance masters in food web work. During this period, I want to give a big shout out to what was then the Interagency Ecological Program Food Chain Group, later called the Estuarine Ecology Team. This was really important at the time because it was the first time we really focused on the idea of food webs as a driver in the estuary. And it was also a big multi-agency university collaboration, kind of a think tank for a lot of what we know about food webs. And more importantly, it marked for me the beginning of when, honestly, we started to do ecology and not just kind of traditional fisheries monitoring. That was really influential, I think, for myself and many of my cohort. And I should note that estuarine ecology team continues today, and I hope many of you take the opportunity to attend those meetings. So for this era, I want to focus on 4 representative themes: physical processes, measurement of rates, invasive species, and off-channel habitat. So starting first with physical processes, a lot of the focus here was on what we call the entrapment zone. So basic physics for the estuary, the mixing zone of the estuary, the saltwater, freshwater area. There's often in estuaries some unusual physics that happens. You get gravitational circulation, and particles and small organisms are trapped in this zone. And indeed, at the time, we did notice a maximum of a variety of different things in this mixing zone. But folks didn't really understand how it worked, but we guessed that it was important. So Wim led a major integrated study looking at a variety of different trophic levels, including early life stages of some of the key fishes. It was unique because it was an integrated study, it's not just some kind of special focus thing on one topic. To me, this was the first big ecological study with major food web consequences, and it was made possible by some of the new technologies that we had at the time, particularly acoustic Doppler or current profilers that allowed us to more effectively measure currents over long time periods. So some of the key folks during this period, Wim, again, Bill Bennett, UC Davis, and John Bureau at USGS. So the other thing that happened starting in the 90s was people started to shift and do something besides just describe what was out there and measure vital rates, one of the key things we need to really understand populations. And so some of the examples of rates that folks started to measure in the 90s included growth, consumption, grazing, and production. So the salmon example, that was achieved in large part due to some of the tagging work, coded wire tag, mark recapture work allowed us to get some basic information there. But there was also a lot of great both lab and field work, particularly for bivalves, measuring different rates. Some of the key staff during that period, again, Wim features heavily here. Jan Thompson at U.S. Geological Survey, our team at DWR, including Matt Nabriga, who's here, working on salmon vital rates. But we also had some great work by Jim Klern at the GS, Peggy Lehman at DWR, and Tim Holabaugh. They really gave us a great foundation on what was going on at the base of the food web. And of course, invasive species. Many of you online and in the audience probably have no idea what I'm talking about when I mention mitten crabs, but it was one of the most dramatic invasions that anyone ever saw in the estuary. Within a year, they were everywhere, all over everything, and it was a bit terrifying at the time. And then suddenly they collapsed as quickly as they invaded. Good luck finding a mitten crab anywhere in California now. So that was a huge kind of shift in focus of sampling, paying attention to macroinvertebrates. Of course, clams, we had the major Potamocarbula invasion in the 80s, and a lot of the research starting in the 90s really focused on, well, what happened to the food web at that point. And 90s is also when aquatic weeds really started to take off. They're more expansive right now, but in the 90s, it became obvious that aquatic weeds were a major story in the food web. So some of the key folks I want to note during that period include WIM, our late colleague Larry Brown, Jan Thompson, and again, Jim Klern at the GS. And finally, the other thing that I think was of consequence in the 90s was a push into sampling off-channel habitats. During the 1960s through 1980s, most of the sampling focused on channels. I mean, they were easy to navigate. That's an easy place to drag your gear. And it was also where a lot of the, at the time, target pelagic fish were located. But it was during the 90s that several of us kind of went off into left field, shifted our focus into the shallows, including the possible role of subsidies from those off-channel habitats into pelagic areas. So I want to highlight three main areas: flooded islands, floodplain, and tidal marsh. So the key finding from this, and this is no great surprise, you know, in hindsight, was that the food webs were frankly pretty different in these inshore areas. So a case in point, flooded islands. For those of you not familiar with the estuary, we have a lot of subsided islands that have breached and have become large open flooded areas. Cy Simonstadt's team from University of Washington kind of pioneered a lot of the early work on flooded island. Lenny Grimaldo at the time with Department of Water Resources did a lot of the work on fish, food webs, and consumption. And the basic finding, again, was that the food webs were really different in these inshore areas versus nearby offshore areas. The inshore areas had a lot of unique invertebrate assemblages that we didn't necessarily see in offshore areas. And fish consumption changed accordingly, even though a lot of the fish assemblage that we saw in these inshore areas was driven by a lot of the invasive species. Floodplain, my favorite topic. Our team at DWR started working in floodplain in the 90s, resulting in one of the more productive topics of my career, certainly. And we have some distinguished alumni in the audience, Fred, Matt, and Louise from that project that I hope will chime in with their views on the significance of the work. But you know, the short story is that we found in floodplain habitat, insects played a much greater role in the food web, particularly midge and other aquatics. They were a major part of the diets of early life stages of salmon and other native species that seasonally used the habitat. And you know, the other part of this was that we found that the lower trophic levels were pretty supercharged out in the floodplain. During the same period, Carson, sitting in the back there, Carson, there, yes, did a lot of terrific work in the Casumnes River and found that, in fact, across floodplains, there's a lot of interesting variability. So in his case, he found zooplankton really did drive a lot of the production in the Casumnes River. As far as wetlands, a lot of excellent work was done in Sassoon Marsh. I think John Duran just walked in. Peter Moyle's group did a lot of sampling in the upper reaches of the channels. Cowfish and Game at the time did a lot of pioneer work. Kathy Heeb, how do you sample some of the other really shallow areas in the system? The bottom line is that the impact of all this work was more than just scientific. They created the foundation for a lot of subsequent restoration strategies, both what to do and also, frankly, what not to do in the case of flooded islands. So short story, this period was really more about basic descriptive, was more than just descriptive stuff. We learned a hell of a lot more than we had learned, frankly, in the past in a lot of work, and it paid a lot of dividends on the management side. So we're going to move on into the Carbon Age. This is the current millennium. I'm describing here the aughts. For this period, I really want to highlight the explosion of tool development, in particular modeling, various probes, laboratory methods, and videography. On the modeling standpoint, there really was a revolution, it started in the 90s, but I think in the 2000s, things really progressed. So Steve Lindley's group working with salmon, Kenny Rose is in the audience. Kenny did a lot of incredible work with striped bass and Delta smelt at the time. There was similar work on salmon bioenergetics. So our team at DWR used information that we collected out in floodplain and channeled to provide comparative information on bioenergetics. And of course, in the individual-based models that Kenny developed, there was a strong bioenergetics component that really provides a lot of the basis of what we kind of understand about energetics in food webs. This was also the period when continuous water quality probes came to be widely deployed all over the place. They were cheap, they were reliable. So we had continuous fluorometers all over the place, but also folks like Anke Muller-Solger tested things like fluoroprobe, which gave us a better sense of the diversity of different phytoplankton groups at the base of the food web. On the lab front, isotopes were a really hot topic starting in the late 90s, going into the aughts. Jake van der Zanden, now at University of Wisconsin, I think, came out and did a lot of the foundational work with stable isotopes, trying to understand the food web here. Odylus also emerged as one of our important tools. So Jim Hobbs is here. Rachel Johnson also did a lot of the early important work, allowing us, to better understand, specific growth rates as well as general habitat use. Genetic methods also progressed a lot starting in the aughts, allowing race identification, the measurement of effective population size, and more important to the topics here, diet component, something that we previously, relied on microscopy for. And then finally, videography, the onset of using more sonar-based methods gave us startling imagery of what was actually going on in the turbid waters of the estuary. So we were actually able to observe some remarkable predation events that were going on in different areas. So that brings us to the modern age. And of course, everything I've described so far continued to advance. But for this age, I really want to highlight the rise of major management interventions. So several of the examples here, we have examples of where food web responses were the specific target of some big management interventions. So the first example, I think I saw Tim back there, Sac Regional wastewater treatment plant upgrades. There was work in the 90s going into the aughts suggesting that nitrogen inputs to the system were having a major effect on at least part of the food web. The regulatory agencies took this and generated a requirement for upgrades to SAC regional, and we have now some of these upgrades in place and a major, ecosystem level experiment to look at responses here. North Delta Food Web Study, this was a project that our team initiated during this period. I mentioned the floodplain work. We also observed that our seasonal floodplain area was also fairly productive during drier periods. So we did a series of managed flow pulses through the floodplain tidal wetlands corridor to see if we could generate food web responses further downstream. Similarly, our UC Davis colleagues and CalTrout has done a lot of work further upstream in the Sacramento River, looking at managed inundation of floodplains to see if we can provide subsidies to adjacent channels. Also in all this, a lot of work, I don't have a photo of Sassoon Marsh here, but a lot of work on managed wetland subsidies. Again, John Duran's here, he can talk more about it, but there's a lot of interest in the degree to which managed wetlands in Sassoon Marsh can provide subsidies to some of the pelagic habitat. And last but clearly not least, all of the work done by the Interagency Ecological Program's tidal wetlands team, looking in detail at the responses from all the restoration projects going on in terms of lower trophic levels and upper trophic level responses. I should also note that there were also other big management interventions during this decade that weren't necessarily, targeting some food web response, but at the same time, food web responses were one of the key monitoring of variables. So two great examples here, the False River Drought Barrier. It was designed primarily for preventing salinity intrusion into the interior delta to protect water quality. But one of the key issues was the subsequent effect on the food web. And also our team's own work, fall habitat management using the Sassoon Marsh salinity control gates, using this unique facility to direct fresh water into Sassoon Marsh to provide habitat for some of our endangered species. So Steve mentioned one of the things we want to talk about today is where are we going? So since I have the stage here, I'm going to give a few of my top recommendations. First is really an increasing climate focus. To put it bluntly, climate is really the defining conservation issue of this century. And I argue that this should be the focus of much of our research and monitoring. And in this context, it would be most helpful if some of the food web science is coupled with specific management interventions that are designed with some climate adaptation goal in mind. I've given you a few examples in the talk of what am I talking about in terms of management interventions, but there are a lot of other potential interventions we can do. As some of you know, I'm a little bit obsessed about this topic. Right now, stay tuned. Our Public Policy Institute of California team is working on a report we'll release in spring, trying to go through as comprehensive a list as possible of all the possible crazy ideas that we could possibly do to support climate adaptation. And most of those have some sort of food web consequence. So the second theme here is tools. Boy, our data management capabilities are getting better. The modeling continues to impress. We have so much information we're gaining from remote sensing. I think integrating that into some of the food web work, I think is going to be important. We know so much more based on the evolving tracking information and imagery and DNA. Wow, you're going to hear more about that in this presentation, but if there's one tool I think that's going to yield the greatest dividends on food web stuff, it's probably DNA. I already saw a poster over here, understanding some of the contaminant effects, but using genetic tools. And lastly, there's the underappreciated food web components, particularly my favorite, crayfish, but also species like amphipods. They are huge food web items. We never talk about them. It's always zooplankton, mysids, fish predation. We need to correct that. So take-home messages, I hope you've seen that there's been a ton of work done over here over the past several decades. In hindsight, I feel like we've made a lot of progress. The current toolbox is truly impressive. There's so many skills available based on a lot of you in the audience. But I really feel like linking some of the work to management actions, and in my opinion, climate, would be one of the better things we could do to really learn as quickly as possible. And lastly, of course, the future is bright, but only if we don't forget about crayfish. Thank you.
We have a few minutes for questions, and we can remember we'll have plenty of time for questions later on as well, because I think this could go on for quite a while.
Yeah, and feel free to chime in. Who did I forget over the past several decades? I know I forgot someone big. All right.
You mentioned, I think the previous decade, there was a lot of work looking at sort of food web responses to various things. How did you measure food web responses?
Oh my gosh, it varied so much by different study. So one of the examples of the North Delta Food Web study, we had a conceptual model that was transport driven. So looking at responses of phytoplankton and subsequent responses of zooplankton, but at the same time, there is pretty extensive fisheries monitoring in the North Delta and beyond. So our team at DWR looked at the distribution of native and introduced species in the North Delta complex, and Cal Fish and Game also has a lot of monitoring then. But the long list of response metrics. Similarly, the Sassoon Marsh intervention, everything from water quality to phytoplankton, zooplankton assemblage, and in particular, fish distribution. Even though some of the target species were rare, it was informative to look at how the fish assemblage shifted. And I will let others, for example, the North Delta, the drought barrier, anyone involved in that study wants to describe responses there. But yeah, every study is unique, but it tends to, if you're doing an ecosystem management intervention, it requires you to do a pretty long list of response metrics.
Okay, any questions here? Edmund, any questions online?
There are none.
Okay, well, thanks very much, Ted. Our next speaker is Mike Chotkowski, who is the science coordinator for the Bay Delta region for the USGS. And Mike is also a visionary, and he's going to talk about the future, I believe.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. I was invited by Steve specifically to talk about the interface between science and management, which has emerged to me as one of the major concerns that we should have who are managing agency science programs. And I think a lot of these issues are matters that should be of concern to the science community as well. So I'd like to use my time today to make some observations that I hope will inform the dialogue that happens at the workshop. Just an outline of the things I'm going to say. I'm going to provide a bit of background on where these views originated. and then I'll talk about a few things that are critical to remember about management that were not mentioned in the excellent briefing paper that Steve was advertising earlier. And it really was useful. Third, I want to talk about some of the limitations of the approaches that we use to translate data that we collect or generate into science informational products that we then transmit to managers, and how to, I think, one of the reasons why we need to do the food web studies that, or the review of food web studies, the strategizing about food web studies that we're talking about in this workshop, and generally how to potentially avoid or help the managers avoid unpleasant surprises. Then I want to say a few words, literally a few words, because I think we're going to be talking about this a lot today and tomorrow, about the ongoing evolution of what managers are actually asking for from scientists. And finally, I have a few points that I'd like to make regarding things that we should keep in mind about this interface between management and science as we move forward in the workshop. And I'd like to note that I'm using the word management here as shorthand for public agency land and resource management and stewardship, which I think covers a lot of what occurs in the Delta and certainly a lot of what occurs elsewhere. So regarding the background for this, for these comments, I manage an internal research program for USGS, and I provide advice to USGS leadership and to some of our partners' leadership on issues related to the development of science support for management. And during the 8 years I've been at USGS, I've worked fairly closely with people who do what I do in other systems, and we've had a multi-year dialogue about how science is developed and how it's used, and what organizational systems seem to the effects that various organizational systems, for example, estuary-wide programs have on how science gets generated, how strategy gets developed for both science and for management, and generally what things seem to work in terms of providing good systems to allow communication between scientists and managers. And this dialogue has really led me to see this interface between the science community on one hand and the management community on the other, and the fluxes of information that pass between those two groups is a really critical thing for us to pay attention to. And I think for scientists, it's a critical thing to think about when you're planning work you're doing, if the intent of the work you're doing is to inform management. So we have a lot of systems represented in this group at USGS, and I know some members of the ISB are on advisory panels and some of the other systems that are on this list. So I don't want to dig into it in too much detail. I'll just say that, especially because we're going to be hearing from speakers from other systems today, but I just want to observe that one of the big features of some of these systems that distinguishes them from others is that there are whole system programs that have been put in place by legislation that establish managing committees and sometimes define the science support relations that inform management decisions. Prominent on this list in that category would be the Great Lakes, Chesapeake, Everglades. One system that does not have a whole system program is ours here. And it's a pretty important issue. Again, I have a few comments that bear on this going forward, and I think it's something that everyone should pay attention to. I also want to emphasize that my comments here are my personal comments. I'm not here representing any positions of the USGS. So if you want to beat me up in the hallway, you're just going after me personally, not my employer. So in the first of those three areas where I want to make a comment, I want to observe that a lot of scientists, I believe, have a somewhat skewed understanding of how science actually informs management. And the point I want to make is that almost all important changes of management that are informed by science are implemented, are created, the decisions are created as the result of decision processes, what to do moving forward with a decision about, for example, here, water operations, what to do about how to implement a new project. Almost all of the decisions that are informed by management are of that nature. There's very little, in my view, that actually happens during adaptive management. Those are usually little adjustments around the edges. And I think it's pretty critical for scientists to understand that the action is in big decisions that have decision processes associated with them. Frequently, they're public processes where these decisions are being made. For example, the federal government requires certain processes be observed. For example, a dam is to be raised. I know there's some dialogue about dam raises there in California. The responsible agencies like Reclamation aren't even allowed to do a feasibility study for projects of that nature without having congressional authorization first. And when there's a plan being developed to actually do something, and I was just throwing out dam raises as an example. It could be basically any federal activity. There are requirements. There's a ESA requirement, ESA review requirement. There are requirements under NEPA. There are requirements under Section 106 to cover archaeological issues, et cetera. All of those activities that occur during the development of a decision are based on the best available science. Both the state of California and the federal government rely on this concept of best available science. And what it really means is that the science that is actually available at the time the review is being conducted is what's used. It doesn't, I mean, most of the solicitors on the federal side, and I imagine on the state side, have discussions with the decision makers about whether it's necessary to wait until some scientific result is obtained before a decision can be made. Usually the answer is no, they need to move forward with what they have. So I think it's important to understand that. And I also want to point out that this, what seems like a bold claim, all important decisions are made during all important decisions that are informed by science are the ones where big decisions are being made about projects or water operations or whatever, is basically an inversion of the big critique of adaptive management, which is that it doesn't happen, right? That decisions are made when at the time projects are approved or activities are approved, and then what we call adaptive management is normal management with a science component attached to it. So second, regarding management, it's just something that scientists need to remember. Decisions are made on the basis of a number of factors, and other people have written about this in detail. This is just my take on it. They include legal requirements, and that includes authorizations from Congress or from the state of California to do things. Also, legally required environmental reviews and T&E species reviews, and other legal requirements, for example, how business is conducted that might be applicable to whatever's being discussed. Second, agency policies. Third, negotiated matters, and there frequently are a lot of those, and there's some spillover between negotiated matters and legal requirements. Obviously, the bigger the project, the more the spillover. And finally, in addition to all of those things, there's science, and I think it's critical for scientists to keep in mind that science is only one ingredient in the stew, I don't say this to be discouraging, actually quite the opposite. The take-home message should be that if good science is put in front of decision makers at the appropriate time, then it will be considered and it will probably form part of the basis for the decision that's made. But it's important to remember that it's not the only thing there, and there actually are cases where the other factors in a decision are so overwhelmingly in favor of one particular outcome that the science is actually not a major factor in the decision. It's just being realistic about this. So I'd like for everybody to keep that in mind, because I do think this provides us with something we can work with when it comes to formulating science strategy. And I don't know if I want to spend a lot of time on this, but in another talk, I talked about how agency science actually works and what the pros and cons are of agency science. And I made this list of areas of tension when it comes to science that's being conducted either by or under the umbrella of agency missions. And basically these are, things that are viewed as pros by people who are in agency management that actually would be viewed simultaneously as cons by people on the other side. And by other side, I mean not in the agencies. And they include obviously that you can actually focus on a subject if you're an agency. You can define what you're going to study in order to make sure you're not wasting funds. The problems that you end up studying are the ones that actually matter to your agency, and the flip side of that is that you're just reacting to things that are on your plate right now rather than thinking strategically. Program scopes are limited by mission. That's a pro if you're an agency manager, because again, you can put the money where the value is from the perspective of the agency. And again, I'm not criticizing this. I don't know how they would do it any other way. But the flip side of that is that you're constraining the inquiry that's being conducted, and you may actually miss important, issues in doing so. The solution set, things that the agency might do in terms of its actions, is defined by the agency mission. So the agency, controls how the information is used. That has the downside that a lot of the work that gets done is really focused only on the knobs that the agency actually can twiddle. So there are opportunities to miss the boat in terms of understanding how things really work. And then these last two efforts tend to be self-contained and local. That's good because you can make sure things get done if you're at a management agency. But it does mean that and I'm just basing this on personal observation, it does mean that you tend not to learn from what's going on in other systems. So it's important to reach out, take a look around. I'm going to skip the last one and move on. This figure may not be a great one from some people's perspective. I'm actually trying to illustrate a pretty simple point. The green arrow that goes across the screen here is just the passage of time, and I just want to observe that when a major decision is being made, that's when the science reviews occur to support the decision. And when that happens, there's usually a lot of ferment. There's a lot of internal discussion, outside advice is brought in by agencies, and a much more detailed understanding of the scientific issues that affect that decision is developed at the time the decision is being put up. And that results in new science priorities being established in various ways by both the agency that's proposing the action and by others that work with that agency. And then after that, the decision is this vertical hash line. The policy that was established by that decision is implemented, and the scientific work that occurs is based on the new understanding of priorities that was created when the decision was being developed. Before that, and again, just think of this as iterative decision making, and that understanding of what science priorities are persists until the next big decision is being developed. And there are exceptions to this. For example, the Stewardship Council's science program does a science action agenda that periodically draws together a lot of people to help inform what science priorities should be. But most of those people are from agencies, and most of them are providing input that's based on the last decisions that they made, that the agencies made. And the consequences of this is that science priorities in the agency setting, in my view, tend to lag what the science priorities really are. And there's a real risk that decisions that are going to happen in the near future or farther future are not as well supported as they could otherwise be, because there's not a lot of thought being given to what priorities will be in the future. And again, this isn't an indictment. This is just a side effect of the way decisions are made, the way we operate. And it's potentially problematic for a number of reasons, which I'd like to mention when I get into the other sections of this commentary. But to summarize overall, the most impactful applications of science happen when big decisions are made, and we need to understand that. Second, science priorities tend to be set during the development of those decisions and then persist until the next big decision is being teed up. And that creates a risk that resources are going to be allocated to fight the last war more than they should be. And then third, and this is just a corollary to the second, there often seems to be an underallocation of resources to the task of looking forward, particularly far forward. And I think when in closing in these comments, one of the things I hope people will keep in mind is that we really need to pursue multiple goals at the same time when we talk about food web science. We need to react to problems we know about, existing current problems, but we also need to try to anticipate what people are going to need to know going forward. Okay, so the second of the areas I want to make a comment or two about is knowing what we don't know and making sure we don't allow managers to let the cheese fall off their cracker when it comes to using scientific information. We collect information that allows us to develop statistical relationships and models all the time, all sorts of different kinds of information. And when we do that, we use tools that allow us to approximate the relationship between the data we've collected and on what we think are predictor variables and what we're interested in, the response variables. And we generally don't know the true relationship between outcomes and predictors. And we do this and we produce products and we give them to managers who sometimes think it's holy writ that we're giving them, even if we give them error bars. And the result is that we're producing products that can be misused. And I don't mean intentionally, I just mean that they can be inappropriately applied to the development of decisions. There's a whole litany of ways that, for example, regressions can be misused. The whole textbook's devoted to it, and anyone who's had a statistics class knows that the list is a lot longer than the two items I'm providing here. But these two are substantive items that I think are worth dwelling on a bit. One of the maladies is that we don't have all of the predictors in our relationship. And that's either because we've missed something or because what our understanding of the relationship is just flatly wrong. And the absence of predictors that should be in a model is potentially a pretty disastrous thing from the point of view of using that model for management purposes. The second is there's a risk of applying a relationship outside of the domain where the relationship exists. And that's commonly called extrapolation, but when I use it here, what I mean is applying a relationship, luckily, it doesn't seem to have had any effect. in this case, I mean generally using relationships outside of the domain of historical observation. So if things are changing and you have a relationship that depends on environmental variables that are moving in a particular direction, those variables will eventually be outside of the domain of historical observation, and the relationship that you've developed may or may not work. It won't definitely not work, but it's not going to be, you know, quantifiably as reliable as it was before. And again, a big problem, particularly a problem if you want to use information and relationships that you've developed at the present time or historically to predict what's going to happen in the future. So there are many long-term trends that exist that increase the risks that inappropriate extrapolation may occur. And I agree with Ted regarding climate change. It's seemingly the key issue in a lot of what we do. It infects a lot of different domains because of it affects hydrology and temperatures, and sea level, which are pretty basic quantities in most ecosystems. But the list includes not only climate change, but also changes in human population that are directional changes in land use, exotic species introductions, which despite the mitten crab example tend to be, you keep adding these things and they never go away. And so you eventually accumulate changes to food webs, for example, and you know, they have other effects. And changes in the patterns of resource use over time, for example, increasing use of water or, you know, increasing use of arable land for farming. All of these sorts of long-term trends have the potential to undermine the statistical relationships that we typically rely on for planning. So, you know, here, single species conservation has been the hot button issue for a long time. But you know, there are other areas of planning where this is potentially a problem. So this is a long way of coming around to saying that we can avoid a lot of the grief associated with extrapolation by gradually replacing the models that we have that are based superficially on observations in the field, on the phenomena that we see in the field, with models that are based on a better understanding of the underlying processes that actually give rise to the outcomes that we see in the field. Doing that allows us to make predictions farther into the future with more reliability, and obviously has other benefits. So again, I think this is great that we're having this discussion about food webs and, you know, in the Delta, because this is one of the areas where we can clarify the underlying processes that affect, for example, fish species abundances, and, you know, may be a significant aid in avoiding the problems of inappropriately applying statistical relationships for planning purposes. And I mentioned that replacing phenomenon with mechanism, you know, allows us to reduce the risk of discovering that a model that we're relying on is gimcrack. So everybody's probably heard that word. It just means something that's appealing, but actually not actually valid. And I wanted to use that word, by the way, as an illustration of the fact that it's worth knowing a little bit about language, if only for our personal interest. I always assumed the word gimcrack was a 20th century piece of engineering humor. But according to the OED, the first use of gimcrack with its modern meaning was in 1360 in English. So the concept of things that are appealing but not necessarily valid is actually a pretty ancient one, and you know, we're just dealing with its manifestations in our own way now. So the third and last area that I want to make a few comments about is ongoing evolution and what managers are asking for. And my comments here are not that different from the ones Ted made. This is just based on, again, informally on dialogue among a significant number of USGS managers about what we see in various systems. These are just the big points. One, increased emphasis on usability of research. We want to produce products that are actually things that managers will understand and can actually apply to understanding the potential consequences of their decisions. There's some people locally in the USGS California Water Science Center who use the expression loading dock science to describe what we're trying to avoid. I think that's sort of self-explanatory. We don't just want to produce papers and hand them to managers and just assume that they'll be able to sort it out in their offices. We want to actually think about what they need to know, and that means talking to them. Second, they want more emphasis on forecasting tools. Being able to quantitatively predict the effects of decisions is more valuable than understanding what happened in the last decision that you made. They also want, and we're able to provide much more frequently, telemetered and remotely sensed data, which obviously have the potential to be very rich sources of information for making inferences about things that are going on in the environment, capabilities we've never had before. And finally, more models, basically particularly more spatially explicit models of the environment, and analytical tools that take advantage of those models in order to illustrate quandaries, issues, questions that managers have. So again, I don't think I don't think any of this is actually news to anyone in this room, that these are things that we're being asked for, but I think it's something we should bear in mind in this dialogue about this planning dialogue that we're having regarding food webs. So things I think we ought to think about in this forum during this discussion. We should, I think, be striving to conceive plans that emphasize informing near-term and longer-term major decisions rather than perfecting support for past decisions, supporting what's being called adaptive management. We should be looking forward, what are people going to be needing to know in the next big decision, and the one after that, and others that are farther down the road, particularly because the climate's changing. And we should be doing a little less of just trying to figure out how we can accommodate management agencies' desires to assess whether what they did is working. And I'm not saying we shouldn't do that. We should. What I'm saying is I think we've got too much resource allocated to that pot and not enough to the looking forward pot. So I think we ought to contemplate that here. Second, and always, we should do what we can to implement process-oriented research to replace the more superficial understanding that we have of predictors and responses to more detailed understanding that actually identifies drivers that are causing the outcomes that we see in the field, and understanding how that happens. And third, we should embrace the movement in the direction of forecasting. It's a mode of doing science that I think requires a readjustment on the part of scientists. It requires a bit of a readjustment in how they think about what they're doing, but we should embrace it because the broader trends that we're seeing in what data are available and what tools are available, particularly modeling tools, suggests that if we do our homework, if we mind our knitting, and we develop more detailed understanding of how the system operates and fill in some of the major gaps, that we will be able to implement forecasting tools that'll help us look a little bit farther down the road. So again, I generally think that we don't look far enough ahead. I think managers don't look far enough ahead. And I've noticed in recent years that with climate change becoming a preeminent issue for managers, a lot of planning horizons have been shortened because managers don't feel comfortable predicting what they will or won't be able to do farther down the road. And I understand why they do that. And I'm not criticizing it. I think if that's what they have to do, that's what they have to do. But I think we need to keep in mind that when agencies operate that way, they're trading near-term certainty for the ability to create long-term strategy. So you can't strategize if you're just dealing with time in very small, discrete pieces that eventually add up to you're just reacting to things that are happening. I mean, maybe that's the best thing. I don't know, but I think from the perspective of the science community, if we can provide a better understanding of what things are going to happen down the road, then we could help open up the ability of agencies to do longer term planning. So I think it's something we should embrace. And that's it. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thanks a lot, Mike. I think we're going to move on to the next speakers and take questions later. Our next speakers are Lillian McCormick and Kristine Cabugao, and they are both postdoctoral Sea Grant scholars and also scholars for the Delta Independent Science Board. And they're going to tell us about some of the community input we have received that helped formulate some of the priorities of this workshop.
Thank you so much. I'm going to move this down because I'm a little bit shorter than some of our other speakers. So as Steve mentioned, my name is Kristine Grace Cabugao. I am one of the Delta ISB postdoctoral scholars that provide research support for these reviews. And so we're going to take a bit of a step back to actually look into how this workshop came about. And so what we will be discussing today are some of the early discussions that we had that shaped the scope of this workshop, including the format, including some of the topics that we're going to be talking about. So some of these should already be familiar because they're very much in line with some of the plenary talks that we've already had. So just for a general overview, I'll be discussing some of the objectives for these series of discussions before I change things over to Lillian, who'll be talking about some of the themes from these discussions that emerged from speaking with stakeholders like yourselves. So the objectives for the discussions that we held were primarily to get input. We know from the review of the Delta ISB that it was important for people that were reading those reviews to have findings and recommendations that reflected some of their concerns and some of their ideas. And so that was part of the initial reasons for getting public comments on the prospectus anyway, but also these Delta discussions. And so as you'll see, when we speak about these different topics, the topics that are in these sessions are directly a reflection of a series of some of the concerns that were raised by the different people that we talked to early on. And so that came from basically trying to understand what are the types of information that is going to be most useful for everybody here today. So as I mentioned, we had a series of 14 different discussions and one public forum that occurred between May and June earlier this year. And we tried to cast as broad a net as possible. We spoke to individuals from the academic community to private institutions and also state and federal representatives. But we know, as you can see in the table, that this isn't necessarily representative of everybody that cares about food webs and that is interested in understanding how to align these food web processes with management priorities. And so that's why we're really excited that all of you here are here today, because that can help address some of the gaps that we may not have heard from when we were preparing for this workshop initially. So thank you so much for being here, if it hasn't already been said enough. So during these discussions, we did have a series of different questions that we were hopeful would guide the conversations. But for the most part, these conversations were informal because it was really an opportunity for us to hear from you about the types of products, about the types of themes that were going to be most useful. So these were those guidance questions that I mentioned, but we largely left it up to the participants to tell us what they thought was important, what wasn't being looked at, what structure or process wasn't being incorporated in modeling that should be. So our main focus was to try to get an idea of what were some of the key management and science priorities for all of you and for people that were interested in integrating upper trophic modeling. And so we wanted to understand, for example, what are the important food web interactions that were affecting the abundances of key species? And we wanted to know how other people might be interested in using food web modeling. We know that there are many different approaches to modeling in the Delta. So what are the different things that people are trying? How might they work with some of the already existing models? How might they not work? So we were interested in having those conversations. And so, as I mentioned, there was a very intentional goal of trying to bring people together that may not necessarily be already collaborating, to have those conversations about what products can we walk out of after this workshop that are going to be actionable, which is something that has been echoed by Mike Chotkowski's presentation. So I'm going to briefly provide an overview of some of the key themes that emerged. These are things or topics that kind of occurred throughout different discussions that kept coming up over and over again. But I want to preface this by saying this is by no means comprehensive, so don't be concerned if something that you feel is really important isn't reflected here. That's why we're here. We fully expect that our understanding and initial concept of what is important to understand might change as the workshop occurs. So we generally group things into these 4 very big categories, and then some of the key themes are appearing here. So one of the things that we heard from people was a concern about how climate change was going to impact management and maybe not having the data that we need to be able to manage while we're dealing with things like increased water temperature, for example. And as we heard, there's a big concern with how management might be impacting these upper and lower trophic levels. And so we know that we are in a very highly modified and highly managed system, but we don't necessarily always understand what the impacts that might have on key fish populations. So that was something that kept coming up over and over again, is are we collecting the types of information that we need to be able to manage appropriately given this highly altered system? And as we've already heard, there are some very cool new techniques and new modeling approaches that are being tried potentially in other systems that might have applications here in the Delta. So we'll be hearing about that later on today. But the goal is to try to bring people together to see if there's synergies that might occur in some of these new methods and applying them to things like monitoring to expand our spatio and temporal coverage. And last but not least, this came up in almost every single conversation we have. We asked everybody what they thought about the data that they currently have. Is it enough to do the work that they feel they need to do? And so there were different opinions about this depending on what level of the trophic level they seem to be talking about. So we have a lot of data on things like phytoplankton and zooplankton, and maybe not as much on these top predators like avian species, for example, or mammals potentially. So there is some coverage issues there with data. And so we're hoping that some of you here today can share some of those insights from other places where we might not be looking. And so this is just a very high level overview, but I'll turn it over to Lillian now to provide some of the details.
Thanks, Kristine. All right, so as Kristine mentioned, I'm primarily going to be talking about some of the management questions that came up as a result underneath these 4 categories. And then I'll also be talking about some of the science gaps that were addressed under these categories. So first, we'll start with structure and processes. So some of the key management questions that were brought up during these discussions were primarily concerning just understanding how we can use knowledge of food web interactions to understand a lot more about the system. So this includes vulnerability of key species to climate change. This can include understanding how we can use restoration to enhance healthy food webs, and some of the science gaps that came up when we were having these conversations are spatiotemporal complexity. So I think that you will hear this as kind of a undercurrent theme throughout the entire workshop. This is a highly diverse system. And so understanding the spatiotemporal complexity and how that kind of structures and changes the food webs across the delta is a really big issue. Similarly, as Kristine mentioned, there were questions about whether we know enough about the apex predators in the system. So this could be marine mammals, and marine mammals kind of coming further into the delta and acting as a large-scale predator, or this could be the influence of reptilian or avian predators as well. There was also interest in learning more about behavioral impacts. So not only understanding predation and who's eating whom, but also understanding the dynamics of this. So how do predators change who they're eating, and how does this change kind of species assemblages or the dynamic effect of the food web in the delta? And then finally, this is not a new science gap, but I feel like we're always trying to understand more about the effects of non-native species in the system. And particularly with respect to food webs, some of the questions that we have are how some of the more higher biomass non-native species may be impacting the food web, and how that affects food availability for species of concern like salmon or delta smelt. All right, for human influences, some of the management questions that were addressed were really how can management actions be used as experiments to understand the effects of changing flow or changing salinity to the system and also the food webs. So this was echoed in several of the plenary talks this morning. And so I just also want to say that there was a lot of concern with some aspects that Mike mentioned in his talk of really looking forward. So what do we actually envision a future delta is going to look like? We need to know what that goal is so that we know what we're working towards when we're changing these priorities and when we're trying to answer these science and management questions. And so there was some interest in understanding whether ecosystem-based management can become a part of this future delta and how the system is managed. So some of the science gaps that were under human influences are understanding ecosystem and food web effects of harmful algal blooms or HABs. And so I think this was brought to the forefront of our mind with the 2022 really large harmful algal bloom in San Francisco Bay that had a lot of ecosystem effects. And just understanding how that is kind of magnified through the food chain will be really important to know. There's a lot of interest in understanding predation hotspots in the system, and that's especially with respect to salvage operations and hatcheries. So understanding where you're releasing fish and whether predators are adapting to know those locations and kind of predict when they're going to get a free meal on the delta. And then finally, there was thought that there's no general consensus about what the contaminants of concern are in the delta. So we all know that there are contaminants in the system and we know that they're playing some effect, but we don't exactly know which ones are the biggest ones to keep in mind, and also how they're affecting species. Are they lethal effects, so they're causing changes to population and survival of individuals, or are they more on sublethal effects? So are they changing the way that species interact with each other? All right, so for the tools and methods category, some of the management questions that we thought of were which modeling approaches and new tools should be used in the Delta? And this was such a big question that we decided to make an entire breakout session today on this topic. Or I'm sorry, it will be tomorrow actually. But so this was a really large question and it is really open-ended, but we're hoping that some of the presentations that we hear today can kind of guide today and tomorrow can guide that discussion and we can start to figure out what the best tools and methods are to be used. So again, the spatiotemporal complexity is coming up. So understanding what the temporal and spatial scales are that are critical to be incorporated into food web models and which model or set of models can be used to really understand and accurately portray the heterogeneity of the system. And then finally, as Kristine mentioned, you'll be hearing some talks from other locations. So just, we don't need to recreate things if they've already been worked on in other systems. So basically learning from other areas and how how food webs have been incorporated into management in other areas is going to be really helpful. So again, the modeling approaches was primarily, we have a lot of really good examples and there are a lot of options out there, but just understanding which ones are most applicable for the Delta is really important. And then several others, I think Ted Sommer said he's really excited about DNA. And so I think there's definitely something to that. And I think one of the things that we need to think about with these known methods are for something like eDNA, it's a really, really interesting and informative tool, but we also need to learn how to validate that tool for it to best be used in the system. So understanding, how much of a signature can we relate that to abundances of species, or can we just use it to say presence or use it to understand presence, absence of species in areas? So a lot of that work's already been happening. I'm really excited to look at some of the posters and hear some talks about that later. And finally, for the data and information category, the major management questions were just understanding the major gaps in the current monitoring structure in the Delta. So I will say overall, we are very fortunate in that the Delta has a lot of science. And I think you saw, Ted did a really nice overview this morning of all of that science that's been done. And clearly there's a lot of information out there. And what we need to do is kind of sort it both temporally and spatially to understand what's appropriate for what areas and how we can kind of incorporate that into management. And one thing that we do need to do, though, because this is such a well-established and well-monitored system, is really understanding how we can take this really, really valuable long-term monitoring, maintain those long-term monitoring data streams, but also be a little bit flexible with them and be able to incorporate some of the newer questions that we have that have come up, or be able to incorporate data collection for some of the new methods that we're going to hear about later on in this workshop. So again, some of the science gaps that came up were really just emphasizing the need for quality, standardizing the quality of data and also the consistency of data, in addition to just making it accessible for folks. So there's a lot of data and there's a lot of agencies that are working in the Delta. So figuring out how to have access to all those data streams is really important. And that's not saying that there has not been already a lot of work to kind of standardize and make those data streams accessible through things like the Delta Science Tracker and stuff like that. That's becoming a lot better. And so just continuing to make those data streams available. There was a lot of concern that there is so much information in the system and there's so many good things that need to be used, but there is a lack of synthesis with respect to food webs. So really taking some of the special shorter term projects and really putting them in the context of those long-term trends from the monitoring systems that we're seeing. And also just maintaining the historic knowledge of the system. We have a lot of things that have gone on in the Delta, and understanding those in the context of where we need to move towards in the future is going to be really important. And then again, just the spatiotemporal coverage of data sets and just where monitoring has happened and where maybe new areas that monitoring should happen. Okay, so to summarize, some of the main management themes that came up were some interest in establishing an adaptive management approach to food web science. And, of course, with all the caveats that Mike Chotkowski mentioned with adaptive management and understanding how science gets translated into management is really important. There is some interest in understanding how to implement ecosystem-based management in the Delta, and it seems a bit daunting, especially to me, to someone who's new in the system, because the system is so complex. But that doesn't mean that it can't be done with all the great tools and approaches that we have available to us. Really using these management actions and also mitigation strategies such as restoration to use them as experiments to understand the effects on food webs and on the ecosystem will be really important, as well as kind of using restoration to positively affect fish populations. Usually restoration is really thought of in increasing the availability of fish food, but does that actually translate all the way to creating changes in fish populations? And then finally, just developing monitoring for food web models that accurately captures the system heterogeneity. So making sure that we do have the monitoring and the data to support the models that we would like to employ. So some of the main science gaps, I think they've already been mentioned before, but really understanding the various components of the Delta food webs. And this, you know, to some of what Ted was mentioning this morning, this really plays into some of the species that we may not really be thinking about all the time, things like crayfish or amphipods or something like that. The detrital pathways are, I think there's a lot of people who are starting to recognize the importance, or have for a long time, recognizing the importance of detrital pathways in the food webs in the Delta. Similarly, again, understanding the spatiotemporal complexity, this relates to habitats and also species assemblages, and really understanding a comprehensive knowledge of species interactions in the Delta. And I think, at least from what I've seen, there seems to be a lot of knowledge on this in the Delta, but I think what's going to be very important is sorting out this across space and time to understand where these species interactions are still happening, or whether it might be older food web structures that had those species interactions. So just making sure those are up to date and appropriate for the spatial and temporal scales. And then connecting different habitat types. So you know, there is mention this morning of connecting kind of deep channels to littoral habitats and tidal marshes, and making sure all those different habitat types are connected with respect to food webs. And finally, understanding the effects of contaminants and also harmful algal blooms on species interactions, particularly how they may bioaccumulate, or how those contaminants or toxins may accumulate throughout the food web is going to be really important. So I will say that everybody who attended, or at least the ISB members who attended these discussions, found them incredibly invaluable in just understanding what will be useful for this workshop and how we should structure it. So really, this is a big thank you to you all who participated, some of you who participated in these discussions, because they really structured how we are thinking about this review and how the ISB was planning the workshop. And so hopefully there was a lot of requests to create space and time for discussions so that folks who maybe don't get the opportunity to talk to each other every single day can come together and have lots of opportunity for discussion. So we're hoping to facilitate that in the workshop. And with that, I think we can take questions if there's time.
Well, firstly, thanks for putting together an excellent summary of all the tremendous information we got from the Delta community. Anyone have any questions? Yes.
Hold on.
And then state your name just before.
Hey, everybody, Fred Fira, USGS. This is a question I wanted to ask after Mike's talk, although it's not necessarily directed to Mike. It could be Ted, Louise, maybe even Steve might have some thoughts on this. So my question is, contrary to what a lot of people might come to believe, there's more than 3 species of fish in this estuary. And I think that really handicaps us with respect to understanding what the food web of the system really is. And although you can make some arguments that we've done some ecosystem level kind of studies, the overwhelming majority of all of the research and science investment in the system is driven by biological opinions and water quality requirements that necessarily focus all of our work on salmon and smelt. And so my question is, do we really have a capacity to understand the food web as a whole? Or are we kind of like forever here and after continually hamstrung with trying to disguise our broader studies in the context of smelt and salmon?
Anyone want to answer that question? I'll say that you hit the nail on the head. That was a lot of what we heard in the community discussions as well, is when you're talking about the food web, and normally in flow of energy, it's the dominant biomass that does the dominant things, not the extremely rare critters when you think about a food web. And hopefully that'll come out a lot more as we
In the case of smelt, it's basically negligible right now. So it's something to think about. If we really want to understand the food web, we have to broaden what we do.
Any other questions? Yeah, Bob.
Bob Nyman, DISB member. I would like to ask Ted and perhaps Mike to speculate a little bit if they would. I've been curious for a long time about the overall carrying capacity of the Delta. And considering all the management actions and all the changes in the environment, would you be willing to speculate on whether the biological carrying capacity of the system, has it stabilized? I guess recognizing it's an evolving situation, but is it somewhat stable, or is it decreasing, or is it increasing? And how do you see it going as we go into the future? What's going to happen? So again, just speculation on your part as individuals, if you'd be willing to do so, I'd appreciate it.
So that was a huge topic that came up after the pelagic organism decline. Several folks developed tools to try and estimate biomass. So WIM took an early crack, at least on the fish side. Brian Maharja later on applied similar tools for inshore habitats that gave us some estimates, at least for regional surveys. We do have ways to do it, but rolling it up across surveys is really tricky. Brian, feel free to weigh in on the littoral habitats, but one of the things that I remember is that inshore areas, if anything, biomass may have gone up. It didn't go down. We had a different assemblage that gradually took over. So I think there's just been a shift in resources from what we can see. But Brian, do you want to weigh in at all? Like, no pressure. Yeah.
Diane McKnight, Delta Independent Science Board. I think this is a question for Mike. So we had a workshop last month about subsidence and reversal of subsidence and the vulnerability of infrastructure and some uncertainty there. For sure. Do you have a comment about the relative importance of climate change uncertainty versus infrastructure and subsidence uncertainty in terms of planning for the future?
Yeah, and thanks for the question. Yeah, sorry, Mike Chotkowski, a previous speaker. I think they're both important. I think the climate change challenge is one that is a larger one overall, but regarding the subsidence in the Delta and the infrastructure concerns, I think that's an underappreciated concern that has bothered me for a long time. I think the potential for failure of the levees the dikes around the diked wetlands in the Delta is something that has some enormous potential downside risks associated with it. So it's something that we should take maybe more seriously than we have in the past. And in fact, I've been funding some additional seismic work in my program, which is actually supposed to be about ecology, just so we can develop a better understanding of the likelihood of that earthquakes in the Delta could cause failure. But I'm sure you've seen the predictions from the DREAM study that there would be potentially months of interruption in water diversions and a lot of other potential ecosystem consequences if those failures were to occur. So I don't think we should drop the ball on that. And there is more of a risk of doing it there than there is on climate, because everybody keeps that in mind.
Kenny Rose, incoming Delta ISB member. Going back to Fred's question, I understand that, but I think that we sometimes lose a bit. We think that these population type models don't include the food web, and they do. It's just highly aggregated and oversimplified. So I think there is quite a bit of room to work in food web considerations within that. For example, spatial distribution of predation, right? Is we assume it's the same everywhere, right? So I think there are ways to do it, but your point is well taken, that we're very focused on a certain group of species. But I think there's more room in there than you might think to work the food web stuff in there. I guess that's not a question, is it?
Hi, my name's Louise Conrad, Department of Water Resources, and I also wanted to respond to Fred's question, which is really good, which is really one about capacity. I think you said, what do we have capacity? I agree with Kenny Rose that there's a lot of other work that can be baked into some of our efforts that do focus on the focal species for management. However, when it comes to capacity, what you're really asking about is funding, I think. And it's true. I just want to acknowledge that it's true that a lot of the work, and increasingly we do need to justify work with as it may relate to management actions. And that becomes a really targeted set of studies and more focused. Those are really important and valuable. And I plan to say that again later this afternoon. But I also think we have to acknowledge that we may need to look at a more balanced funding strategy for larger ecosystem-wide types questions and further development of models. And I think it would be great if one of the outcomes of this workshop could be a strategy for development of a funding plan like that. So thanks.
Hi, Vamsi Sridharan, Tetra Tech. That was actually a great question, and I don't have a question per se, but a comment more so. As Kenny mentioned, there is a lot of scope for including these, predation-related studies. I'm reminded of this quote by Richard Feynman, "There's plenty of space at the bottom." I think that's a really nice quote because when you look at these predation events, they involve so many different species and they involve so many different scales of motion. And studies that look at those fine scale phenomena and that can then be scaled up to system-wide models of animal migration could potentially be a path forward to bridging that gap. So having said that, I'd just like to invite you all to come to the session tomorrow where I'll be giving a lightning talk, speaking a little bit about this. So that's it from me. Thank you.
I see I saw two more hands up, and I know we're diving right into the meat of what this whole workshop is all about, which is great. But I'll take those two, and then we'll break for coffee. Peter's the second one.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. Brian Maharjam with Bureau of Reclamation, just kind of respond to Fred's question as well, because reclamation is kind of, I think, is probably one of the main funders for a lot of the science that happens in the Bay Delta too. I think this is something that I was going to mention in kind of my short presentation later on, but I think even though, we're ultimately tied to the regulations, as you said, because that is, reclamation's mission and goals. It's about, delivering water in an environmentally sound manner, which means that we have to kind of react to the listed species. That said, all the management actions that we do for smelt, salmon, and sturgeon are all kind of tied to the food web inherently, right? Because, we need to put everything in context of the food web, and that's the context. So I think there are some pathways for us to kind of fund those type of studies. It's just ultimately we kind of have to tie it back to the listed species somehow, because when we do fund things, we have to kind of link it to certain reclamation authority, which this all has to kind of link back to what we do as an agency. But yeah, just something to kind of consider for what it's worth. I think there are some pathways for more food web studies.
Fred Fire at USGS. This is great. We could talk about this for hours. Getting back to your comment about, well, we can study predation and do all these other things and incorporate those aspects of it. But taking that to the next level and actually coming with management actions to address things like that requires an understanding of things beyond just predation rates in different habitats, right? Like we need to understand what the population dynamics are and what's controlling abundances and distributions of these predators and things like that. So it goes way beyond just those higher level things. I know you know this, but I just wanted to mention that it's, you know, there's a whole big world out there. We've got 100 species, depending on where you look in the system. And so it's big and complicated.
Okay, I guess we'll break for coffee. I want to remind folks that we have posters up and the authors are in the room, and all of our coffee and lunch breaks are also a poster session. So feel free to wander and find the authors and chat with them. And I think we're due back in 15 minutes.
Okay, sounds like we're ready to go here. Okay, my name is Bob Nyman. I'm a member of the Independent Science Board, and I'm going to be the moderator for group number 2 here for session number 2. Do you need? Okay. The title of this session is How is a Better Understanding of Food Web Interactions Improved Resource Management Elsewhere? And this morning we have 5 presenters. And I'm going to ask each presenter in sequence to come on up, introduce themselves and give the title of their presentation. And also, just so you know the format, it's 20 minutes per speaker. We'll have probably about a 15-minute presentation from each of them. I'll stand up a minute or so before the end of their presentation time, and then we'll have a few minutes for discussion, and we'll move on to the next speaker right after that. Okay, so our first speaker is Kim, and I don't know where she went. Oh, okay, she needs a few minutes. All right. We will wait. Kim, you're up.
Hi, good morning. I'm Kim Mutzert. I'm an associate professor at the University of Southern Mississippi. I have worked a lot in looking at how food webs, different species in food webs responds to coastal changes, coastal restoration. And I figured this would be a relevant topic here to give you some insights in what's going on in a different delta. So the title of my talk, End-to-End Modeling, reveals species-specific effects of large-scale coastal restoration on living resources facing climate change. So let me transport you to a different delta. What you're looking at here is the Mississippi River. So I guess this would work. This area here is New Orleans. We see the Mississippi River go through. This is the Birdfoot Delta. You see the red coloring here. I would say the main concern here is land loss. So I heard subsidence briefly mentioned before. That's an issue of particular concern in this area. The coastal erosion really affects Louisiana to such an extent that there's been wetland loss close to 5,000 kilometers square. What you see in the red here is land that has already been lost since 1932 or is projected to be lost by 2050 if there is no plan to do anything about this change. So there is a plan in place to mitigate this decline. There actually is a new plan out in 2023. This study focuses on the 2017 plan. The 2017 plan, I would say, was the first to really incorporate a large suite of models to support the development of that plan. The plan really includes a suite of projects that are predicted to build or maintain lands and protect coastal communities. And I would say that's really the main goal of the plan is to mitigate land loss, reduce wetland loss. There's an interest in how this affects species in that area, and especially also how these projects would affect species in the area. So that is what I'm looking at, but it's really not, I would say, the focus of the plan to look at how it affects food webs. So I can start by saying that I was involved in, as part of the modelers that develop models to support the Coastal Master Plan. So we did use these models to come up with which projects best should be included in the plan. These were, I would say, hundreds of combinations of projects tested virtually, which ones would be chosen to actually be implemented. That's, a lot of different model runs. So when that was all said and done, I decided, well, let's look at what the effect is of the actual chosen plan, the actual chosen combination of protection projects, and on the fish and fisheries in this area. This is really a looking forward type project. All these models looked at how the landscape and the food web landscape will change in 50 years. So I'm also focusing on what changes in 50 years. So really for this paper, I focused on the effects of the implementation of the Coastal Master Plan. So then also kind of in that modeling environment, the projects would be implemented in the time they are planned to be implemented. And the ones that are already in there now were included from the start versus a future without action. So those 50 years without doing any of that. On the biomass and distribution of fishery species in the estuaries. So here you can see the modeling framework. I think my controls are not in the way. No, okay. They are for me. But you can see kind of these suite of landscape models at the top here. So that's the integrated compartment model. Really was the core modeling system that supports the 2017 Coastal Master Plan. What I then did is look at what output of these landscape models that they run to choose these different these protection and restoration projects. What outputs from that, like how does the environment change if you would implement that, would affect fish and fisheries in the area. So we had salinity as output, temperature, nutrients. I used total Kjeldahl nitrogen, and also really again what these projects are meant to do is either mitigate loss or build land. So the amount of wetlands would also change throughout the implementation of these plans. And we've included in the model that the marsh edge is used by the juveniles of species that are known to make use of that. So we would also in our modeling environment change basically the amount of wetlands in each model cell. So we included these, I would say, water quality variables, and then this habitat layer, and included that in my model. We had some species, these were mainly oysters, where the monthly time step of the model was too coarse. So if they had very unsuitable salinity for just a few weeks, less than a month, they would already be affected, and it wouldn't really be reflected if I would average that over a month. So we included a subroutine to reflect the daily effects of the environmental variables on oysters. And then that's what we would call the oyster environmental capacity was then loaded into the model, which is pretty much a suitability for oysters in that particular month based on these daily variables. We included all that as kind of the environment in which in ecospace, the fish and shellfish species would then have their food web interactions. So you have kind of a habitat environment with the water quality and the habitat in there that would be loaded monthly from the other models. And then kind of like the biological model itself, the predator-prey interactions, growing of species. We all had to automate this because there were so many different combinations of projects being tested that this model would take at least 2 weeks to run. They would be basically farmed out to different consulting companies. And our model could automatically grab the output from each of the scenarios and run the ecospace model. So for that, we basically had to pull out the ecospace model from the user interface so that it can all run automatically. And then we got the monthly biomass distribution of each of these species, of each of these scenarios. So again, the scenario I'm going to focus on is what actually ended up being chosen for the 2017 Coastal Master Plan. So the model I use is a spatially explicit, temporally dynamic, so it's time and space in it, food web model that receives those environmental conditions from another model. And then we simulate that over 50 years. So this is that model that I use. You may notice as EcoPath or EcoPath with EcoSim or EWE. So it has different steps in it. The EcoPath model is really a mass balance snapshot of the ecosystem. So you include all the species that you think are important through a diet matrix, the predator-prey interactions. You have turnover rates in there. You include, you can separate the species out in life stages. So you have juveniles and then adults in there. And altogether, while developing this, so it's very, I would say, data hungry. I have a lot of data from the Louisiana Department of Wildlife and Fisheries that go into this model, and ended up building a model that represents 50 species of or groups. The groups could be an aggregate of species. So for example, there's zooplankton in there, there's different zooplankton species, or life stages of species. So for example, with oysters, there's oyster spat, seed oysters, sac oysters, just for commercial reasons, fisheries reasons, and that these life stages respond differently to different changes in the environment. You can split up a species in multiple life stages, and that becomes their own groups that are linked together as well. So once you feel you have a food web that represents in a plausible way your ecosystem, you can then start modeling in time. That's what EcoSim is. So really then you can move forward in time and see how things change if you were to change anything in the environment. If your problem has a spatial component, which it did in my case, ecospace is the way to go that has space and time in it. So now we have a spatial model. So it's the framework of my model. I still used EcoSim to calibrate the model output to observations of years that are already in the past so that we have the data to do that. This is the model area. This actually exactly copies the model area of the ICM so that I could have input from that other model in each model cell of my model. For this presentation, I'll just focus on the Mississippi River Delta. These colors represent the different coastal study areas in Louisiana of interest. Those like dots and pluses in there are the sampling stations. So there is a lot of data that I can rely on to build a model like this. The model ended up having a 1 kilometer square grid cell, and it's a 2D model. All right, I've included some pictures. Like I said, I have 55 groups, so there's more than this in there. But just like here, certain species are more interesting to people than others. What we have that are species of interest are, for example, blue crab, black drum, brown shrimp, Gulf menhaden, largemouth bass, eastern oyster, spotted sea trout, and white shrimp. They're either commercially or recreationally or interesting to people, or are there in high biomass, or both. So I've mainly focused on the outputs of these species. So we've simulated the biomass and distribution of these species in response to implementing the projects of the Coastal Master Plan over 50 years and a future without action over 50 years. I really look at the end year for the results of that. There's 2 levels of sea level rise in there, and there were more when we're modeled, but I'll show 2. And you can see that really gives different outputs. Just to show you the environment, so these are kind of the projects that are in there, but I want to focus on these little blue stripes in here are large sediment diversions. They really cause the biggest change in these areas by letting water from the Mississippi River loaded with sediment back into these wetlands. Because this river is levied off, they're basically fresh water and sediment starved, and a large reason for this subsidence. So these diversions are meant to introduce that water back in there, and that I can say really causes the biggest change over this time for the species. So these resulting scenarios here is what we're really looking at in my modeling scenario with 50 years. So I've looked at it separately from these different coastal study areas that I mentioned. This is that biomass in year 50 with the implementing the Coastal Master Plan and not implementing it, so a future without action, compared next to each other. We have oftentimes more biomass under the implementation of the Coastal Master Plan than we don't do it. And keep in mind that this Coastal Master Plan is not implemented to help these food webs. It's really implemented to build land. So if we don't see big declines in this species, if it stays the same, that would already be a success. We do see that it's species specific. It can be different per species. So we see Gulf menhaden here, for example, doing better in the future without action. But in another area, it's the other way around. So it's also basin specific. So it varies per species, varies by space. One, if I have time still, I see 1 minute. One species I want to focus on that people are very concerned about is eastern oyster. Eastern oyster doesn't like super fresh water. What if we put all this fresh water in these estuaries? It's going to disappear. So what I've looked at is eastern oyster, and there's a culture map included, so the habitat is in there where it can actually grow on from the start of the model, and then in year 50 with a future without action, and with the Coastal Master Plan under low sea level rise and under high sea level rise. Now what's interesting, and I zoom in a little bit, the reason that we see oysters not doing worse under this Coastal Master Plan is because these lower areas under high sea level rise, so this is very close to marine waters, are doing better because under the high sea level rise, we actually have saltwater intrusion. So that fresh water coming in from the diversions is kind of counteracting that saltwater intrusion. These areas are not turning fresh because of the high sea level rise, but now we're also adding nutrients and thereby phytoplankton. So the food kind of goes up, but as long as it's far enough away in the estuary, there's actually an increase, or an increase is the wrong word, higher biomass in a Coastal Master Plan scenario than in a future without action. So what I'm not showing necessarily with this is a change through time, but a difference in a year 50 of not doing it and implementing the plan. And lastly, I also compared what the change in biomass is under low and high sea level rise. And I think because of that we have saltwater intrusion on one end and these freshwater inflow from the top through these diversions, we do not see as much negative effects of the high sea level rise as long as that coastal master plan is implemented. So some conclusions, the environment is going to change, but the environment is going to change whether you implement these restoration plans or not. The future without action is not a no change scenario. That is actually a big reason when we look in year 50 that implementing the plan has some unexpected benefits than if we, than what we would expect to see today. So these current simulations don't show large negative impacts on living resources and actually show some increases in biomass where we may not have expected it. An increase in food, I would say, is part of it here, so that the inflow from fresh water to Mississippi, from the Mississippi River in the wetlands, adds more nutrients in those areas. And then again, the lesser amount of habitat loss when that plan is implemented is a reason, and the counteraction of saltwater intrusion through these freshwater diversions. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Kim. Unfortunately, I don't think we have time for questions right now, but hopefully at the end of the session, there'll be some time and we can ask Kim questions in. Okay, great. Our next speaker is Steve Brandt, who was linking spatially explicit bioenergetic and foraging models. So Steve, all yours.
Thanks, Bob. I'm Steve Brandt, member of the Delta Independent Science Board and a fisheries professor at Oregon State University. We've already heard today that the Delta is a complex and dynamic ecosystem. It's basically complex and dynamic ecosystem, and that challenges our ability to really assess how environmental changes or management decisions affect fish production. So today I want to just give some examples from the Northern Gulf of Mexico and on some of our approaches, but with an emphasis particularly diving into the issues of time and space scales and see if there's anything we can extract from that that might have some applicability in the Delta. The management question here is pretty simple in some ways. This is the drainage basin of the Mississippi River that flows down and forms, if I can't use this thing very well, hypoxic zone. And the hypoxic zone is a dead zone that covers about 5,000 on average square miles. That's about 5 times the size of the Delta. So this is a very large area. The simple question, first of all, is how does this seasonal dead zone, which occurs mainly in the summer, affect fish in the region? And secondly, if we did something to reduce the nutrient loading and improve hypoxia, how would fish react to that? And a simple way of looking at this is the idea is if you reduce the nutrient loads, you will reduce hypoxia and it'll have a positive impact on fish. But of course, if you're reducing the nutrient loading, you're also reducing the source of primary production, and therefore that also might have an impact on the fish. That's the simple way of looking at it. We've been doing some studies to look at both what is the current impact of hypoxia on fishes and also what might happen in the future by linking it to a 3D hydrodynamic model. I'm only going to talk a little bit today about the habitat models. Kim is doing the work on the ecosystem ecospace, so she can answer your questions on that component of the work. So when you think about fish habitat quality, you hear that term used a lot. What is habitat quality? The National Marine Fisheries Service defines essential fish habitat quality fairly explicitly And growth is one of the measures that that they use as an indicator of fish habitat quality. So I'm going to use the term fish growth rate potential, which basically is if you put a fish in a chunk of water, how well would that fish grow in that water? And that's going to be the measure of the habitat quality for that species in that particular chunk of water. And certainly we know that fish growth rate is a integrative response to environmental and biological components of the environment. It also relates directly to survival or reproductive capacity. It's based on a fish's vital needs. It's going to differ among species and life stages and vary across time and space, dependent on the environmental conditions. And it's a nonlinear response to physical and biological factors. And that's really critically important. And let me illustrate that. This is just the bioenergetics of a salmon. And it's typical of most other species that when you look across temperature, the various components that contribute to physiological cost or growth is shown in the various colors. Growth is actually the, can you see that? Oh, good. Growth is the orange stuff in here. It's very nonlinear. It typically drops off rapidly at certain temperatures. If you cut off the food supply, the net growth is going to be changed. The first figure was if you gave them all the food they could have, and the second is shown here. That's a non-linear response. If you think about trying to take average temperatures and figure out how fish would grow, you can't really do that because it's a non-linear response. And this is illustrated again here for striped bass, which is a critter in the delta. This is the growth response across temperature and oxygen for striped bass if you gave them unlimited food supply. There are clearly areas where they will not grow, no matter how much food is available. The fact that you have this kind of a response, growth response, means that you have to look at your habitat at a very fine spatial and temporal scale, because you cannot average across, complex systems, because the average environmental condition is going to give you some sort of a growth, but it's not going to be related to the growth that that they're really experiencing. This illustrates that, but in the interest of time, I'll skip that. So what we do is divide the habitat into very small components. Whether you're talking about a transect here or 3 dimensions, you divide the water into a very presumably uniform chunk of water, and then run our models in that. And the models consist of looking at prey density, looking at water temperature, oxygen, running that through a species-specific foraging model to turn it into consumption, run it through a growth model, and get growth rate potential measured in that unit. And then we do that across all the units and get maps of fish habitat quality. When we're out there looking at the system, this is one of the ways we map the underlying conditions. And this is in oceanographic conditions, and so we use underwater acoustics to measure prey abundance continuously. We use an undulating system that uses an optical plankton counter to measure zooplankton and chlorophyll and a variety of the other things. And then we put that together in maps. This is just a coverage of that area, and the transects here are showing the oxygen concentrations. It's clearly across depth and across region. It is a complex system. It's also, I can tell you, very dynamic. This is a snapshot. Part of this work, though, I know this is a food web study. We also collected 4,000 stomachs. We analyzed all those. That data has been published, so I won't dive into that, but it does provide some of the information we use in our analyses, and particularly in some of the ecosim and ecospace modeling that's being done. So let's just look at 2 species. These are 2 top predators, the striped bass you're all familiar with, and a bluefish. Quite different bioenergetics. And let's look at just one of those transects. The top left here, this is about a 50-kilometer transect, shows the, I believe that's the oxygen concentration. The top right is the temperature. And this is a measure of prey density as estimated by fish acoustics. And the lower right is what that would look like to a bluefish. The red areas are areas of high growth rate potential or high habitat quality. And so that's what it looks like for a bluefish. If you take that same underlying information and look at a striped bass, that's what it looks like to the striped bass. There's only a very small area where they have any positive growth at all. And the reason for that is because the temperatures are just too warm in this case for them to feed. And so you can begin to start compiling different species to see how they would react to the same underlying conditions. So food resources virtually mean nothing to this species because they can't physiologically use them. And so we begin to put together a whole bunch of different species that have different bioenergetics and feeding capacities. And this is how these three species respond with the same temperature, oxygen, and prey density conditions. And one can think about this when you put back in a food web perspective. This is a way to look at something like competition. Again, we're measuring habitat quality. And if you have a couple of species that have a high overlap in where they're in good habitat quality, they both use the same habitats or they both have habitat quality that highly overlaps, you could think that's evidence of potential competition. Or if they don't overlap at all, well, maybe they don't compete that much. I know that's a very simplistic view, but it is a way to move forward. We also talked about, Kenny mentioned the predation risk. You could take the striped bass model. This is a map of their consumption potential. This is if we gave them all the food they could possibly eat. This is what they would eat at different temperature and oxygen conditions. Clearly, there are areas where they won't feed at all. And if one took a measurement, for example, in the delta of just temperature and oxygen, one could map out predation risk based on the physiology of the striped bass and get a full 3D map of predation risk. You still need to know where the striped bass are, but this is the potential predation risk from that species. So I'm going to jump now and look at the 3D hydrodynamic model. That was looking at what exists. Now we're going to ask the question, what would happen if we changed the nutrient loads? So here is a 3D hydrodynamic water quality model. It has 163,000 cells. It's three-dimensional. It's run daily over 16 years are the base conditions. And it produces daily output in all those cells of many of the things we're looking at, including phytoplankton and zooplankton. And I won't go into the components that produce phytoplankton and zooplankton. This is the model. There's a number of publications on that. This is what some of that kind of data looks like. And the top layer here is the chlorophyll, and then this is the oxygen. The days are ticking by very slowly. This is a summer phenomenon. So if we jump to like one day, August 18th, you can see the bottom complexity in hypoxic area. Temperature would also be very complex. And this is very similar to what we see when we actually go out there and measure in the field. This is a 1 day, one snapshot. It is complex, but it is, but that doesn't make it that we can't model it. So what I'm going to show you now is taking two species, in this case, the menhaden and the anchovy, and see how the system responds if we reduce the total nutrient loading into the Northern Gulf of Mexico by 20% and by 40%. 40%, I think, is one of the goals that management is looking at, which costs billions and billions of dollars to that watershed area in order to reduce the nutrients that go into that system. And the question is, what would the impact be on some of the fish? Menhaden, these are both pelagic fish. The menhaden feeds on phytoplankton. The anchovy feeds largely on zooplankton. So here's just an example looking at the surface temperature, and this I think is just running for the month of August perhaps, and oxygen, the phytoplankton, the zooplankton, and how the habitat quality of the menhaden and anchovy change over the course of that. You can see they don't respond similarly to the underlying conditions. It's very dynamic. It's very complex. Remember, this is happening in 3 dimensions. I could look at the bottom layer as well. And again, we're running this for current conditions over the 16 years and then under different levels of nutrient reduction. So if we take a snapshot again, this is in August for the menhaden. Interestingly enough, that when you reduce the nutrients and improve the oxygen, they actually have a benefit. Not a great benefit, but it's a benefit of 2.5% increase in mean growth, 7.5% But put that into perspective, there's a 7% sort of interannual variability. So when we're thinking about looking at changes, we need to also consider there are changes every year. The system is different every year, temperature-wise, and a variety of other things. That interannual variability, perhaps in this case, is at least as strong as what the changes would be for that species under the various scenarios we run. Anchovy, on the other hand, had a much bigger impact. This is 100% of loading, 80% loading, 60% loading, and this is zooplankton concentration. You can see there's quite a bit of a decline in zooplankton, which is reflected in the growth ability of the anchovy. Now, diving in, this is looking at it over a year, and I know it looks complex, but if you just dive in the 1 year, this is what the phytoplankton look like under regular conditions and in the green under a nutrient reduction strategy. You can see just first of all that things change seasonally. Here's the response of menhaden, which has a positive response. They grow better, but only in the late summer, early fall. If you look at the anchovy, they grow worse primarily in June. So that seasonal timing of things and the seasonal abundance of things is extremely important when you're looking at something as big as the kind of things we're talking about, oxygen and nutrient loading. There is a seasonal response which characterizes what is going on in the system. So that was a very rapid viewpoint, and this is one might ask the question, what does this all mean, and what can we extract from that for the delta? Everyone knows that species differ in their habitat needs, but I think there are ways one can begin to measure this, and you had to dive in and really look at the individual species, its vital needs, looking at it from a mechanistic point of view. Not all prey resources are equal or available to different species. Just increasing prey or changing prey resources are going to affect species differently. Some's going to have no effect, some's going to have a lot of effect. So I think when we think about looking at changing prey resources, there's going to be species-specific responses to that. And there's also going to be a time component to it. It's not just all more food is good. All the food web interactions, nearly all of them are nonlinear. That requires that spatial and temporal insight. One could wonder whether we could take the 3D hydrodynamic model for the delta and begin to use some of this process for some of the key species and modeling those. I want to say when we do that model over 12 years, over 163,000 cells on a daily basis, that's 1 billion model runs. It takes about an hour on a laptop. You know, it's a very, very, it's not a complex model. You're running a simple algebraic equation many times. And so it's not like a complex thing going on. It's doable. And then again, the time scales, I think the events, seasonal and interannual climate, they're going to be critically important in all of these things and how things respond. So I think I want to, in the beginning, the people on the list were the people that did all the work. And forgot to mention that. And these are the sponsors that have been funding our work. So I'm happy to take any questions if I have time.
Great. Thanks, Dave. Okay, first of all, do we have any questions from the audience about here?
Hi, Sean Acuna, Metropolitan Water District. I was wondering with these results, how did you use these results to help inform management decisions, and what management decisions came about, and how receptive were those recommendations from these models? I mean, I'm assuming you had some resistance to some of these results. So how did you move towards an actual decision?
You know, I don't know that we had resistance from these results. I think one of the things that I think was important in this whole process was that while we're doing this, Kim was also doing ecosystem ecospace using the same hydraulic model output, but doing a spatial coverage and using her food web models. And she was doing it, and we were surprised once we came together at a workshop, and we basically had the same results, the 4 to 5% kind of a change. We expected much more. We expected a much more impact when you reduce that amount of nutrients and when you reduce the hypoxic layers that much. It turns out there's some simple explanations. One is that even though the hypoxic area is 5,000 square kilometers. It's only a relatively small portion of the northern Gulf of Mexico, and it's only there a fraction of the year. So that when you think about it from that respect, a lot of these fish are growing year round, and that impact was far less than what we thought. The people making the decision I don't know that they've actually made a decision yet. It's EPA and others who are looking at how they're going to make these major decisions. Kim probably knows better.
There's a hypoxia task force. It's mainly led by the EPA, but it's a large group of agencies throughout the watershed. And I know they're meeting December 5, where they're receiving some of this information. And in anticipation of that, we've developed an output visualization tool that is kind of easier to scroll through some of the output when you select different scenarios. So we've invited them to meetings with us as well, so but they'll have their own meeting soon. So I think indeed we'll hear back. Or how we proceed.
Yeah, one of the things I think we did, which was effective right in the very beginning, we had advisory committee, advisory board, consisting of federal and state agency folks and others that we met regularly with and gave them updates. We've had workshops with them to not only explain the models, but to train them on how to run some of these models using R, so they can sit down and run the models themselves. So that was a collaboration from the very beginning, which made, I think, our results much more believable and acceptable because they were actually part of it. And they guided us on to which species we should be looking at, which we hadn't intended to look at, but we looked at them because that was something important to them.
Well, thanks, Steve. I'm afraid we're out of time for questions, but of course, Steve will be here for the next couple of days and probably beyond. So if you want to follow up, we can do that. So our next presenter today is Doran Mason, who's going to tell us a little bit about climate effects on food webs and fisheries in the Great Lakes. That's great, you guys.
Good morning. So I'm just going to give a brief overview of some of the work that we're currently doing. So I'm not going to give you absolute results, although I will show some results. I also want to credit the co-authors that you see on this title slide. They're the ones that are doing the work. I'm just out here to talk about it. So what I'm going to go through is I want to provide just to acquaint you with what's going on in the Great Lakes, management in the Great Lakes, and how this Earth system modeling framework, as I'm going to describe, fits into the management agenda. I'm going to first talk about the Great Lakes, let you know a little bit of something about the Great Lakes, educate you about the Great Lakes, the fisheries management philosophy procedure, which they go through, and questions dealing with management needs. Then I'll introduce the Earth system modeling and show some examples of recent results. So the Great Lakes, they're the largest freshwater system in the world. They're big. They're essentially inland seas. Not as big as the Gulf of Mexico, but they are big. The combined coastline, and I borrowed this actually from one of Steve's earlier presentations long ago, but it's really interesting if you look at the shoreline along the eastern coast, the shoreline for the Great Lakes, it stretches the entire length of the eastern coast, Atlantic coast, and then some. The 5 Great Lakes span gradient productivity from extremely oligotrophic to eutrophic. So we have that trophic gradient across when we look at the embayments and throughout the entire Great Lakes. It supports a $7 billion fishery, annual fishery, which includes both the recreation and the commercial. And the primary species, we know we have to look at the primary species that managements deal with are the salmon, the Chinook, coho, steelhead, lake trout, walleye, yellow perch, and lake whitefish. So fisheries management within the Great Lakes is sort of management by committee. And this is all coordinated through the Great Lake Fishery Commission. The Great Lake Fishery Commission is a binational organization that coordinates fisheries management for each of the Great Lakes across, I mean, not only across international borders, US and Canada, and also across the states. It manages each lake specific to that particular lake based on fish community objectives. And these fish community objectives incorporate sort of an ecosystem-based approach before it was even labeled ecosystem-based approach. So they're concerned with not only what's happening with the fish production, but what's happening with the primary producers, the secondary producers, and all the resources that feed into the fish. And the other thing is they each have lake committees as a coordinated again through the Great Lake Fishery Commission. But this coordination is amongst the states and provides guidelines for management decision for within each one of those states. In general, they tend to follow those guidelines, but there are slight deviations based on other information for requirements for each one of the states. So fisheries management, especially in particular in the Great Lakes, they basically manage from 1 to 3 years out. But more recently with climate, we've heard about that, climate, changes in nutrient loads. They're starting looking beyond, extending beyond those 1 to 3 year time span in which they make the decision to try to get set up to what might happen next. So a lot of the management needs now are based on questions that deal with what are the nutrient target loads that will optimize, say, water quality concerns as well as fish production. And how do we manage for that? And when you get into invasive species, the Great Lakes have a lot of invasive species in terms of prevention, control, eradication. Should we worry, for example, about species X if it were to get in the Great Lakes? An example of that is the invasive carp, silver carp, big head carp, black carp. They're not in the Great Lakes now, but they're on the border line to get in the Great Lakes. Managers want to know if they get into the Great Lakes, are they going to cause a problem? This also goes to, you can call non-native species, especially in the context of climate change, where you have range expansions of non-native species, native species to the US, non-native to the Great Lakes, but through climate change, they have a range expansion. So they're going to have implications if they get into the Great Lakes. Managers want to know what's going to happen so they can plan accordingly. The other thing is too, and what's happening in the Great Lakes, a particular invader, which everybody's heard a lot of, the dracaenid mussels, zebra mussels, quagga mussels. They've changed the entire food web within the Great Lakes. But now there's a real emphasis on actually reducing their biomass in the Great Lakes. So now managers are asking to what degree, what percentage biomass decrease do we need to do for these dracaenid mussels in order to achieve a particular fisheries objective? So they want to know the answer to that. And a lot of these, again, especially in the context of climate change, is, okay, we have to start making these decisions and thinking forward in the context that our climate is going to change and everything else and what's its effect in terms of what's going on in all the above questions. And this basically then begs for a scenario-based forecasting approach. Our approach to this is more like ensemble modeling, much you see like a hurricane forecast, is you throw a lot of different models out there. They each have their strengths and their weaknesses. And you look to see how they all interact independently and how they interact together. When the different modeling approaches, say from simplistic to more complex, when they converge on a solution, that tells you something. But equally, if they don't converge on a solution, that tells you something as well. But they work on their strengths and their weaknesses, and they work on it together. So in our lab, we work from simple models, from just statistical models, to models similar to the bioenergetics that Steve just talked about, as well as getting into individual-based, agent-based models for single species, multiple species, food web models, and then all the way up to ecosystem models, including linking with, it can't go backwards, in social economic models. But of course, when you're talking about Earth system model, you're talking about a very complex model. So why work on simple when you can work on very complex? So what we're doing now in the Great Lakes is we're developing a Great Lakes Earth system model that integrates climate, watershed, lake physics, chemistry, the biogeochemistry in the water, ecology, management, and the social economics. And the goal of this is to forecast past, current, and future ecosystem conditions from the current and future climate scenarios and in the context of other stressors. Those being nutrients, those being invasive species, those being expansion of non-native species. Disseminate these results for planning and management of the Great Lakes resources and evaluate climate resilience within the Great Lakes. So this is just a simple schematic showing a much more complex modeling framework where you have the climate models, you have the watershed models, you have the hydrodynamics model, that's FBCOM, ICE, and that stands for what we use as a finite volume community ocean model. And it includes an ice module because it gets cold in the Great Lakes during the winter. And this all feeds into an Atlantis ecosystem modeling framework. And that's what I'm going to be talking about today. And this is also can be linked, and we do link this with social economic models. So what is the Atlantis ecosystem modeling framework? It's a deterministic, dynamic, three-dimensional end-to-end model that integrates the physics, the geochemistry, the ecology, fisheries management, and assessment and economics. It's modular by design. If you look at the figure on the right, you see the modularity in this particular framework. It goes from the defining the three-dimensional spatial domain, that's in the model geometry, up to lake physics submodule, which is basically takes the input from any sort of hydrodynamics model, which would include the circulation, water temperature, or any other features that you get output from those hydrodynamics model. And then the biological model, which basically is the food web. The green planes represent those that are required for the Atlantis ecosystem modeling framework. The others with the harvest submodule, assessment submodule, the economics modules, those are not required, but are add-ons. This has been basically was originally developed by Beth Fulton. She's now with Cicero, and there's over 30 of these models worldwide, have been developed worldwide. Some of the highlights and features of this, this framework it has passively effective tracers such as oxygen, nutrients, these passive particles or tracers that move basically with the circulation processes. There's active tracers. We consider these the mobile nekton, the mobile fishes, and they respond to various rules within the model. Then you have primary producers that depend on nutrients, light, space, species-specific growth rate, and mortality. Predation in the food web is determined by predator-prey interaction matrix, much like what Kim was talking about in the ecosim, ecospace, where it requires a predation matrix. Maintenance cost is modeled. Early life history stages are not modeled, but instead there's stock recruitment relationships within the model for each species. Applications, like mentioned before, are best suited for scenario-based evaluation of competing forcing factors and simulating what-if scenarios with the implications and trade-offs associated with competing management options and policies. So once this model is developed, you can sit down with managers. And of course, along the process, they're also involved in the parameterization and development of the models, the framework. But look at different management scenarios and run out those scenarios and start looking at least qualitatively what might one expect. The framework has been used for fisheries assessment and management, assessment of ecosystem indicators, evaluation of marine protected areas, and the effects of multiple stressors, these being climate, invasive species, fishing pressure, ocean acidification, eutrophication, and also the oil spills. So now leaping into what we're doing right now in the context of the Great Lakes, we currently have developed a model, but we're still refining it in the Atlantis ecosystem framework for Lake Michigan. This is just a schematic that just shows that it includes climate, hydrodynamics, biogeochemistry. It helps out map habitat, food web interactions, as well as a fishery submodel. So one of the 3 required modules within the Atlantis framework is basically defining the 3-dimensional domain. That's what we have here, the model geometry, the model domain. The model for Lake Michigan is divided up to 35 polygons, horizontal polygons, and these are defined by state boundaries, management, fish management districts, as well as certain isobaths. The isobaths are defined, if we look to the right, that's the vertical dimension and depth. We have the 30-meter isobath, 30-meter contour, which defines the nearshore region. Then offshore from the 30 meters defines the offshore region. And then when you look in the vertical dimension, we have 6 strata. So we have 35 horizontal polygons, 6 depth strata, and the depth strata are defined by a lot of the dynamics within the system, such as thermal stratification, where you have thermal stratification setting up greater than 40 meters. And then, oh my gosh, Kim took longer too. And then below 40 meters, we have what we get into the hypolimnion. This is just quickly through the parameterization, some of the calibration. In general, the model fits okay. There's some instances where it doesn't. But for example, with the Bithotrephes, is an invasive predaceous cladoceran within the Great Lakes. But in general, it's not doing too bad. So what does this mean in potential climate change effects? What we expect in the Great Lakes are changes in water levels, shorter winters, meaning longer ice-free periods, warmer water temperatures, a higher risk of hypoxia, and longer lake stratification period. That is reduced vertical mixing. And this is important in the context that we have the extremes in vertical mixing within the Great Lakes. These 3 graphs show the water column integrated vertical mixing coefficient, whereas the red is the highest vertical mixing, so complete water column mixing. As you get to the blues, then it's reduced substantially. And you see during the winter months without stratification, you have very high whole water mixing, vertical mixing, which helps recirculate a lot of the nutrients from the sediments. But the vertical mixing is now well integrated in Atlantis. So this was one of the first steps that we took in towards moving towards our climate change forecasting capability. It's important given the predicted increase of stratification that we would expect in the Great Lakes and in Lake Michigan, to the degree most extreme event where Lake Michigan might become permanently thermally stratified. So we want to know is how important vertical mixing for Lake Michigan food web. We generated a curve or a coefficient that we fed into the Atlantis framework that basically help with the vertical mixing. Gray lines are observations and the dashed line represents the time varying vertical mixing coefficient. So these are the results. What did we learn? So what we have on the graph is we have 2 graphs. The bottom one is the lower trophic level. The top one is the upper trophic level. We have species or groups along the horizontal axis. Vertical axis, we have percent change in biomass from a reference point. The reference point is the Atlantis framework without the addition of the time varying vertical mixing coefficient. When that's the dashed lines are 5% on either side as an arbitrary reference point. When it's positive, that means mixing's good. When it's negative, it's not so good for that particular species. And what we're defining right now is the reference dashes. If it's in between that, it's probably little change. A couple things jump out at you is one, if we look at the lower trophic level, we see that they have the greatest response to mixing, especially the zooplankton. I note that the vertical axis between the upper and lower trophic levels, the scale is different. It's much larger for the lower trophic level. And when we get down to lower trophic levels as well, we see the zooplankton have a great response to the vertical mixing, but the benthic invertebrates has a much less. So we see, and what we might expect with recirculation of nutrients off the bottom, it's the pelagic system that benefits. And then we look at the upper trophic level of the fish. We see that there are some winners, there are some losers, and there are some that just don't seem to care. What we see with the Chinook, a pelagic predator, they benefit from having increased vertical mixing. Whereas there's some species, such as the walleye yellow perch, don't seem to. We'll not talk about that, not talk about that. But what we're doing is we're continuing to develop our framework to include the ice effects on the food web, which includes winter phytoplankton production, zooplankton production, and some species actually require a cold, ice-covered winter in order to successfully reproduce. We're going to improve the spatial and temporal vertical mixing in our hydrodynamics model. Continue to work on the downscaling of our global climate models, and to continue to work with linking our social economics and add the watershed model. Just to wrap up, the Earth System Framework is best used as scenario-based exercise to evaluate competing factors or the effects of multiple factors. It integrates physics, chemistry, biology, fisheries management, assessment, and economics in a three-dimensional domain. The approach is extremely complex and is best used in the context of multiple modeling approaches. So this is important because it's very complex. But if we take the ensemble modeling approach, again, much like hurricane forecasting, from the more simple to more complex, that provides us additional information, additional confidence in what our scenario-based projections might say. And this application is best used in concert with discussions with interactions with managers to define needs and competing issues that they contend with. Thank you.
Thanks, Doran. Unfortunately, once again, we are out of time for questions. I think the organizing committee is going to have to re-examine its assumption that people can condense years and years and decades of research into 15 minutes and then expect questions. So next time we'll get those. Okay, next, Andre is going to tell us about using fishery ecosystem models in the Northwest Atlantic. So.
All right, well, hopefully people can manage their hunger for a little while longer. I am an associate professor at Cal Poly Humboldt. I'm excited to talk to you about a case study of how we've used food web models to inform the management of Atlantic menhaden on the East Coast. To our knowledge, this is the first time that we've really integrated a food web model with single species management to inform reference points and tactical fisheries management. As with all these other talks, this is work that's involved a number of people that I'll acknowledge at the end and lots of institutions. So I played one role in this. So for those of you that aren't familiar with Atlantic menhaden, this is a schooling forage fish that we find on the East Coast. It's distributed very broadly from Florida up to Maine, as you can see on the map. Although the concentrations tend to focus more from North Carolina northward, and that's where the management focus tends to be. They're a filter feeder in the herring family, so they really link those lower trophic levels, phytoplankton, zooplankton, link that production up to higher trophic level predators, things like you see on the slide here, things like striped bass, weakfish and bluefish that are important sport fisheries. They also feed a variety of marine mammals from whales to dolphins and birds. And then they also support fisheries. And that's where the big tension comes into play, right? Menhaden are serving these important ecological roles within the system, a key food item for lots of predators, but they're also supporting the largest fishery on the East Coast. That fishery tends to focus on pursine, using pursine gear. 3/4 of the fishery is focused on reduction, where menhaden are cooked and oils are separated and fish meal is made. Products are sold throughout the world. And then there's also 1/4 of the fishery that focuses on catching menhaden as bait and selling them to other fishers. So given that we have these trade-offs in the services that menhaden provide, how do we balance these? How do we make management decisions? And that's where ecological reference points come in. So ecological reference points move beyond just a single species focus and account for broader ecosystem considerations. Now, a key part of the process in management for menhaden was really trying to bring stakeholders together to talk about what exactly are we wanting to achieve within this system? What are the ecosystem management objectives? And so in 2015, the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission, who's in charge of managing menhaden, brought together a diverse panel of stakeholders representing fishery representatives, management board members, scientists, et cetera. The public was able to provide their feedback. And these are the 4 overarching fundamental objectives that they decided on. First, on the left there, was to sustain menhaden to provide for fisheries. Second, to sustain menhaden to provide for predators. Third, provide stability for all types of fisheries. And then fourth, to minimize risk due to changing environment. And then within each of those fundamental objectives, they identified specific performance measures that could be used to indicate whether we're achieving those broad goals. The ASMFC also established a ERP working group to try to develop the methods to develop these ecological reference points. And after vetting a variety of different models, they settled on ecosystem models as being the best tool to evaluate the trade-offs between the fishery production as well as supporting predators. And that's where I came in. I was working at the Chesapeake Biological Lab for my postdoc, and it was really intended to build an ecosystem model of the Northwest Atlantic continental shelf, building upon past work that had been done. So I termed this the NWAX model. And you can see the spatial domain here along the Northeast US. So ranging from North Carolina up to the Gulf of Maine, and it includes the different estuaries along, but it's a single spatial domain. So really simplified compared to the presentations that we've seen. But we did use the EcoPath with EcoSim software as a starting point. Also, big complex system, hundreds of species, and we have to distill things down. So I brought things down to 61 different trophic groups, ranging from phytoplankton all the way up to whales and sharks. Different species groups, particularly those that were of management interest, we can separate them out into age classes to look at ontogenetic shifts in diets and in the fishery. And we also modeled 8 fishing fleets that target different groups. So we had data from 1982 to 2017. So we developed the model. We try to calibrate to the observed time series. I'm not going to show you any of that here. Tomorrow, we can get into the nuts and bolts of this in a later section. But once we feel like the model's doing a good job representing history, we can use it to project forward and look at different scenarios. So I had developed and published this full NWAX model, and there wasn't a lot of uptake within management. And so the next go round, we got a new grant, and we integrated with some other folks. And a key player was bringing on Dave Shigaris at the University of Florida. And what Dave led was taking this full ecosystem model and simplifying it down to what we call the MICE model, a model of intermediate complexity for ecosystem services, the MICE model. So let's focus in on the species groups that we have the best data for, focus on the key predators that are managed by ASMFC, and have a more nimble model that we can adjust, update, and run scenarios with that isn't as bulky as the large model. Okay, so we're developing these tools. Let's circle back to this idea of ecological reference points. I told you that an ecosystem objective was to sustain menhaden to provide for predators. That's a nice broad goal, but what predators do we want to sustain? At what level do we want to sustain them? Those are challenging questions. And one of the approaches that we took to answer that as the scientists was, okay, let's see which predators in the system are most sensitive to changes in menhaden fishing. So we used the full broad model to assess that. And on the x-axis on this plot here, you can see we dialed up menhaden fishing mortality as a multiplier here. So we're ramping up fishing mortality as you move to the right. On the y-axis, we have the biomass of these different species groups relative to their status quo biomass. So anything below that horizontal line indicates species that are negatively affected. So we definitely had some species that had weak responses, things like bluefish, weakfish, many others, but we identified a few groups that were really sensitive to changes in menhaden fishing. Obviously menhaden, because they're being targeted, but striped bass was a key predator that was dramatically affected by changes in menhaden fishing, as well as nearshore piscivorous birds, things like osprey, pelicans, cormorants, etc. So we decided to focus our attention on sustaining menhaden for striped bass, given the results for this full model. And the idea was that other predators would be benefited because they're responding less than striped bass. It's always important to note that there's no single correct answer, right? We're balancing trade-offs and decisions have to be made. So really it's a continuum of options that are available along a trade-off frontier. So with that identified, we used the MICE model to run some projections for 40 years, varying striped bass and menhaden fishing mortality rates. And the plot you see here projects striped bass biomass when you hold striped bass fishing at their target fishing mortality, or F. And this is through time. So the black solid line that you see is the changes historically, and then the colored lines represent what happens as we dial up fishing on menhaden. So the red projections here represent intense fishing on menhaden, and if we stop fishing on menhaden, we have the blue lines there. So the horizontal lines that are dashed represent the target biomass and threshold biomass for striped bass. And so we can tune and dial in what fishing mortality for menhaden do we want to achieve these objectives for striped bass. So on this next plot, I'm going to take a slice, if you will, at that equilibrium year after 40 years. So on the x-axis now we have menhaden fishing mortality rate, and on the y-axis we have striped bass biomass relative to their target. So the horizontal line at 1 here represents maintaining striped bass at their target. So the black line represents this trade-off curve of what happens to striped bass as we dial up fishing on menhaden. And that's what we use to define these ERPs. We had a target F and a threshold F that was tied to what was the target and threshold biomass for striped bass. So those are the vertical blue dashed lines. So those were the ERPs. And you can see how they compare to the single species target and threshold reference points for menhaden, which are the vertical red lines here. So the ERPs were more conservative than the single species approaches, but they were still allowed for greater fishing compared to this green vertical line, which is what the estimate was for the 2017 fishing mortality rate. From these ERPs, we feed that back into the single species model, which is far more detailed, and then tactical management advice, including things like total catch limits, quotas, et cetera, can be produced by the single species model. And we do acknowledge that different assumptions about the ecosystem conditions can lead to different ERPs, and we explored some of that, but I'm not going to present that here. So in 2020, the management board adopted these ERPs. To our knowledge, again, it was the first time this was done in the US to use a food web model for tactical single species management decisions. We see this as a great incremental step towards more holistic ecosystem-based fisheries management, but there's still a long way to go. For true EBFM, lots of changes would be needed, both within the models, but also within the management structure. So coming up here in 2025 is the benchmark stock assessment for Atlantic menhaden. We got some more funding to continue work on this front. So the ecosystem models are going to be updated using new data, new models. We're going to build in some primary production forcing and seasonality. We're going to develop spatial versions of the mice model. Dave Shigaris is leading that. It's going to range in complexity from a very simple 12-box model to a really high resolution model along the coast. And then we'll use these tools to develop scientific recommendations for management, doing those trade-off analyses and addressing specific management questions. I want to acknowledge that a lot has gone in, and this is a big simplification. A lot of things were happening with regard to management and the scientific progress. I'm not going to get into this right now. I wanted to leave you with a couple key lessons that we had from this process. Again, there's a lot of detail here. I'm just going to point out a couple things. And I saw this mentioned in some of the earlier talks. It's really important to engage managers and stakeholders earlier, bring people to the table so that there can be a unified vision of where we want to head. We also used a multi-model approach to see how well these different tools are agreeing or disagreeing. We heard that in a previous talk. It's important to quantify uncertainty. And maybe the last area here that I want to mention is that we want to embrace incremental progress. We're not going to take a huge leap in one shot. So we got to build on things. That's what we're excited to kind of try to build in some spatial components. But a lot of work goes into this. There's definitely a lot of people to acknowledge and thank. So I have some of the key players listed here. I have some key references that we can share out if folks are interested. But with that, I appreciate your attention. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Andre. Well, believe it or not, we have time for a couple questions. None from the room. That's surprising. Oh, okay.
Thanks. Thanks for the talk. Curious if what type, how you talked about a little bit at the end, updating models, and I'm curious is it targeted studies that you're using to update the models? Is it ongoing monitoring?
Yeah, I'll talk a little bit more about data sources tomorrow, but yeah, we use everything from stock assessments to surveys and past models. The range of uncertainty varies dramatically throughout the food web, but we're just trying to use the best available data that we have. And that's one of the things that's important to try to establish a method that allows for easy update, which admittedly I didn't do. So that's going to be one of the focuses for this next go round. Thanks.
Okay. Other questions?
Hi, I'm Dan Ellis from IEP Synthesis. One thing I thought was interesting about your model is how linear it was in the model projections as compared to the prior data set. And I was wondering, do you think that's due to a lack of knowledge of the system, or is there, like, what do you think that might be due to?
Yeah, linear in the sense of kind of a tight correlation between striped bass and menhaden. Yeah, well, with the future projections, I don't have it up here. With the future projections, we change the fishing mortality rates and allow the system to stabilize. So we would expect that. Historically, we do see lots of changes for some of the species, and we try to tune the model to match the observed data that we have. We did run into problems where, spatial overlap, spatial temporal overlap, the model might predict something when we wouldn't expect it, given that species aren't going to be overlapping. That's one of the things we want to deal with the spatial component.
We have time for one more. Okay, if not, well, thank you very much. Okay, our final speaker this morning is Stan Gregory, talking about restoration of food webs in the Columbia River Basin.
Thank you, Bob, and thank you, everyone. I'm in a dangerous place. I'm the only thing that stands between you and lunch and the next break, so I'll try to make this as painless as possible. I appreciate being invited to come down for the next 2 days of discussion of food webs here in the Delta. And I work up in the Columbia Basin, and I have been serving for the last several years on the Independent Scientific Advisory Board for the Fish and Wildlife Program of the Northwest Power and Conservation Council in the Columbia Basin, that was formed to mitigate and restore for the hydro system in the Columbia Basin. And I've served on that scientific advisory board for several years with Bob Nyman, Kenny Rose in the back. And so if you have questions about some of the things I bring up, you have other targets to buttonhole. I will be presenting this, but Bob Nyman led the development of a report on food webs for the Independent Scientific Advisory Board in 2011. Still available. It's up online. A very thorough report. And so obviously, Bob was a major leader in developing a food web perspective for the Columbia Basin. So all through my presentation, you will barely see his lips moving, but he will have a lot to contribute to what I'm saying. They published a summary of this report in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Science the following year. And it's a very interesting paper. I encourage you to take a look at it in terms of a framework for considering food webs in a large river system from its headwaters to its estuary. They produced an example of a food web for the Columbia River system. And you can kind of see its complexity from the lower trophic levels through the higher trophic levels. I realize you're focusing on the higher trophic levels, but I have great difficulty separating lower from higher trophic levels. It's a food web. And so we're talking about connections. And so forgive me, I will be blurring that a lot in my presentation today. And they created an example from this. Dave Beauchamp was one of the members of the ISAB at the time and one of the co-authors of this report. And they used a bioenergetics model to look at the food demand of just a simple example of spring and summer Chinook salmon moving from the upper Columbia River and Snake down to the estuary, or down to Bonneville, actually, not even that full length from the confluence of the Snake and the Columbia down to Bonneville Dam. And so from Lower Granite Dam down to Bonneville is about 460 kilometers. They release or about 9 million hatchery and wild Chinook moved down. They use an example from 2008. Takes them about 13 days to migrate. And there's a real tendency throughout the West Coast to view salmon as moving down our big rivers like they're moving through a pipe. And we're just trying to get them through the pipe as fast as we can. And we think that food resources don't matter, which couldn't be further from the truth. And so they found that the total food requirement for these migrating salmon was 166 metric tons for this migration period, just to move down. This isn't how much it took to get them up to that point of migrating. This is just for them to migrate from the Snake River down to Bonneville Dam. And I'll be talking about this in just a minute. There was another fish species, a non-native in the Columbia. They looked at the food requirements for shad, for American shad in the Columbia, and in 2008, and they weren't as abundant in 2008 as they are now. It took somewhere around 25 to 50 metric tons during summer to support shad. So you can see the potential for interactions between species that are illustrated by this. Now I'm going to give you a quick snapshot of just some of the food web considerations so that and you can ask any of us about these in more detail if you want, but these are instances where people have been looking at food web relationships in management and restoration. One of them is piscivorous birds, Caspian terns, double-crested cormorants, pelicans, seagulls are major predators on salmon and steelhead in the Columbia River Basin. And so they have been looking at the food webs and the degree to which there is compensation for mortality that they impose on salmon, on migrating salmon through these predators in the system. So avian predators are a major factor in these food webs that often don't get considered. And there are a number of important food web analyses and analyses of compensation that have occurred for Pacific salmon as a result of piscivorous birds. Another that I have great concerns about as an ecologist, I love native fish communities, but people found that the native northern pike minnow were consuming a large number of smolts of salmon and steelhead as they migrated downstream. And so they created a bounty system throughout the entire main stem of the Columbia, where you can go out, sport fishers can go out and be paid for catching large pike minnow that are potential predators. This last year, the top fisher person received over $100,000 for their that single person's capture of pike minnow. Now, regardless of how I feel about a bounty on a native fish, they have looked at the food web component of that to see what these fish are consuming and also what some of the non-native predators are feeding on. And they're seeing some evidence now in the John Day Reservoir, for instance, of some compensatory responses where, yes, they are controlling the large pike minnow, but the smallmouth bass and walleye are increasing. And Lane and Ken Tiffin, working at the confluence of the Snake River, has found that smallmouth are having a major impact on predation on salmon. But he's found in recent years that sand rollers, a native fish, have provided a bit of a buffer for the salmon, that the smallmouth have been eating more sand rollers, which points toward the need to consider the full fish community rather than just one or two focal species. American shad is another example where food webs have come in. There was an example in Bob's paper with his other co-authors back in 2012. The shad came up to the Columbia River. Obviously, they're a native on the East Coast. They were brought into the Sacramento in 1871. By 1875, they made it their own way up to the Columbia River system. And they were in low numbers for many years until the completion of the hydro dams on the John Day River system, the John Day Reservoir. And now we have shad from the estuary up to Priest Rapids on the upper Columbia and up through Lower Granite on the Snake River system. And so they're now widespread in the system, and they're quite numerous. In recent years, there's been more than almost 8 million shad returning to the Columbia River system. We now have more shad returning than all other anadromous fish species combined in the Columbia River system. And so one of the obvious questions is, are they having a negative impact on the native fish communities and the native aquatic ecosystem? And so we did take a look at the available information on the food web and food resources. We found there were some places for potential competition, either along the edges of the large rivers and reservoirs or down in the estuary, but we actually found no conclusive negative evidence of negative impact on the native communities yet. I mean, or we have no evidence. We have a report that's out on that. If you want to see it, it's part of the Independent Scientific Advisory Board reports, and we have a manuscript that's being currently reviewed. I want to give a brief example of most of those were what I consider predator perspectives of food web interactions. I want to present a couple of examples that show consideration of both upper and lower trophic levels. This one example I will briefly present is from the Methow, but the person who led this research is actually speaking tomorrow, Ryan Belmore, and so I'm just going to briefly present this. I am not presenting any of David Beauchamp's bioenergetic work. It's had a major role in the Columbia River system, but he also will be speaking tomorrow. Ryan has been working on the Methow River in the upper Columbia, and he's been looking at a series of floodplain habitats in the Methow and looking at how we can restore those floodplain habitats and what the possible fish responses and aquatic community responses will be to restoration of floodplain habitats. And so he has actually sampled and developed food webs for those different habitats associated with those floodplain reaches. Here's an example from the main channel. And as you can imagine, these arrows represent the organic matter flow per year. And so that's for the main channel. Here's an example from connected side channels. The species of fish differ. The connections all differ in terms of transfer of energy. And here's a disconnected side channel that's not connected to the main stem. And again, you see a different food web relationship and transfer of energy from the invertebrate community up to the fish predators in these habitats. He also found that the communities in these different habitats differed, as you might imagine, which had implications for those food web connections and the strength of interaction of predators and their prey. And so you've got a complex of different kinds of habitats with a complex of different kinds of prey species and different timing of interaction. And so it creates a fairly complicated system to unravel. So he has developed a model, an ecosystem model of this floodplain river system and published on this. There's a photo of Ryan gacking a fish, but he's looked in this model looking at the full ecosystem from the primary producers and the tidal resources all the way up through the higher trophic levels, and examined through this model the response to different restoration actions. And I leave it to you to talk more to Ryan and get his publications, but he looked at the influence of restoring the riparian forest, restoring by adding carcasses for the salmon carcasses that are now missing because they're not returning to the upper Columbia, or side channel, addition of side channels in this simplified floodplain. And he found that actually, and he looked with the influence of invasive invertebrates, or non-native invertebrates and non-native fishes, or without those. And he found that of all these, he compared using the model, that side channel addition had the greatest positive influence on the fish response. I'll now shift to the lower Columbia estuary. Many of you may have worked with these, many of the people here. I've spoken with Dan Bottom and Cy Simonstead in developing this presentation. And the lower Columbia River estuary and their ecosystem restoration program has been working from Bonneville Dam down to the mouth of the Columbia. They've identified different biogeomorphic regions of that lower river. They have been restoring it. This gives an idea of the amount of native habitat, the recovery challenged habitats, the areas they've considered recoverable. So their game plan for doing this, the expert regional technical group, ERDIG, has developed a landscape principles restoration strategy for the lower Columbia, and they have a prioritization system for prioritizing where they restore, and they use this also as a basis for their monitoring program and following the effective restoration. They have found in the lower Columbia, they have diverse food resources, and there had been a traditional focus on zooplankton or phytoplankton, zooplankton in the main channel, more of a pelagic perspective. But as they started looking at the food webs, they found that the detrital resources coming in from the margins were a huge portion of the organic matter coming into the lower estuary and had to be considered in their prioritization. So they developed this technique of stepping stones, of examining stepping stones in their restoration, considering both the habitat that's suitable for fish that are migrating, but also the food resources that are there and available to them. And they're now exploring the consequences, because it's great to have some food resources coming out of a wetland and coming into the main channel, and for fish to start aggregating at that point. But that also means that there's also a point for predators to aggregate and have an impact. And so it can be a two-edged sword. There's a recent paper out by Curtis Regner and Johnson on looking at the contribution of different sources of organic matter from the wetlands to fish in the lower Columbia. And they first looked at the transport of prey out of these wetlands, and they found that the bright green or turquoise that you see there are chironomids, for instance. Huge input of chironomids coming off the wetlands, an important food resource for salmon. But at the same time, then they looked at the energy density of those food resources and found that the chironomids had actually lower energy content than a number of the other aquatic insects. So when they looked at energy, it shifted the relative importance of the food resources coming out. And so you have to look at more just who's eating what, but also what is the energy that's being provided from those sources. And they're finding that the wetlands along the river are tremendous sources of energy. So what are the challenges for as we go forward in the Columbia? These may be some of the same challenges that you face. One of ours is to develop better information about the entire food web, bottom to top, and considering the productivity of the system, not just who's eating what. Contaminants and bioaccumulation of contaminants. This was out of the paper that the ISAB turned out in 2011. But we have a tremendous amount of herbicides and pests and insecticides that are being used in the Columbia Basin. There's a lot of application, and a lot of it is along the rivers. There's a lot of wastewater treatment plants, and they're producing a lot of potentially toxic substances and that can have both lethal and sublethal effect. And the accumulation rates on floodplains are unknown. And so we're trying to restore floodplains, but we aren't paying attention to the toxic substances that may be there. Connectivity is a huge challenge for us. We have levees and dikes, tide gates and things along the lower Columbia. And so we tend to try to find ways to have connections, but we keep creating connections through narrow openings as opposed to the more historical flooding across broad floodplains. And so as a result, we end up piping things out. Even when we try to restore floodplains and wetlands, we end up piping things out through narrow openings, which creates some interesting ecological challenges. And I would point out connectivity from the headwaters to the ocean. There is no way that we can look at the lower Columbia River estuary as an isolated habitat. It's connected to everything coming down, and all the hydro system, all the changes we've made in the headwaters of the Columbia are greatly affecting what's happening in the lower Columbia estuary today. And then lastly, I would say our focal perspectives and the Columbia River system. I think we have a dominance of a focal perspective of food webs from the predator. And I think what we really need is a more balanced perspective of entire food webs, including the primary producers. And it's not just the biomass of primary producers. Remember, they're photosynthetic. And so their biomass cannot even be changing, but they're pumping energy into the food web. And so just chasing the biomass of benthic algae or even phytoplankton is not giving us the measure of the contribution of food. So these are some of the challenges we face, and I hope we continue to have exchange of information between the Columbia Basin and the Bay Delta. Thank you.
Thanks, Stan. Well, we have time for one quick question, and make it a good one, because Stan knows more about the Columbia than anybody I know. So this is your chance. No? All right. Kim.
Thank you. I was curious with the restoration scenarios with increasing riparian vegetation, was there temperature a factor in that scenario?
Well, the author of that paper is sitting right there. And so it is my understanding that the answer is yes, but I will let Ryan answer it. I have read the paper, but I haven't gotten into the details of his model.
I need to introduce myself. I'm Ryan Belmore, Forest Service researcher. The answer is actually no. And there's rationale for that. I can use more detail later, but the systems we were modeling are actually really wide. And so our assumption in the model was that the temperature effect would be actually negligible. So it's really looking at changes in contributions of calories coming into the system. How much more shading might you be getting? How many more calories of detritus or terrestrial insects might be coming in and fueling the food web at different levels? It would be interesting to represent that temperature feedback, obviously, particularly when we're modeling systems that are smaller and there's a lot of interaction with that riparian zone though.
Great. Well, thank you, Stan. And let's thank all the speakers before we break for lunch. And let's see, I'm not sure about the logistics for lunch. Perhaps Edmund, you could say a couple of words.
Yeah, just be over here. We'll, if you ordered lunch, come see me over here, and we'll provide you with your lunch that you ordered. Thank you.
Okay, very good. We'll see everyone again at 1:20.
Okay, welcome everyone back to our fish food web workshop. And for the newcomers, my name is Steve Brandt. I'll be moderating this session. And the next, for the rest of the afternoon, or most of the rest of the afternoon, we're going to be doing 2 panels. And to talk again, to try and make that link between food webs and either fisheries or ecosystem management issues. So the way these are going to work is I'm doing no introductions, and we'll start the with Zachary, and just go right down the line. You can each spend about 5 minutes introducing yourself and answering the key question, and then just more or less pass the baton down to the next person. And when we're through with the panel, then we will have an open discussion after that. So the key question you might want to know is what are the important, in this case, fisheries issues for the Delta, and what do we know about food web drivers, in particular food web drivers that might help inform management or assess the outcomes of management decisions. So where does the food webs play into that, and what are your key management issues that you're interested in? So I will start with that with Zachary.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zachary Emerson. I'm the Ecological Heritage Specialist for United Auburn Indian Community. I don't have any slides today, so I'll pass that clicker back to my other panelists here. But my background is in restoration ecology, traditional ecological knowledge, prescribed and cultural fire. So my passion is really the synthesis of the new and the old ways. So bringing together modern restoration ecology with traditional ecological knowledge. I think for me, those of you who will get to know me will quickly learn of my passion for cultural fire and my ability to somehow connect it to everything. So of course, that's going to be my main focus in addressing the fisheries management question. Really 2 main focal points, bringing indigenous management and indigenous voices into fisheries management, and focusing on the revitalization of cultural management pathways, especially cultural fire. And there may be some of you who don't feel that cultural fire or prescribed fire has a place in wetland plant communities. I'm here to encourage you to open your minds. There is a lot of, I hesitate to say controversy, rather lack of research, lack of literature around wetland burning in North America, but it has been practiced by indigenous peoples since time immemorial and has been a major driving force in establishing the plant communities and the heterogeneity of our Delta ecosystem. So really here to emphasize the importance of traditional ecological knowledge. It is its own form of science. It's actually much older than Western science, and it has been, like science, developed from a process of observation, trial and error over thousands and thousands of years. So, you know, as a restoration ecologist, I often find many projects that are undertaken by state and federal agencies are just looking to check the box. And when we engage cultural practitioners and tribal members in these projects, it greatly expands the benefits, not just for tribal communities, but for the wildlife and plant communities that we're trying to restore. And the reason for that is relationship to the land. No one has a deeper relationship to this place than the indigenous peoples that have been here for thousands and thousands of years. And I just cannot stress the importance of making these connections with tribal partners to focus on integrating traditional ecological knowledge into fisheries management and ecological restoration in general. One example of that is plant sourcing and plant pallets for wetland restoration. I think all too often I see your typical cookie cutter planting palette of willow pole cuttings, cottonwood pole cuttings, and maybe a little bit of cattail, and some other very commonly and overutilized wetland plant species. So when you talk to basket weavers and cultural practitioners, their deep knowledge of these native plants can greatly expand not just the planting palette for these projects, but the way that these projects are managed in the long term. So the other issue that I'll just briefly speak to is the lack of long-term management in many of these restoration projects. And that is at the core of indigenous lifeways, is this generational tending of the landscape. And I was just having a conversation with the Army Corps the other day about a restoration project and how, they were focused so much on implementation and hadn't actually thought about long-term management. So I would like to flip that. And I think we should be focusing on developing long-term management strategies before we even get to implementation, because all of that implementation is for naught if we're not actually maintaining and stewarding these places. So there's, I think, a lot of revitalization that we've seen with cultural fire and other indigenous lifeways, especially in the past decade. There's been a lot of headway with SB 332 and some of these other Senate bills that have helped to reduce liability for cultural fire practitioners. And of course, tribes are looking more and more to make our voices heard in academic literature. So you might be surprised how interested tribes are in collaborating, not just on management, but on research. And I'll just mention it because this is a very appropriate audience, but United Auburn Indian Community, Shingle Springs, we're very interested in working with researchers to actually develop an indigenous ecology lab in the Delta, where we can actually acquire some wetland acreage and actually be able to do some long-term research and help to highlight some of these indigenous management practices in the academic literature. Because problem is, most of the time we just don't have a seat at the table. So we would love to collaborate. It's just a matter of being invited to those conversations. So that might have been longer than 5 minutes, but grateful to be here, and I will pass the baton.
I'm Matt Nobriga. I work with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service here in Sacramento. I think because I work for the Fish and Wildlife Service, I got asked to say something about salvage and Delta smelt salvage, so I will. And then I'll pivot as fast as I can onto something more germane to the topic today. So Mike spoke earlier about agencies fighting yesterday's war, and I think that Delta smelt salvage is maybe the uber example of that. It's an issue that has largely been managed to a reasonable place, in some cases a long time ago. And yet it's still something that gets talked about a lot. So this is a figure made by a couple statisticians on my team, Will Smith and Leo Polanski. Comes from a Delta smelt life cycle model, and it's showing the proportion of the population that's been entrained from, or was entrained from 1995 to 2015 for 5 different life stages, earliest on the left, and then the pre-spawn adults on the right. The red line is a somewhat arbitrary but taken from the fisheries literature line, at which the proportion of total mortality that's in this, if you think of entrainment and water diversions, I hope most people know the Delta is famous for big water diversions. Above that red line, it's pretty hard to argue it's not a problem. Below it, it's less evidence that it's a problem. So you can see that for the early life stages, at least during this time period, for those later post-larvae, it was never a problem. And that's ironic because most of the salvage that was observed is that life stage. The early larvae problem was solved a long time ago. early 2000s, mid 2000s. The adults bounces around a little more, but there are limits in terms of biological benefit you're going to get for political heat you're going to take. And so even for that life stage where we're maybe bouncing around some problems sometimes during droughts, probably not going to get a whole lot more out of it. So Fred spoke to this earlier when he asked a question about when we're talking about food webs, are we really focused on these listed fishes? So I've got Chinook salmon and Delta smelt underlined on this graph of fish salvage at the big water diversions in the South Delta. And these are two older time periods. There's no point really in going after 2011 because there's really not that much salmon and Delta smelt salvage anymore. So you can see that, you know, even historically, these were minor components of the fish that were being taken on an annual basis. The system used to be very striped bass centric. I like to say that the especially the pre-overbite clam Bay Delta was striped bass's ecosystem. They owned it, they ran it, and everybody else got to pick up the scraps. After they started declining in the 1980s and 1990s, then you do see some, in that teal color, you see some things come up. Clupid fishes, the Menhaden striped bass connection was brought up in a talk earlier. So striped bass are kind of pre-adapted to deal with clupid prey, but also a couple what used to be cyprinids. I guess they're leucissids now. I'm not young, so I might say that wrong, but carp and split tail also popped up. Is that a cause and effect? Who knows? But you would expect that if a major thing in the ecosystem decreases in biomass, something else is going to come up. And that seems to be what happened. Also, there is a lot of science that happens in this ecosystem. Probably a typical year now, there's got to be 100 papers that get published, maybe more. And so it's a lot to keep track of. And there are literally dozens and dozens of papers about the fishes and the fish assemblages in different parts of this estuary. I've got a few listed there that can teach folks quite a bit about what's happened with fish in the system in a small number. But if you actually can put the time in to read 80 or 100 papers on what fishes are where, at least from a qualitative perspective, I think we've got a handle on it fairly well. We know that the overbite clam took out a bunch of pelagic biomass low in the food chain, and there were consequences to that for obligately pelagic fishes. And we know that water weeds have gone substantially up in the Delta, and they're a very productive habitat, but they're only a productive habitat for fish that can go pick invertebrates off of them. And so, or the fish that eat those fish. And so we probably do have more freshwater biomass of fish than we did historically. When that system was turbid, it was probably lower productivity. But it's not the fish that everybody thinks they're looking for. And so the consequence of that is that a fish like Delta smelt is a needle in this haystack of fish biomass, and has been for a long time, which is the subject of a paper I did with Will Smith in 2020. And so I hope that Fred's point isn't lost when we're talking today, that most of the biomass is going on without these focal species. And that if we were going to build effective models of the food web, we had better be prepared to talk about or be prepared with a sales pitch to people who might fund those studies of why those models are going to have to be built around things that they don't think are the focus in order to be validatable and believable to anybody. And then maybe when you get to that point, you can start trying to quantify the needles in the haystack. So that's what I have to say, and Carson's turn.
I'll wait for my slides, or maybe I should start because I have too much information to display anyway. Oh, I know I was even told. Is that better? Hey, my name is Carson Jeffries. I'm a researcher at the UC Davis Center for Watershed Sciences. And in full disclosure, I would say I'm not a Delta food web person. I'm an upstream salmon floodplain person. And but I think about particularly what Fred, I'm going to keep on bringing back Fred. I'm going to bring back Fred's comment to start this thing as well, is that my interest in fish, or what I study, is just using it seasonally, and that it's just a transient fish in this system that's really only there for a few months a year, and it's really, its component in the food web is there for a short time, and then it kind of moves on out again. And so most of my work is focused on kind of that time of year, that winter, early spring, and it's changing. Our early spring is becoming late winter real quick. And I'll talk a little bit about that. But I think that when I think about these fish and how they're using it and the food webs that are available to them, one of the big challenges is kind of getting the signal to the noise. And where can we actually see that in the system? And this is some work by Anna Sturek, where you can see that in wet years, which is you can barely see it actually in the blue squares there on the left side, is that when we actually do have wet years, which are the only time where we actually really get to see a signal to noise, I think, in the Delta and kind of the subsidies from upstream habitats, is that you can see that that's when the food web is actually changing at the lower, kind of that lower trophic zooplankton level, is that we see this kind of predominance of cladocerans being exported from the upstream floodplains during those years, and they become the dominant taxa that is in kind of the central and west Delta. And then if you go and look at the stomachs of the salmon that are transiting the Delta at that time, if you look at 2017 here again, we have on the figure on the right, there's hydrograph on the bottom, and then it's the abundance of food and kind of fullness of fish at various times on the top there. And you can see that in a year like 2017, we actually see the distribution of fish is happening both from the beginning of the year through the end, and it has all the fish are full. We see a lot more fullness in those fish. And so that hydrology that's happening is ultimately that upstream hydrology that's exporting food into the system is providing opportunity for those fish to really take advantage of it. And when we look at kind of when fish are using the system and how it's changing over time, I think this also becomes really important. Is if you look at the figure on the left, this is the CHIPS data looking at both spring and fall run size fish over time. And you can see this is from 95 to 2022. And you can see this, we are losing our portfolio of fish that are leaving the system. And so when you think about the stability of our populations over time, is that you can see the diversity from early small fish to big late fish in the early times. And then if you look at more recent years and you look at our wet years, 2006, 11, 17, and 19, is that you can see that it stretches out a little bit, but we've really lost that portfolio of early fish and late fish. I think this is somewhat, we're seeing this in the closure of the fishery right now, but we have lost this diversity of outmigration timings that coincide when the food is available. And if you look at the figure on the right here, it's just kind of a histogram of when fish are leaving the system. And you can see it's getting smaller and smaller. And part of that is we're seeing more and more, this is part of it is the dry years and the droughts that we've been having. And if we use kind of this idea of 20 degrees that both Matt and Cyril have shown, is that there's a point where all of a sudden the predation lights up, and then the bioenergetics of the salmon are starting to be impacted, and that it's getting warm enough and the food web is just being taxed enough that salmon are having a tough time at it. Is you can see that if you look at the colors here are different water year types, and you can see that those dry years, what we call that 20-degree threshold, is becoming earlier and earlier on average. And then the figure on the right here, you can see that over time, we're still having dry years, but that 20-degree threshold is happening sooner and sooner in the year. So the opportunities for the fish are becoming less and less, and that they have to get out. And so this idea of making sure that we have a diversity of life history strategies that are in sync with these larger hydrologic and food web processes is becoming, I think, increasingly important. And if we can understand what those actual triggers are and what the thresholds are, then it can help us mitigate for those. But I think we have to understand that it's changing and the clock is ticking faster. And that as we're kind of seeing this declining numbers over time and changing hydrologic conditions, is that the importance of understanding which ones are successful is going to become increasingly important. So I'll pass it on. Control this.
Yeah, that one. Okay. My name is Jim Hobbs, and I'm the Environmental Program Manager out of the Region 3 Bay Delta Office for the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. So this is part of the Interagency Ecological Program. And so my program has been conducting compliance monitoring of fish, invertebrates, and water quality since 1959 in response to water rights and ESA and CISA permit obligations to DWR and the Bureau of Reclamation. And so IEP conducts a number of different monitoring studies. Like I said, a couple of them, one summer townet survey goes all the way back to 1959. That samples the upper estuary pelagic open water habitats. Was initially instigated for striped bass as well as the fall midwater trawl, which happens, from September to December. We have another study called the San Francisco Bay Study, started in 1980, that samples basically from the Sacramento San Joaquin Delta all the way down to lower South Bay with a pelagic and a benthic trawl. And we have a couple other studies under the Native Fish Unit that is doing real-time operations for the State and Federal Water Project, looking at larval and post-larval delta and longfin smelt. And my program also oversees the salvage monitoring. So we collate all the data from the state and federal water projects, make that available. And we're currently conducting a special study looking at trying to quantify larval smelt entrainment abundance. So it's a lot of different surveys that are using trawls throughout the estuary, largely collecting, lower trophic level and early life stage to small bodied size fishes. But one program that is under my unit in Stockton was historically called the Sport Fish Program, that looked at adult sturgeon and adult striped bass. So those studies were doing mark and recapture to estimate the abundance of both species to inform fisheries management and regulations. And so now those studies have been sunset, and we have started a new study that's sort of filling the gap that we're seeing in terms of larger fishes in the system, including things that are piscivorous. So this past spring, we started basically a gill net study. This is a pilot looking at the Cache Liberty area. And so we did about 400 net sets through 3 months with an AFS certified experimental gill net with some larger panels so we can catch slightly larger fish. But essentially sort of what these graphs sort of highlighting here, and just for striped bass and hitch, we're looking at, most of our trawl surveys are catching things that are under 100 millimeters. And so we do an awful lot of monitoring in a system that is predominantly focused on recruitment of young fishes. And there's very little that's really been done looking at larger size bodied fishes. So in this case, hitch being a native fish, being a larger body fish, is just not tracked very well in trawl surveys, particularly the larger size classes. And then, striped bass obviously being one of the apex predators of the system. There's one of the big data gaps in trying to do a food web model, particularly with an emphasis on upper trophic levels and piscivory, is we don't really have a good data set per se to look at, in a spatially explicit way, the abundance of predators that could feed into any sort of food web model. And so, essentially getting to the key question here about what are the important management issues for CDFW. One of the big ones we have right now is we're currently dealing with a petition to put in a slot limit for striped bass. So sport fish angling community came together and want to put in an upper size limit to striped bass so that harvest could reduce its impact on the larger striped bass to create basically a trophy fishery in the Sacramento River. And so what that could actually do to the overall trophic dynamics of the system is largely unknown, because striped bass are the apex predator. There used to be a lot more bigger striped bass that hung out in the Delta, and we just don't see that anymore. That's partly the reason why they want to put in the slot limit. But as an agency, the department has to step through what the potential impacts of this could be, besides providing potentially a better sport fishery. And so that's one of the places where, a better understanding of the food web dynamics here would be really important. Another one is we're currently going through harvest regulation change for white sturgeon, and at least in part due to the harmful algal bloom that happened in 2022, and a large number of a very large and old white sturgeon were lost to that event. So understanding how sturgeon operate in the food web would be really important for that. And then the third one is, we've seen anecdotally, at least, that sea lion numbers have increased pretty substantially in the Delta. They're moved all the way up to Folsom on the American River. They record numbers of them on the American River. We don't know what the predation impact of sea lions is on these species, but we see lots of anecdotal information. I get reports all the time from the public. I'm friends with a few photographers in the Delta that are constantly sending me pictures seeing sea lions taking adult salmon when they're returning up the Sacramento River, striped bass and sturgeon. And so the sea lions are starting to show up where white sturgeon actually spawn. So we know this is some level of impact. We don't know how much of an impact it is, and it's pretty much a big unknown right now for the department in terms of how we're going to manage these sport fish. And then, putting my IEP hat on, we're certainly concerned how predation, particularly say in Clifton Court, might be influencing our estimates of young fishes that are entrained in the state and in the federal water projects. And we're also, there's a bunch of other things like how predation might influence a bunch of these management actions that we're sort of trying to monitor right now, include the Sassoon Marshlandia Control Gate action, these North Delta food web action, tidal marsh restoration, and in particular, the most recent thing that we've been doing is supplementing, or we're about to supplement Delta smelt with cultured fish. So understanding how predation might actually be a problem for supplementation is one of the big key questions, and we just don't know yet. So that's all I got. Yeah, he'll bring it up, right? Yeah, and then that's just that board button.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Steve Lindley. I work for NOAA Fisheries. I'm the director of the Santa Cruz Lab, Southwest Fisheries Science Center. I've been really enjoying the discussion and presentations this morning. I'm a biological oceanographer by training, so I love questions about how physical and biological processes influence and control the fluxes of energy and materials within and across ecosystems. But I work for NOAA Fisheries, and I don't get that question or those kinds of questions very much from my resource management colleagues. They instead are very focused on salmon, winter run Chinook salmon especially. We're inordinately fascinated by them as an agency. And the question I get essentially is, if we change the operation or the design of California's water projects, what will happen to winter run Chinook salmon? And we've worked hard over the last decade with a lot of people to develop models to make those kinds of predictions. And as Kenny Rose mentioned, implicit in that are food web processes, but they are not explicit. These models typically have some sort of a habitat productivity relationship, which is probably in reality mediated by a food web process in many of the cases. And the hope is that as we change the system, that those relationships will remain stationary, but that's not likely really to be true. And this is one of the things that keeps me up at night a little bit, and one of the shortcomings of the models that we've developed. So I want to talk a little bit about food webs and then some of the questions I think that need to be or can be answered. So we have a salmon there, and this is one way you can draw a food web, is you can start with your favorite animal, and then you can ask, what does it eat? And we've learned a lot in the Delta and our system about what salmon eat and how the supporting food web has changed as the Delta has been converted from a giant tidal marsh to an agricultural zone, and been really drastic changes. These are relatively well understood. Productivity can be thought of as having two components. One is growth, and this is the important part there that has to do with food and also temperature, some other things. And the other is mortality as well. So biomass can be destroyed by mortality, which we have learned through our studies of salmon survival seems to be due largely to predation. And this is less well studied, but our group in Santa Cruz and other people here have been digging into this as well. You'll hear tomorrow from Lance Takata from our lab about predation event recorders, which is a little contraption that we've been refining, which has really shown that striped bass are a major predator of salmon. Not terribly surprising to anyone who's fished for striped bass, this would be the case, but we have the video documentation of this and the times and places where these interactions have gone down. But there are many other predators in this system. We heard about birds earlier as well, and sea lions coming in as well, which prey probably more on adult salmon than juveniles. So this is a way to draw a food web that's recognized in literature. It's, I think, recognized also as a really dangerous way to draw food webs, starting from the middle and working your way out, because there are other really important things going on. For example, we can add a few more things into here, like another fish that may be much more abundant, like a silverside, that might be in the same feeding guild as juvenile salmon. It's preyed on by a lot of the same species. It's competing for the same prey. It may compete directly with juvenile salmon and may also create what's called a parent competition by supporting high population abundances of predators that then prey on these transient salmon, which would not really be able to support those populations as well. Other things that have gone on in invasive species like the clams that have come in, maybe shunting a lot of the energy that used to flow to fish that were in the pelagic zone, or now those energies going through the benthic zone. That might be good for sturgeon perhaps, but they may be attracting sea lions that then prey on salmon. So these food webs are, this is obviously a ridiculously simplified cartoon of this, and it's already, you can see, a bit complicated. So these are a lot of the things we're just kind of ignoring that we need to be doing a better job on. And I think there could be some real keys to improving the management of the system by paying more attention to this. So I made a kind of a laundry list of questions that I broke out into two categories. One is about kind of really applied questions that I get or anticipate getting from my manager colleagues that relate to food webs. And those are questions like, how would food webs respond to changes in water project operations? I think Steve Brandt talked about that this morning already. And what would that do to salmon? Can we modify the physical habitat in ways that would alter predator-prey relationships by changing the characteristics of hotspots, for example? And if we restore habitats with the aim of benefiting native fishes, what will that do to non-native fishes that might prey on them? Will that create ecological traps that will undermine the benefits that we expect? And then could there be trade-offs between creating conditions that are good for growth and rearing versus good for migration for juvenile salmon? And if there are, which I think there are, what is the optimal balance of that? So those are examples of some of the questions that we might have for management. To do a good job of answering those, I think there's a whole other class of questions about food web science that we need to get answers to. And some of these are going to be extremely challenging, and I saw some allusions to these already today. And one of the ones that really I find troubling, and I heard the message to be optimistic, and I'm here hoping to learn the good answer to this one, which is these food web processes in reality are rife with nonlinearities, and the models that we've been using, like EcoPath, which is a mass balance, it's basically linear. That model would predict that if we leave the system alone, it will tend to a stable equilibrium, no matter where it was, it will just go there. And I think Andres showed an example of how the model does that. There are nonlinear feeding relationships, temperature, performance curves, all of that. And a system that's fundamentally nonlinear in its dynamics can have multiple stable states. It can exhibit cyclical oscillation. It can exhibit chaos. And those kinds of systems are very limited in their predictability. Our colleagues in the Weather Service and NOAA have been fighting this for as long as they've been around. They can make a weather forecast out to about 10 days because of these issues. Beyond that, it's just not going to be more predictable. So this is a big challenge. We can't ignore it, and I don't really know what to do about it either. There are some techniques that maybe we can talk about. Another related question is, there are species coming and going from these food webs all the time. Many of them have very little impact, but some of them can radically transform it. And we don't really have a great way of predicting what the next species is that could transform these relationships. And then finally, maybe this is my optimistic one, is I think there could be something really important to be learned by not just studying the food web as it exists now or how it might exist in the future, but to analyze what it might have been like in the past when the system was very different. And salmon and smelt probably were actually important members of the energy flow and controlling the transport of materials in this system. That we may get some insights from thinking about it from that perspective as well. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. If you were hoping to see Matt Young, I'm sorry, you're stuck with me. I'm an emergency backfill for Matt Young. So rather than somebody young and handsome, you're stuck with me. Matt will be here tomorrow. He's looking forward to being here. I thought maybe that might have been like a lightning kind of thing. Matt will be here tomorrow. He's looking forward to seeing you all and interacting. So continuing on from my theme this morning about there being more than 2 species of fish in this ecosystem, I was fairly certain, and I think it's come true, that my esteemed colleagues up here on the panel have talked about those 2 species in a fair amount of depth here. So what I wanted to do with my time, and I took the 5 minutes and 3 slides to heart here, so I'm going to be relatively brief, is I wanted to talk about a species and a component of the food web that often isn't thought about very often. And the focus species that I'm going to be talking about is one of our native minnows, a Sacramento splittail. And the aspect of the food web that I'm going to be talking about here is how contaminants get moved through the food web via feeding relationships and life history strategies. And so a little bit of background on this particular fish. So the Sacramento splittail is one of our native endemic minnows to the San Francisco estuary. It is literally endemic. There's no splittail anywhere else in the world. There used to be a splittail that lived up in Clear Lake, but that has since been extinct. It is a species of special concern. It was formerly listed as a threatened species under the United States Endangered Species Act. That listing had been vacated a few years back. This fish has a really interesting life history strategy, and it's probably one of our most wetland or marsh dependent fishes that we have in our system. What it does is, as adults and maturing juveniles, these fish like to live in the estuary proper, fresh to brackish water. In the springtime, what these fish do is, in response to flood flows and seasonal inundation of floodplains, they'll migrate upstream out of the estuary into freshwater floodplains, and they will make huge year classes, produce lots of fish. Floodplain inundation is really important to the population dynamics of this fish. And so there's a lot of key aspects of this that control and drive food web dynamics. All right, so every once in a while in the long-term monitoring surveys that Jim was talking about, and some of the ones that UC Davis does in Sassoon Marsh, you come across a deformed splittail that has a spinal deformity. A few years ago, this was back in 2010, we came across a lot of these fish with spinal deformities. And it had us really scratching our heads, like, what the heck is going on here? Because we had never really seen this in these kinds of numbers and these kinds of like really apparent deformities. And so through a whole bunch of work that's published in a few papers that I can give you guys all the citations for, what we discovered is what was causing these deformities is exposure to selenium through the food web in multiple life stages and habitats that this fish occupies. And so this is the way this works. And so again, this is stuff that's been published in a few papers. This is kind of a synthesis of this food web pathway that controls this dynamic. But it's backed up by a whole bunch of like really solid work. So these fish acquire selenium through the food web in 2 different ways. Do we have, okay. I don't want to zap you, Dan, so I won't use the thing. So they can get selenium from their mom, or they can get selenium directly through food that they eat. And it all comes through contaminated food that they prey upon. And so there's 2 pathways. There's the maternal transfer pathway. And the way this works is in the estuary, adults that are pre-spawn adults that are getting ready to migrate upstream into their freshwater floodplains for spawning, these fish that are actively feeding and developing eggs in the estuary will obtain selenium through eating contaminated prey. Most commonly, this is clams that have been contaminated through discharge from the oil refineries down in the estuary. That's how they get it. And they can transfer that via their eggs to their offspring. The second pathway is that these offspring can actually get this selenium directly through what they eat. And the way this pathway works is that these small fish are not eating clams, they're eating macroinvertebrates and other things up in the floodplain habitats that they rear. And in this case, these particular fish were getting their selenium from contaminated prey from the on the San Joaquin River side of the system up in the Grasslands bypass area. And so this is a kind of a complicated dynamic of the food web in which contaminants can affect these species. And it's complicated in the fact that we've got one species here that is acquiring this contaminant in different life stages in different parts of the system, so different parts of the landscape and under different conditions that are contributing to this problem that occasionally happens. Now, we don't know what the population level impacts of this process are, but we know how it works, and we know what we probably could and should do to try to understand whether or not it is having population level impacts. And so this is one of the points I wanted to make with this, is that this is something that you're not going to be able to pick up from like a synthesis or a food web analysis type of exercise that, say, the most recent NCEAS working group did, where you're looking at relationships with existing data and synthesizing those things. This is something where we were able to figure this out because we had a few people on the team who had some knowledge and understanding of both the fish, its ecology, some of the tools, and also a lot of the selenium dynamics. And so we were able to put this together and figure this problem out. So that's what I wanted to share with you, that food webs can be complicated, and the manner in which you can transfer contaminants through the food web can be very complicated and not easily, in fact, not even at all could be picked up through a lot of synthesis type of examination. So, understanding how these things work are really going to require, in addition to a lot of the synthesis work that people want to do, that's really great for kind of understanding a very big, broad, general kind of aspect of the food web. But that's also the problem with them, is that they are so broad and generalized that you can't really pick these things up, because this is more than just a space and time kind of structured element. This goes beyond that level. So that's what I had to share with you all.
Well, I'd like to thank the panel for some really interesting insights, and I'm going to take the prerogative and ask a general question. And I don't know how naive this is, but it came up sort of in various ways in most of your presentations. So on the one hand, we have a rare species, the needle in the haystack species. So I'm going to call that a needle species, right? And it is so rare that it doesn't have any impact on its prey resources, doesn't have any impact on its predator, but it requires food to survive, and it requires no predation to survive. Okay. On the other hand, you've got what's called the no-name species. This came out in in Steve's diagram, that could be very, very abundant, and their abundance, in fact, could control prey resources or could control predator abundance, and therefore has a direct impact on the needle species, right? Am I missing that? It seems like that's to me a fundamental reason why you really need to understand these food web relationships, because it directly impacts the abundances of this needle fish. Any comments? How naive am I?
Yeah, I think that's spot on, and maybe this will help people shift their own perspectives on this. That the focus of our concern may be these needle species, but the focus of the management action probably should be well beyond them. I think that's an important point to come out of this workshop.
Okay, and any other questions? We have plenty of time for questions. Yes, Bob.
I'd like to ask a question of the panel about nutrition. It's come up a couple of times today in various ways that nutrition can be important either in the caloric content or in the perhaps the contaminants that the fish are carrying and passing on. And as Fred said, we often don't see this through a direct food web analysis. It'll show up in very odd ways. And I happened to be reading something a couple of weeks ago that really caught my eye. It was in it was actually in the newspaper. I think it was in the New York Times, but they talked about the fact that a lot of fish going out, some of the fish, I think it had to do with salmonids going out into San Francisco Bay, because San Francisco Bay, the food base has changed to where the salmon are now eating more anchovy. Anchovy tend to be deficient, or wait a minute, the anchovy, I guess, carry an enzyme that breaks down vitamin B1. And so if the salmon are eating a lot of anchovy, all of a sudden they have a deficiency in vitamin B1, and it causes eventually, I guess, lethal consequences. And it, I guess, started in my mind that, we've been focusing so much on food webs, just trying to get it right, that we're missing the nutritional aspects of it. And some of it are working in very insidious ways, but very important ways to actually structure the food webs as we see them out there. So anyway, I just wonder if any of the panel members had any comments on that, because it seems more and more that as you look at this, it becomes vitally important if we're really going to understand food webs, we also have to understand nutrition. So any comments would be appreciated. Thanks.
So I'm going to pass this to Carson just to lead into this. The thymine story is something that our research groups are collaborating on with a huge group of people, and maybe Carson could talk about it specifically. But the thing to me that's an important lesson is that nobody predicted this was going to happen. Nobody knew to look for it. It was serendipitous that this was discovered, and I had seen a talk about it at a Pisces meeting, so my mind's fine for it already. But I wasn't doing anything about it. I was just sort of like, maybe this will show up here.
Yeah, the thymine, I'm interested in your question, and I think about it. I'll get to the thymine, I promise. And I think that the caloric thing is really important. And I think of lots of fish, as a salmon person, is that they're riding that bioenergetic wave. Is that food is really important until it doesn't matter anymore. And as soon as you hit that threshold, then however much food or however nutrition it doesn't matter, because it's too hot or your predators are more active or whatever it is. So I think from that perspective, is thinking about as fish are transiting this system, that is I think an important part. It's not just nutrition, but it's nutrition in combination with habitat, predator availability and interactions. And so I think it's a multifaceted problem, but it's an important part of it. And per the thymine that's really something that happens in the ocean. It's super important. We don't see it in the Delta per se, because all of our anchovies are out in the marine environment. And you think about until a salmon is large enough to eat an anchovy, they're pretty big, and they've long since left our system. But I think Steve's point is really important, is that there are all these things that we didn't expect that are nutrition dependent. And I think being creative and thinking about what are the various possibilities that we could see from other systems around the world is something that we should start thinking about, because there are unknown things. Like, who would have guessed? I mean, that when in 2020, along with COVID, the fish had this large, disaster in health. And so we have to be able to think outside the box about what is the wackiest things that could happen. And then some of them might actually come true, and have, how do you mitigate for them, I think is really important.
Okay, any other questions?
This is for any of you who have a strong opinion on it. So it sounds like there's a lot of talk of unexpected outcomes and understudied portions of the system. How do we identify and prioritize which of these research gaps really need to be filled first? Because obviously we're constrained by time and species that are going extinct.
I'll give it a go. I'll avoid any feedback there. Well, it seems to me like low hanging fruit on this particular challenge would be focusing in on the big effort that's being done right now on habitat restoration. So we've been doing a little bit, we can do a whole lot more in understanding the food webs of different potential endpoints of what restoration might look like. Intertidal, braided wetland versus open water, shallow water kind of stuff, like the types of habitats that we talked about on that workshop on Monday. And we could utilize that information in a way similar to what, in concept, it's no different than the work that Ryan Belmore did with, some of the stuff we saw in the presentation earlier today, where we can evaluate the different habitat configurations and what they can provide trophically for the species of interest and take that approach.
I could chime in on this one as well. Might be a bit biased here, but I think we really need to focus on the Indigenous collaboration. I think you're very right that time is of the essence in addressing a lot of these ecological crises that we're facing. So let's not waste time reinventing the wheel when Indigenous communities have understandings of these trophic interactions and cascades that science is just starting to understand. I'll share a brief example. I'm not sure how many folks in this room are aware of the salmon ceremonies that take place in Klamath with the Karuk and other tribes. During a drought period about a decade ago, salmon populations in the Klamath River were at risk of extirpation because of water temperature and low water flows, even though the tribes had pleaded with various water agencies for wildlife flows. Many tribes in California are salmon people. Acorn, of course, receives a lot of PR as being a cornerstone of indigenous diets, but salmon is just as important. So I would recommend an amazing book by Carrie Marie Norgard called Salmon and Acorn Feed Our People. It's a great read, and I think it would be a great introduction for a lot of folks here that are less aware of really the importance of salmon to indigenous lifeways. But in 2014, around there, I might be off on the date a little bit, the Karuk were faced with the extirpation of their most crucial food source, and not just a food source, but really the foundation of so many cultural lifeways and really the foundation of so much spirituality as well. And, we like to say in our Tribal Historic Preservation Department at United Auburn Indian Community that for tribes, culture is ecology and ecology is culture. They're absolutely intertwined. Everything, every material aspect of indigenous culture is derived from its ecological counterpart. So the Karuk have been calling the salmon up from the ocean since time immemorial through cultural fire. And this is a example of the deep connection between cultural fire and aquatic resources. I think for many people, it's easy to see the connection with terrestrial resources because that's where fire is actually taking place. But addressing our friend's question in the back over there about nutritional consequences and some of these unintended cascades that can happen, indigenous peoples have been observing this system, and as I mentioned before, have the depth of relationship to see some of these unintended consequences before science has undertaken the research. And with this particular example that I'd like to share with the group, the Karuk will strategically time their cultural fires with the salmon runs, and they will actually burn, as I said, to call the salmon from the ocean. And this is not just a spiritual practice, it is deeply rooted in physical, ecological knowledge. The Karuk understand that smoke interrupts solar radiation, which has a direct cooling effect on the water. As my colleagues here have mentioned, water temperature is absolutely crucial for salmon populations to thrive. So in this particular year, because of high water temperatures, low water flow, the salmon were on the verge of extirpation. So someone, nobody knows who, took it upon themselves to initiate a cultural burn. In this case, it was labeled arson. But they were able to get enough smoke into the air at just the right time that they were able to lower the water temperature and help to reduce some of the stressors for those remaining salmon. And the salmon were able to spawn and make it through another year. But this is a story, a practice that's commonplace for the Karuk. And many of us who may have been born and raised in California, spent our whole lives here, are not aware of these deep relationships. And when you talk to tribal elders about the connection between cultural fire and aquatic resources, you begin to understand how so many of these connections are not fully understood by science. For example, like I mentioned initially, fire is a driver for ecosystem heterogeneity and productivity. So, many of our wetland plant communities here in the Delta, mainly composed of reeds like tule and cattail, these species were often burned on an annual basis. And tule is really the core of so much material tribal culture in the Delta, everything from houses to regalia to boats. And tule greatly benefits from cultural fire. The way that I like to explain it for the average layman is, those of you that mow your lawn might recognize the fact that the grass actually grows faster the more you mow it. To an extent, obviously, you will reach a threshold where you're exhausting the underground resources of that particular plant, and then it will not be able to regenerate. But properly timed management of tule and cattail actually provides an expedited pathway for that biomass to be recycled in the system. Tule and cattail have no self-pruning mechanism, so all of that above ground biomass will stay on site until the process of natural decomposition or fire is able to return that biomass back into the system. And tule and cattail both grow from rhizomes, and those new shoots have to make their way through all of the dead growth from the previous year. We also have landscape scale changes in pH from the runoff of charcoal and ash that is infused into these waterways. So when we think back to historical cultural fire, indigenous people were burning on landscape scale, changes in plant communities, vegetation type, topography, natural control lines like ridges and rivers. These were your burn units, right? They weren't small areas that were established by putting in hand line or control line. So we have departed from that for a number of reasons: policy, genocide, suppression of these cultural ways. But if we can open our minds to that scale of indigenous management and the impact that it had on water quality, plant productivity, and therefore the productivity of macroinvertebrates that these salmonids and other fish species feed on, I really invite everyone to think about those unintended consequences that have occurred from the disconnect of this indigenous management process.
Okay, I know we're past time for the next board or for the next panel, but I did want to give one person online. Anna has a question, and then we can.
Yeah, it's a very quick follow-up question for the cultural burning and the impact on the stream water temperatures. Do you have a sense of how much of a difference in temperature can be achieved or caused by these fires? Is there any data on that?
So this was based off a conversation I had with Bill Tripp, who is the director of the Ecocultural Revitalization Department with the Karuk tribe. I don't have that data memorized like he does, but I can certainly look around and forward some of those resources to the group after this session's over.
Okay, well,
I'd be curious to see that.
I want to thank the panel for stimulating a bunch of ideas, and we'll ask the next panel and Diane to come to the front.
I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm just, do I need to remind them of the question again? Or should I just say that this is, we're,
No, I don't think so. I think
But-
you can just say
okay.
like in continuation of what we've been discussing. Now we're gonna broaden it out from not
Yeah.
Billy, are you ready?
Hello, we'd like to call this to order now. Please, we're gonna call this next panel to order. And one more time, we're calling this panel to order. Thank you very much to the previous panel that set the stage by focusing on fisheries. In this panel, we will be having a broader ecosystem management perspective, but clearly we had some of the discussion from panel one also addressed ecosystem issues, and the Klamath system was mentioned, and I wanted to point out that this year will be the year when one of the 4 dams on the Klamath will be removed, and the other 3 will be removed subsequently. So that's a major transition that is an example of large-scale ecosystem management to introduce the topic. So we can start at this end of the panel. Please introduce yourself and we can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, sorry. Thank you very much. My name is Sean Acuna. I'm a senior research specialist with Metropolitan Water District. Actually, toxicologist and aquaculturalist by trade. At least that's how I was trained. But I get to apply that to ecosystem management. It's very interesting, especially in thinking about mass balance equations, which is the heart and soul of any kind of aquaculturalist they deal with, as well as toxicology. I'm going to go through some kind of dense slides. I apologize, but I just wanted to really briefly shout out that there is an effort that we had worked together with Denise Reed from University of New Orleans, who spearheaded a group that helped us coordinate with several of the people that are actually in this room here, who were to outline some decision support tools, so models for helping to inform the management of delta smelt. And I thought it was good to highlight it because it brought up a sort of a schematic, a framework of how we would go about doing that, and then we provided some examples of how we did it. So one of the things is to, obviously, you want to identify your main objective. What is the issue, the problem that you're trying to address? And then with that problem, how do you build a conceptual model about around the mechanisms that you can use to solve that problem, or perhaps even address it? And then you can help build your model. And in the whole process, you always try to, at all levels, to integrate management and policy members. And I saw that we talked about that earlier. There's a lot of talks earlier about that, mentioning that full integration with both the policy and management people, as well as interested parties, working with the groups that are interested in this kind of thing. So it's really important to have that kind of top-down engagement. During that process, we identified a few things that we thought would be useful, looking at distribution of delta smelt, as well as prey, like prey subsidence, or not subsidence, but subsidies, and vital rates, and identifying certain approaches. Obviously, when it comes to modeling how complex your model can be, it can go up to the food web models, and these models, as they go up, sorry, the bottom seems to be cut up on my end. Oh, good, you can see it there. But as you go from left to right, when you go to more complex models, and I saw a lot of these models weren't really all fully integrated models, which was interesting to see, because I was thinking that's what we were talking about. But it's nice to see that we're looking at this more in like a portfolio effect or ensemble of models that seem to be a much more appropriate, maybe just as effective at informing management. And we have a lot more confidence with that level of modeling than we do with more like whole system modeling. It's much more difficult to have it that kind of level. And obviously, as you go further, more complex, you have more relevant to management decisions. Some of these management decisions revolve around a lot of our, like some of our primary levers that we work with in the Delta: flow actions, restoration, species controls, such as like aquatic weed controls, maybe even predation controls, that if that were the thing, and then pollution control, contaminants. I was happy to hear, being a toxicologist, so many times that contaminants was mentioned. I think it was like 15 times. I have to go through the thing again, but who's counting? Anyway, just me. So the level of complexity, it's kind of, you got to find that sweet spot on that. It's very difficult to try to figure out where that would be, but looks like there's a lot of examples of where other agencies have, and other interest groups or science enterprises have looked at this and how to integrate that level of complexity, from very simple models to much more complex models. I like seeing the one where there was one on an annual basis and one more on a daily one, where they're both integrated together in a more complicated framework, but they had different levels of specificity. So understanding where that would be, there's many different ways. So multiple support tools can help you with that. Another thing that would like to stress is that, is it sensitive to your management decision? Is your management decision, it's going to have an effect. If your models don't work at that level, it's not going to be very appropriate. So we'd like to see some models that more along the lines, more closely aligned to the management decision. And I heard earlier Mike Chotkowski talking about how, you're too focused on just the management decision, you might lose the forest for the trees. So that's where you bring in the collaborators, people who have different perspectives on what an actual management decision is for them. They don't all work on the same mechanisms. And so with that integrated approach, you can maybe see a lot of those things you wouldn't have caught with just one focal management decision. You can have multiple decisions that are informed by these models, and they can help you understand what sensitivity you need to work with. Obviously, we're going to need to know what kind of data we're going to fill this in. There's a lot of data here in the Delta. I saw a lot of data out there. Some of that real-time animations with Louisiana, the dissolved oxygen levels, that hypoxia, that looked really complex. I was wondering, do we even have anything at that level? Maybe. But what's important to know is that we have a lot of data already here. Jim Hawes was talking about the large species of fish, and also we need to work on maybe for birds or other things. But understanding the problem, so once again, come back to the management decision. What is the problem you're trying to address? Your management decision you want to do, and then you can help you develop what you need to know. We can start working with our existing knowledge, what we have, lean on people such as traditional methods that was mentioned earlier, as well as working with our current monitoring to try to develop what do we really need to understand the effectiveness of an action and how to inform these models. And that's basically it. I would like to just say that I think that identifying different approaches by temporal and spatial scale and complexity is really important, and we need to match our modeling to some of our management actions, but across different groups. A simple action by itself may lose the forest for the trees, as was mentioned before, and hopefully we can match our monitoring to our models and our decisions. Thank you.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Brian Maharja. I'm a biologist with the Bureau of Reclamation. And first thing I kind of want to do is to caveat a little bit that, my background is mostly in fishes. And although I've dabbled a little bit on kind of food web work, it's mainly courtesy of Sam Beshefkin, who's sitting in the middle there. A lot of the past work that I've done has been focused mainly on fish. So what I thought would be useful for this quick talk is to give a blend of my perspective and the perspective of our management here at Reclamation about why we care about the food web. I think in general, it's because there's not one agency that manages the ecosystem. We all have limited scope and probably can't, and influence and probably can't make significant change in the food web easily, but there's this need to understand the state of the ecosystem. So Reclamation's objective is to manage water in an environmentally sound manner, meaning that we want to know how to best manage the key listed species, so your smelt, salmonids, and sturgeon. And we do this by managing our water operations in a particular manner and assist in recovery actions. But even though our primary interest is in the listed species, we need to put these water operations and other management actions in the context of the ecosystem and all the invaders that have established themselves here and have changed things significantly. Because then it could inform us on whether or not our actions are actually working and if we need to consider changing our strategy. Now, one thing to consider is that while Reclamation works on a lot of aspects involving fish and the environment, there's not a lot of discretion on what we actually do. But we do have some say on work involving special studies and the status and trends monitoring that we do here in the Bay Delta. And for our office, at least, there's a lot of interest in seeing the existing monitoring be used to support modeling and predictions. Because ideally, right, in an ideal world, rather than having just a retrospective look about what has already happened, which is really useful in its own way, we can hopefully also move towards some forecasting or future scenario evaluation more often, at least, to the extent that we can do this, because it's not an easy process. On that note, the prospectus of the workshop had a question about what level of complexity Delta Food Web model need to have for useful management solutions. Now, the true answer to this question is context dependent and probably much more complicated than what we have time here for. But In terms of what reclamation is interested in gaining from our long-term monitoring programs is roughly the following spatiotemporal scale. So in terms of space or regions, it's roughly the zones that you see in the bottom right map there. In terms of time scale, it's at least the seasonal level or the time period in which we would change or shift water operations at a large scale. And we're obviously also interested in interannual differences given the variability of precipitation that we have here in California. And lastly, we want to make sure that when we do update our monitoring to make it more efficient and better in many ways, that data is translatable across gears or methods such that it won't break any large-scale food web models that we would rely upon. So on this last slide, I want to end with this list of broad-scale food web related questions that our group thought that it would be rather important to tackle, although we may not really be able to fully answer these questions. So first, this idea of thinking of the continuum of habitat from headwaters to the ocean, really about at which points does the system go from allochthonous to autochthonous and vice versa, because knowing these sources in sync will be important for understanding actions, such as those that boost the food web, such as tidal wetland restoration, and when the system becomes a sink, like where the clams are really playing a key role. Second, we want to know the fate of energy in the food web and their pathways. So for example, most of our monitoring and studies have focused on the pelagic food web, to some extent the benthic as well, but this is just one aspect of the ecosystem. I know that Ted Sommer kind of went over some of the studies that we've done on these other habitat types, but understanding the roles of these pathways at a large scale is crucial. And another thing that, and to connect all the different habitat types in a single model. Another thing that we know is that phytoplankton blooms in the system don't always lead to higher zooplankton. I think Ted also touched upon this about the ag model not really applying to our system that much. And we don't even know how it transfers to zooplankton, let alone fish. So, and of course, lastly, what happens to the energy ultimately in these pathways is important. We don't truly monitor the large bodied fishes in the estuary, like Jim Hobbs mentioned earlier. It might be insightful to know the pressure that they exert on the listed species that we often study. And I put an asterisk here because it might be difficult to estimate this, and there's not really a strong management knob on kind of these large-bodied piscivorous fishes. And of course, climate change is already happening, and to the extent that we can understand the changes that are occurring and will be occurring can be helpful. We know that higher temperatures to be expected. We're going to have declining body size across taxa. Sea level rise will increase salinity intrusion, and water level will rise overall and potentially cause loss of tidal wetlands, which will change likely the food web considerably. And the last thing I want to leave everyone with is this holy grail, right? This is the ultimate goal and probably what most of us want to know. How are these things affected by our actions that we're currently undertaking? And can we adjust our actions in such a way to provide more food or better pathways that lead to higher survival for these key listed species? And with that, I'll pass it along.
Awesome. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rachel Wigginton. I'm a senior environmental scientist with the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta Conservancy. The Delta Conservancy is a state agency that was created as part of the 2009 Delta Reform Act, and our purpose is to be a lead agency for ecosystem restoration and efforts to promote environmental and economic well-being for Delta residents. So as part of my role at the Delta Conservancy, I serve as the facilitator and a co-leader for the Delta Interagency Invasive Species Coordination Team. My research background before joining the Delta Conservancy was largely focused on the role of emergent invasive plants in wetlands and restoration of those sites after invasive species were removed. So I'm sort of speaking today from my own opinions, but informed by those roles and experiences. So in my short remarks today, I'm hoping to turn our thinking from the deeper water in the channels to the nearshore tidal wetland plain and floodplain habitats of the Delta. And just like with submerged and floating aquatic vegetation, these streamside and floodplain habitats in the Delta are invaded by numerous species, a few of which you're going to see pictured here on these slides. And these invasive species are a particular focus of ecosystem managers, and we're really interested in their impacts on food webs. So briefly starting on the left, you see Phragmites, which is a well-known invader of aquatic habitats across the United States. And we do have an invasive genotype in the Delta, but we also have a native genotype, which sort of complicates our management decisions. In the middle, you'll see invasive Lepidium, which is sometimes called the white top, which is evident in the picture. And this is an image from 2008, and when the plant was particularly widespread in the tidal wetlands of Sassoon Marsh. And then finally on the right, you see Arundo or giant reed. This is a pervasive invader of channel edges across the Delta and into the upper watershed. So what I'm hoping to communicate today is about invasive species, how invasive species in general, but these emergent plants in particular, are integrated into food webs of the Delta and Sassoon Marsh in really complicated ways that impact these invaders, and the impacts of these invaders aren't always unidirectional. So we know that many vertebrates feed directly on the seeds and vegetative parts of invasive plants, but as has been spoken about previously, there's a variation in nutritional value between those invasive species and potentially these organisms or plants that those native species would have otherwise been feeding on. Similarly, invasive plants can alter invertebrate communities associated with them, sometimes increasing food abundance, sometimes decreasing it, and sometimes even changing the identity of the prey species that are available. And finally, plants can change habitat structure, which can impact foraging behavior, which can be really important when we're considering food web impacts. Now, in Steve's opening talk, he explained that this review was mostly focused on fish, but also birds, mammals, and reptiles. So in this talk, I'm hoping to illustrate some of these points with anecdotes from the not fish groups, but I hope that you'll see that a lot of these concepts should be considered when we're thinking about fish as well. So first, I'll give an example from my own research on the impacts of invasive Lepidium on Sassoon song sparrow food webs. So Sassoon song sparrows, they're omnivorous songbirds that are restricted to tidal marsh habitats. And using natural abundance stable isotopes and isotopic mixing models, we were able to estimate the contributions of different food sources to song sparrow diets by analyzing the bird's blood. And we found that invasive Lepidium impacted songbird food webs through a direct feeding relationship where the birds were actually eating the Lepidium seeds in both the summer breeding season and also in the winter. And we also found that Lepidium altered the abundance of invertebrate foods for song sparrows, potentially increasing availability of their food in the summer and decreasing it in the winter. So if you're a manager thinking about controlling invasive Lepidium in the marsh, it might be important to be aware of the caloric support that's being provided to the birds by this plant and adaptively manage your control efforts so that you're potentially, offering some replanting of native plants that could provide additional food web support. Another extremely cute example is the salt marsh harvest mouse, which has also been found to feed on invasive plants. So I've listed two studies up here. The first used direct observations to show that mice were feeding on not just native plants and invertebrates, but also non-native plants. And the second study used DNA microbarcoding, so another tool, and found salt marsh harvest mice diets were dominated by both native pickleweed and non-native saltbush, in addition to 48 other genera of plants. So these species have really complex and variable diets, and it includes a lot of invasive species. So given the role of invasive plants in food webs, what does that tell us about eradication of these plants? So first, I think it's really important to remember that eradication is both rare and extremely costly. So once a species gets into a system, it can be really difficult to get it out. And for that reason, early detection and rapid response of new species is going to be really important to protect, the native and natural functions of the system. But for established invaders, we might need to understand what densities we need to control species down to in order to recover the ecosystem functions that we're looking to have the system produce. And again, adaptive management is going to be key here to have invasive species that are, potentially supporting species, potentially negatively impacting species in other ways. So last, I just want to touch on the vulnerability of restoration projects as potential sites for invasive species spread. So when we're managing invasion in an estuary, it's really challenging because the system is naturally connected, and often restorations act to reconnect areas that might have previously been disconnected. So if we are looking to really control certain invasive species that we know have negative impacts on the food web, then it might really benefit us to have a local early detection rapid response plan, or to be prepared to incorporate those invasive species into our models. So here I'm just recapping some of the particular science and management needs that I've brought forward. I think we need to really consider adaptive management of the systems, considering the complex relationship between invasive and native species. Since eradication is difficult, establishing density targets for control of invasive species could be important. And finally, if we can't keep invasive species out of restoration sites, we could potentially use these sites as experiments to really understand how the food web changes as densities and diversity of invasive species increase in the newly reconnected sites. So it's just some ways to stay connected with the Delta Conservancy, and I'll pass it on.
Hey everyone, I'm John Duran. I'm a research scientist at UC Davis Center for Watershed Sciences, and I guess I've been working on the system for like 25 years, almost 30 years, trying to really understand the Delta, and in particular, Sassoon Marsh in the North Delta. And I'm going to go off a little bit here, just based upon what I've been hearing here today, and if you'll indulge me. I appreciate what Fred and Matt have done to kind of try to redirect consideration to multiple species that have deep importance. And it reminds me of a conference that I went to about a month ago. It was a global conference in the Society for Ecological Restoration. And I was struck by the most people working on restorations were doing strictly bottom-up work. They had no funding. They were they were concerned about like a fish in a pond in their back lot that nobody else cared about, or a pond, you know, that had a diversity of species and was going to be turned into a neighborhood. And they had no funding, no resources, but they yelled long and loud. They got a scientist on board who was interested in it. And, you know, eventually, maybe if they're lucky, some of it'll get up to the upper levels of, you know, of science and management and get some concern. And the reason I bring that up now is because my response was, God, I'm so lucky I work in this really wealthy system. We have so many resources to deal with science and restoration and management. But thinking about it today, we're very much a top-down system in terms of those financial resources for those three fish and the ecosystem that supports them. And we're really depauperate for understanding the real complexity of the estuary, really restoring it in an integral way. And so we're both really wealthy and we're really poor. We're really impoverished at the same time. And I think that that theme ties in with what you're saying. It's the diversion of resources and effort to things that are important, but maybe not exclusive. And while I'm talking about effort, I also want to show you my my high-level, multi-level spatially explicit model here. This is a model. This is a model showing constant hotspots of phytoplankton productivity as on the left, and as phytoplankton productivity can support secondary productivity or zooplankton, which is the currency of fish. As that material gets exported from hotspots, which do occur throughout the Delta and Sassoon Bay, it has to go through the gauntlet of clam grazing. And then, you know, by the time it gets into the main axis of the estuary, that stuff is gone. The primary production, the phytoplankton, is pretty much gone by the time it hits Sassoon Bay. But adult zooplankton are pretty much impervious to grazing. The nauplii, the babies, are not. And so you don't see a lot of, if we do an age stage structure of zooplankton in Sassoon Bay, we don't see a lot of the juveniles and nauplii because they're sucked up by the clams. You see these adults, and they're scarce because they have to be exported from somewhere else. And so what my conceptual model here is showing that the phytoplankton are lost in that transit, and the zooplankton are retained. And I kind of lunged ahead to that. There's a point to that in terms of the talk today, because you know, it's a cartoon and it's kind of crummy, but it took me like 5 minutes and like $0 to make, and it has a hypothesis and it's a conceptual model, and in that sense it's really powerful. And I have to tell you, this is not going to make you happy necessarily, but I've heard a lot of complicated models today that really appeared to lack a conceptual model or a hypothesis-driven approach, which would make them very powerful. And it may be that it's on the back end somewhere, but to produce a model like that without being driven by a conceptual model or hypothesis, it's like a waste of resources. And we should be considering how these models are really effective, not just for the fish we care about, but for the other fishes too. And so that's my soapbox. I'll get off that now, and maybe we can have some conversations in the hall. You can beat me up about that a little bit. But mainly I wanted to talk about like sort of research opportunities that I see. And this idea of secondary production and primary production, we need to have more research to understand the mechanism behind this, that how dislocation of food production from grazing is vitally important to sustaining a functional food web. And essentially, it's a kind of trophic relay where the adult zooplankton move from hotspots to fish. Although, that could be wrong. It could be that fish actually move from the depauperate estuary to hotspots. And, the current thinking is that export on these hotspots is critically important, but we don't think about the opposite, how fish, mobile organisms, really take advantage of these local regions. And I think that's a really important piece that we're not thinking about in a lot of our work. And so I work mostly in marshes. And so to me, these spatial relationships in food web production and the discontinuity in habitats. So people talk a lot about connectivity, but disconnectivity is really important in our system because it's so invaded. And so understanding those dynamics, how to connect it and when to connect it, and if it's worth connecting, are really critically important. I also, as an aside, I'm just going to leave number 3 off. I want to jump ahead to an example. Can you go back? I can go back. So an example of this sort of dislocation in time and space is for benefiting food web dynamics is Tule Red. Tule Red is a recent restoration right on the edge of Sassoon Bay and Sassoon Marsh. And if you look on the left diagram there, you can see one of the original plans for it. It's sort of a long meandering slough with little dendritic branches on it, and it has a couple of impoundments up on the southeast side of it. And the idea is that those impoundments would fill up with water, and they would gestate. They would produce zooplankton over a couple of weeks' time, like on a lunar or a tidal cycle. That is, the spring tides would fill it up, and then the next spring tide would wash it out. And that worked pretty well, I think, in the first couple of years. But then the ponds got invaded by clams, like the channel did. And so that sort of disrupted it, sort of short-circuited the great concept behind it, got disrupted by invasion. And so, how to deal with that? There's no mechanism for like draining the site or anything, or re-dredging the site. It's just going to get invaded again. So an idea that we had is using adjacent sites, which are periodically connected, to produce plankton to export it into that site so that it has a source of zooplankton, and habitat, which could benefit certain fishes, especially like splittail, maybe even hitch. And that would be the site on the right there, that in red, that's Grizzly King. That's a site that's currently owned and can't be restored by, it's a restoration company that owns it. They'd like to see it go into mitigation or used for mitigation, but it's probably not available anymore. But it could be reoperated as a source of production that would enhance habitat and the food web for that open water restoration next to it. So that's an example of what I mean. It seems a little crazy to people, but it's an example of what I mean by dislocating and disconnecting habitats and managing connectivity. And so I could go on about this, but I won't. I'm just going to go to sorry, I don't know why it's doing this. My hot tips for experimentation, which is really just a modification of John's hot tips for restoration, which is what I'm really interested in. So I think that, the questions that I posed require some kind of experimental manipulation to really answer them. And so adaptive management in the sense that we can set up experiments and then get data and then change the experiment and hone it, or do comparative stuff. And to do that, we have to have morphologically variable sites that we use to set up our experiments or our surveys. Every survey should be an experiment. And that means using floodplains, ponds, terminal sloughs, and channels in different ways, comparative ways, and doing different treatments across these landscapes. And also including gradients, like along terminal sloughs. We have a salinity gradient, a production gradient, a hydrological gradient, that we don't really capitalize in a coherent way in most of our research. And then I'm very much into using manipulative structures to manage both flows and invasives. Manipulative structures are gates, levees, berms. We have the means to move water around the landscape. We're really good at it. We should put that to work in adaptive management experimentation. And then number 4, this is a segue to you, I think, including human use and needs. We're kind of at peak human right now, but humans are going to become scarcer and scarcer on the landscape in the next 300 years. And it's a question we need to think about how people engage with the landscape and maintain it. This is a managed garden landscape. And so thinking about letting people in and promoting their use of the landscape is going to be critically important for maintaining it and also for valuing it. Right now, a lot of our restorations leave people out. That's a bit of a soapbox thing, but I think we need to research human use of these landscapes and how to engage them in a comprehensive way. And then finally, the biggest thing is that we should have reversible and configurable designs that we can use for adaptive management, and that includes restoration and experimentation. So, thank you.
Thanks, John. That was the perfect segue. Yeah, the first point I wanted to speak about, and I'll make it pretty brief because I was already part of panel 1 here, and you'll be seeing more of me tomorrow, is really about access. And that's the wonderful segue that was just provided for me. In so many of these food webs, we have forgotten the foremost apex predator, which is humans, and specifically native tribes that have sustainably managed fish populations since time immemorial. The dichotomy, unfortunately, is that apex predators today are seen as sport fishermen, which is a very, very different management culture than traditional indigenous lifeways represent. So when we talk about looking at food webs from the top down and re-examining the apex predator, we need to be clear with ourselves about the dichotomy between Western and indigenous management. And in fact, I see Western management and indigenous management as almost 2 separate apex predators that have very different outcomes for those lower trophic levels. And really, we need to reestablish access for native tribes. The people are still here. The land is still here. It's the access that has been interrupted. So I just can't stress that point enough. We need access to land in order to sustain our culture. As I said before, culture is ecology and ecology is culture. And culture is our roadmap for spiritual, mental, physical health. So when we see the health of these ecosystems declining, the disappearance of culturally significant fish species, of which every single fish species that's been mentioned today, native, is culturally significant. These impacts disproportionately affect indigenous communities because these communities are still intimately tied to the land for subsistence and for the flourishing of culture. So I'll probably speak a little bit more to this tomorrow, but a lot of my work is centered around what's called the Coyote Crew. It's an intertribal ecocultural revitalization crew. And we're building capacity and training up our tribal youth to be able to assist in revitalizing cultural management and getting it back to the scale. Our vision is really to bring back cultural fire management to that landscape scale that once was commonplace in pre-contact California. The other point I wanted to mention was actually inspired by a conversation as I was waiting to use the bathroom in between the sessions here. And I never did get to use the bathroom, unfortunately. But I became a California State Certified Burn Boss a number of years ago. And I always tend to be in the fire realm, the cultural representative, you could say. And so we had, all the top Cal Fire brass in the room and people from all over the state who were a part of this training. And someone asked me, so how do you quantify cultural fire and ensure that you're meeting your metrics for success? Or what are your metrics for success? And my response was, well, do you have to look at a graph to understand how well you're getting along with your spouse? Because if you do, I think you've got some serious issues. There is a place and a time for quantitative and qualitative data. And I think the indigenous perspective is focused on relationship. You know whether or not you're getting along with your partner. You feel it in your heart, right? You don't need to look at a spreadsheet to know whether or not you're getting along and whether or not that relationship is healthy. So I would like to encourage folks to remember the importance of that qualitative aspect, and tribes really have the knowledge around what those qualitative metrics are. And then last thing I wanted to briefly mention, which I'll touch more on tomorrow during my talk, is a white paper draft that I put together with SFEI, San Francisco Estuary Institute, earlier this year, that is doing exactly what I just said, bringing indigenous voices back into that food web and reconstructing a food web that has an indigenous emphasis and that brings in cultural and ecological values that are often missed or ignored by mainstream science. So I'm hoping to talk a little bit more about that tomorrow, but hopefully in the near future, we'll be sharing our white paper with the group, and we really decided to focus more on a graphic representation of all of these different trophic interactions because number one, I think everyone has enough academic literature to read. I think, personally, we were trying to reach a wider audience, and the graphic representation can actually explain a lot more, a lot faster, right? A picture tells 1,000 words than trying to explain ad nauseum all of these different feedback loops. I do hope to be sharing that, and we're hoping that it's a tool that we can continue to develop and eventually have a web-based platform where we can really have a dynamic sort of exploratory tool for agencies and researchers, really anyone who's interested in understanding the complex feedback loops and interactions that are taking place in the Delta from the lens of indigenous communities. So yeah, I'll keep it brief, and that's all I have for this introduction.
Okay, thank you. Is this working? Okay, great. I could use the clicker, please. Okay, so it's fun and not fun to be the last person to talk. I find myself adaptively managing what I want to say because I don't want to just say what everyone else already said. So I am changing what my plan was a little bit. I want to reinforce a few things that I've heard, but I think are really important as we think about next steps. And then I really want to talk about our considerations for investment as we move forward from this workshop. The question that came up from Fred this morning of our capacity for broadening the scope of how we talk about food webs and how we model them. So, and I forgot to say, since we're not doing introductions, I should do it myself. I'm Louise Conrad, and I work for the Department of Water Resources of California. So there's a lot of stuff going on here. Okay, so management needs, this is a slide that you've kind of seen before, but I want to just say a few things first about tidal wetlands. It's already been talked about. This is a major
management action that we are doing on a broad scale in the Delta. And we've heard about what are the bottom up, top down impacts on food web. And Rachel said something really important in her remarks that I think I wanted to emphasize, which is we know that some of the food web impacts on food web from these tidal wetland projects are going to be mediated by invasive species. So we're targeting a certain number of species, but there's invasive aquatic plants that will be there. There are invasive clams that will be there. And I think we need more clear goals and data really on what are the thresholds that we want to manage to. So Rachel said that, I just wanted to re-say it again, that I don't think we know that. When it comes especially to invasive aquatic vegetation, we know that it has the power to be an ecosystem engineer. That's a term that comes out in the literature quite a bit. It can impact water velocities. It's going to change the types of food that are available. And what does it matter for the species we are trying to manage? So, but we don't have those thresholds yet. Then effective methods of predator management. That's been something that's come up a couple times. I think Sean mentioned that. And I wanted to shine a light on a poster that's over there that is from Tommy Augusta and Steve Brumboggs. Tommy's right there in the audience. And this is work that Department of Water Resources, so we have had a regulation that we need to respond to reduce, conduct studies to reduce predator impacts on juvenile salmonids that are in the Clifton Court forebay and entering the fish salvage facilities there. And there's quite a bit of predation that can happen there with many predators in the system. And Department of Water Resources did a huge amount of work to try to figure out how could we manage these predators? Can we remove them? And Tommy and Steve and their team threw the whole toolbox at the problem. Gill nets, trawling, electrofishing, and studied it through tagged fish, and did not were not able to cause an impact and reduce the predator populations. So it really becomes, when we talk about investment, not worth the effort, really, quite frankly. So that's one that, given that we likely cannot control the numbers of predators in a given place, can we affect the predation risk and reduce predation risk through managing some of the drivers? So there again, it can become an intractable problem. Some of the paper here from Dr. Cyril Michel, 2020, fish predation on a landscape scale. This is a great paper that shows that predation risk is heterogeneous across the landscape. So, and again, use novel tools to the predation event recording systems to look at what is the relative predation risk across the landscape. Again, pointed to drivers of invasive aquatic vegetation, water temperature, distance to the nearest shoreline, things that are impacting the ability of the fish to move through the landscape and without being predated. And some of those are the things that, when we think about building a model, we want to be able to evaluate whether anything we're doing can affect those drivers, since it doesn't seem like we can remove predators from the system effectively. Want to point out that with invasive aquatic vegetation, that's also an area where we have not seen a lot of effective control, especially when it comes to submerged aquatic vegetation. We don't have great in the tidal system of the Delta. There aren't even other examples outside of the Delta that I'm aware of, and I have tried very hard to find them, of where there's been effective control programs at the scale of the Delta and in tidal systems. So herbicides are really problematic because the concentrations can't be maintained. And when the scale is really, really big, other tools like putting big benthic mats of some kind of material on top of them, that becomes really hard to do. So that's another area where innovation, we talked a little bit about the importance of tool innovation and for detecting and addressing predation, we also need it for the drivers. Okay, so finally, just re-emphasizing, we talked a little bit about it, but I think important to think about the changes to the food web that the changing climate is going to bring, and that given that it's changing and it's really an active point of change now, any models that we are developing in the future need to be nimble. And I think how to do that is something worth more thought. Okay, so those are the points that I wanted to reemphasize. Then investment moving forward, and the point that Fred made that it's really about more than 3 species, and we need a bigger scope to our work than we've had. And then the point that Dan Ellis made recently too, that we need to move with some urgency. This is the clock is ticking. There's a lot of change going on, and we are not ahead of the game. And so I wanted to offer one point of consideration. There's been some discussion on this panel and the previous panel of long-term monitoring. And I think that we really need to think about, I'm not saying that long-term monitoring isn't useful. It's really important and has driven a lot of our understanding of the system. However, when we have limited resources, I want to be sure that any long-term monitoring program that we stand up is being driven by specific questions. And we know what information are we getting that then could inform a model that we'd use to inform management actions and evaluate the trade-offs across management actions. So that's just a question, is if we have limited resources, is more investment in tools, special studies, or long-term monitoring, or is there some combination of the two that is going to hit the mark in terms of informing a model that we could use to evaluate management actions? Now, I guess getting to the last part of my comments, I really appreciated this morning all of the examples that we got to see from other systems of the different models and how they've been used for management. And I agree that if we could get towards development of something along those lines, that would be very helpful. What if we could look at, like Steve Brandt showed pictures of what is the growth potential for a given species across a landscape. What if you could do that and evaluate that with a lens on tidal wetland restoration? What if you could see before or after, what is the growth potential for some of the species that we care about, or any native fishes, or even the predators that we're interested in managing? And I also want to note that the state has an increasing emphasis on equity and improved participation and collaboration when it comes to the way we do science. And so in this, if we are in a turning point and we are considering development of models that are more comprehensive for the ecosystem and then using those to guide management, then I think one point I made earlier is we need to probably diversify the funding portfolio for the types of studies that we do. And we need a plan to do that. It's not something that just happens. We need ideas, and we need to think about how they would be implemented, and that takes a team. And I don't think we have that right now. So I am interested in whether an outcome of this workshop could be formation of a group of people that really think about that. And then how to advance that equity piece and the opportunity for increased collaboration with more interests at the table, including the indigenous interests. I think this is something we should, if we are at a turning point, really consider. And we have an opportunity, I think now in California, to be considering our processes for development of models. There are now more examples of participatory modeling exercises where there is an opportunity, where there's active input from broader interests in what these models look like and what sort of trade-offs they examine. So what if there were exercises that we could do where we could really look at the impacts on food web function dynamics for if we were to implement some of the stewardship actions that Zachary has been talking about, or any other actions, or fishing regulations. You know, we need to be able to have a space to do that that isn't necessarily purely driven by the regulations that we are all under. And that goes along with some of the comments we've been hearing about what is today's war, today's fight, and not fighting yesterday's fight. If it's not just about the project operations, well, yes, let's broaden the conversation and bring in the other interests and other forms of management and bring them into a modeling context. There is precedent for this. There's a reorienting to recovery effort that brings in a collaborative modeling approach to the salmon life cycle modeling, and has participation from tribes and from fishers. So just wanted to put that out there, that this is a new model, and I think one that is worth considering as a food web model is thought about, and what a new chapter for that could be like. And that's all I have. Thank you.
So, well, what a great note to end the panel discussion on. I want to thank all the panelists, and I have a question to start off with before we open it up to the floor. Earlier this morning, Andre made the point about the importance of valuing incremental progress in terms of using food web models to inform and implement management decisions. And Louise, I think that's what you were talking about in some sense, in that if there were a collaborative effort, how would that group identify what the incremental success goals would be? And so does anyone here on the panel want to comment to that in terms of what was the low-hanging fruit, if you will, in terms of management actions that could be informed by an incrementally improved food web model? Does that make sense? Does anybody want to take that question? Now, what would you do first? Well, if we have this collaborative group and you want to have some success so that keep going for 5 years, what would you tackle first?
Well, I can try to just maybe pitch it for Louise there, because their group actually helped, and so the Bureau helped build a food web model for one of the smaller actions, which is the North Delta Food Web Subsidy. And also they were working with others, such as Sam Beshevkin, on a model to evaluate the effects of Sassoon Marcelini Conchoge. So I think that was a milestone. Both of those were milestones on their own. Building small models to see how well they work, using data that we have, and then trying to validate it with the actual action. I think that was an incremental increase right there.
Okay, thanks. So maybe we should open it up to questions from the floor now. And I'm not sure, when do we need to, Fred, why don't you go ahead? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. We'll do it first, and then you, and then back to there.
Okay, thank you. Vamsi Sridharan, Tetra Tech, great panel. The question I have is sort of a juxtaposition of what you were talking about, Louise, and what you were talking about, John. Ecosystem models are, by definition, very complex systems that have to be modeled using building blocks that by themselves may have hypotheses that can be tested, but overall the system response may be so complex that it's not physically possible to come up with hypotheses to test. Under those circumstances, how would you, what would be a recipe for building such models? Like we had a lot of these complex models being showcased earlier in the day, and you had a comment about that. So I'm just curious to learn what would be your take on that. And as a follow-up to that, as we see more and more of these participatory modeling ecosystems develop, for lack of a better word, there is a difficulty in conveying scientific information to management-oriented audiences and non-technical audiences, in that somehow the models have to be simplified. So is it possible, is it even safe to simplify these very complex models to be palatable to a participatory audience, and then take those inputs and go back and add additional complexity to these models as required, or reduce complexity to these models as required? So your thoughts on that would be very useful.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I guess my first response is to say that communication of scientific information or models to managers or any non-experts is not a new problem. That's something that's been a challenge always. And I am not suggesting that any model should be simplified for the purpose of communication and use. I think there's a great example in the Frank's tract work. I don't know if this group is familiar with that, but there was a really cool effort a couple years ago now, more than maybe a couple, that where modelers, literally like the most technical people we have at DWR and other groups, we're going into communities in the Delta and talking about different scenarios for changing the landscape of Frank's tract. And what would be the outcomes for things that they care about, like their routes from marinas to active fishing areas, and water quality, which is something DWR cares about and the community really cares about, and aquatic vegetation. So that did not involve a simplification or change in the models. It required a venue and proper facilitation, honestly, to evaluate these different alternatives. And I was more of a witness to this process, not a participant so much. But I just want to share that I was so impressed with how the level of communication went from one at some of the first meetings, really scary, honestly, to be an agency person. And it was not a fun environment to be in. And through the process and repeatedly showing up to talk through different ideas and actively taking ideas that were from the community, playing them out in models, and then talking about what those outcomes were, resulted in a ton of trust building that changed the tenor of the meetings. So that's my quick response to that.
And that's a great example. I 100% agree. That's a scenario planning process. And one of the beautiful things about it is, just like we said, you have to sit down with people over and over again. But there's an element to it that's even more interesting in that so managers or scientists come and they present their models or their ideas, and the public fights back. They give their own opinions, and then the public hypothesizes other strategies, and then the scientists go back and they run the different scenarios, in their models. So they have, well, what would be the outcome of that, if we maintained fresh water or salt water in Frank's tract under certain conditions? What would be the impact? And so it's this and then they come back and they talk about the results, and then the public has to go, oh my God, well, I asked the question, here's the results. It's that iterative process, painful, totally time consuming, and requires facilitators, because we're not always great communicators. So yeah, I think that's a great example, Louise. And I want to say too that I really love models. Like, I think they're really interesting, and that's the way that I understand the world. And I think everyone in this room does that. Like, we understand the world differently because of our ability to use models. And so it makes it hard to translate sometimes. And so there's that disconnect there. But I think, again, one of the steps that we can make is to pull ourselves out, so that when you do tweak your model, have some kind of understanding, conceptual basis. Because more and more we're kind of going into culturally, we're going into a black box world where, we have neural networks that solve problems for us and we don't really know why. And that's great to get to certain outcomes, but we have to understand mechanisms behind it. So when we tweak something, we should understand a hypothetical mechanism and then test it on an elemental level. And then at least we understand the components, and then we get to the larger model and it might be more obscure, but we should still have a conceptual basis, a conceptual model, a hypothesis that's guiding us. That's my main point.
So thanks for that discussion. And before we move on to Fred's question, my impression is that this consensus Frank's track changes haven't been implemented yet. And so that would be the next step in this iterative process that might further reinforce the value of community engagement were it to be implemented. You have a comment?
Yeah, just on the implementation, I think that one of the challenges was that the ultimate solution was extremely costly. And so to Louise's point about funding, I think it's just like a challenge to find something that's like feasibly fundable that also fits the criteria that folks were most concerned about at the site.
So, yeah, thanks, Rachel, for that comment.
And there was
Don, do you
another-
have a comment?
Yeah, there's another site that was done as well in the same process. What is it? It was one of the Met sites, wasn't it, Sean? Hastings Track?
Yeah, so on WebTrack, we're also
WebTrack.
initiating that as well, but that's it's a little bit different. It's multi-benefit, so it's not just restoration focused. There's other landscape uses, sustainable ag, restorative ag, that kind of thing. But yes, we're also attempting that. We're at the early stages, receiving comments, and there's already a team there working together on this to engage all the interested parties and agencies and to work on that. We have funding for that. So that's something that's a little bit different, that we have funding for both the planning and partial implementation. So at least in that case, we have some funding for that.
And it was the same painful process.
Oh,
that
yeah,
was
yeah.
used to get the scenario planning process. And also Frank's Track wasn't exclusively restoration because it was managing salinity. It was
That's true.
managing
That's true.
fishing habitat for folks who wanted to retain
Yeah.
submerged aquatic vegetation and bass, as well as I don't know, other elements went into it, so that was a multi-use project. as
Yeah,
well.
I'm seeing the parallels a lot more strongly now. You can point those out. Yeah, there's pretty strong parallels. We're hoping to be just as successful in our efforts. We've had a lot of positive feedback, and yeah, at the beginning it was a lot of growing pains, but I can't stress enough facilitation to help navigate these things are extremely important. The outreach is extremely important. Integration on these processes from top down, as I was pointing out earlier in my slides, that you have to have, it said policy and management, but really it's about all the interested parties need to be integrated into this that will be affected by your management decision. If they're going to be affected by it, you should engage them at all levels.
So thanks for that. And Fred, do you want to ask your question now? Or whichever one wanted to go first? Steve first.
All right, yeah, Steve Lindley. Sure. I don't worry about that. Steve Lindley of NOAA Fisheries. It's a question sparked by Louise's comments, but maybe several of the panelists have a perspective on this. Louise expressed some pessimism about the ability to control predators by directed removal. And I've seen those studies. We participated in some of them. I wonder if you could reconcile that observation with the fact that we have 50 years experience of driving down top predator populations in entire ocean basins by orders of magnitude by connecting them to protein markets. And is there a solution there and are the barriers technical or political?
I had a very similar comment. Did you want to?
Oh, yeah, I wasn't sure if you were going to talk first. I don't have a quick answer, Steve. It's a great question, and I puzzle over it as well. But so I can only point to the studies that have been done and just express my reticence to keep doing that when we haven't seen the result that we're going for. But it's a question, and maybe Jim Hobbs has thoughts on this too, because you talked a little bit about how some of this modeling maybe could inform how to design fishing regulations. Maybe. Is there enough interest in striped bass fishing? Maybe there is to drive it down.
Fishery for it.
Yeah. So maybe restart
And
it.
why was that?
I wouldn't take that off the
Removed?
table.
It's a toxicological issue, though. They're
Yeah.
just really
Yeah,
high
human
loads
health
of
issue. Yeah.
mercury. It's not going to be a commercial fishery ever. I mean, they've opened up the fishery dramatically, I think, in just the last few weeks, right? There was new ruling. So there's a lot of sports fishing, but there's a limit as to how many people can ingest safely. And that's a chronic problem with Samsco estuary is high loads of mercury and other toxins.
But I want to say one, and I thank
I'm
you,
sorry.
John. No, you didn't actually. I'm kind of interrupting you, but I did want to say one other thing that one thing we haven't done in any of our models is really consider a human dimension at all. And So maybe there's an opportunity there to look at if you manage things in a certain way, what is the response of the economic livelihoods that are associated with fishing for largemouth in the Delta and striped bass?
If we could commercialize harvest, we could get rid of clams, Egeria, or submerged aquatic vegetation,
Maybe.
largemouth bass. Well, if you could monetize it, convert it into toothpaste.
Okay, we're gonna let Fred ask his question and make a comment. And because we're gonna wrap up after your question or comment, Fred.
All right, I'll try to make it quick. I was going to speak to this very topic here, but in a little different angle, and kind of touch on a little bit of what various folks have said throughout the day. Some of it's going to kind of agree and disagree with some of the things that folks have said. And I was going to bring this up when Dan brought up his comment about what should we do now. One of the things that I was going to mention with what I think we could at least explore now is this idea of predator removals and the effects of top-down impacts on, in this case, juvenile salmonids. So there are striped bass and the black basses, which are considered to be kind of the top mortality sources of these juvenile salmonids as they're migrating through the system. I think that we could put things in place to actually lower populations of striped bass. I don't think that we can actually measure that response and the food web effect of that very well, though. I think very differently, though, about the black basses. So right now, for example, my group is leading a project. We're actually collaborating with some of Steve's folks on this, where we are trying to quantify in absolute numbers the numbers of juvenile salmon consumed by black basses that outmigrate through the North Delta. And in order to do this, we need to not only look at their diets and do some modeling, but we also need to know what the predator sizes are, population sizes are. And so we're working on that. And so in the end, what we can do is, we can generate that information, and then we can then take this next stepped phased approach in these models that we're talking about and do some calculations on, okay, well, this is kind of the baseline predation rate. What do we have to do to this population size in order to bring the predation down to a certain level that we think is going to be impactful to the juvenile salmon survival that go through the system? And then you can use that information to generate an hypothesis, a conceptual model, and then actually do the experiment. We can remove black bass from the North Delta, absolutely 100%. And then we can go out and do it and test it and find out whether or not it actually worked. So that's another thing that I think we can and potentially should really seriously consider doing.
Oh, well, again, let's all thank the panel. Very interesting discussion. We're going to take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 3:45 for our breakout groups. And Edmund, do you have any more comments about that?
Yeah, so we're going to be rearranging the room a little bit. So take your stuff, and when you return, go to a table where you don't see a friend. And for those who are online via Zoom, if you'd like to participate in the Zoom online session, please raise your hand and we'll move you into a breakout session. Thank you.
Because I know everyone's going to want to run out of here for happy hour and dinner at 5 o'clock. So Kenny, you got to come up, sit up in front. All right, each of the rapporteurs. Who's going to do it? Okay, Kristine is going to give the first report out. She arrived here first, and take about 3 minutes, and I'll keep you on time, okay?
Thank you, Bob. Okay, so I have 3 minutes to get through some of the important topics that we talked about. And so for the first question, we spent a lot of time kind of turning it on its head. So the ideas we talked about were, if we're going to talk about what are the important management questions, we first need to actually think about, well, what is it that we are managing for? Like, what are the types of ecosystems? What might be the types of species or the types of things that we need to be paying attention to in order to, we need to get that vision right first before we start thinking about, well, what are our management goals? And someone brought up the point that managing for, creating all tidal wetland restoration is very different from trying to manage to create like a world-class fishery. Like the way that you go about those two different visions of what the Delta could be are inherently very different. So that was one of the key points that we had discussed. And there was also some discussion about, is there an element where we're overcomplicating things? And is there a way to maybe aggregate the behavior of different fish populations so that we can try to simplify these models a little bit and look at them through different scales? And so we spent a lot of time talking about how there are these competing goals. Different agencies have different objectives, different groups want to use the Delta for different things. And so if we're all trying to have these positive outcomes, how are we going to reconcile these potentially competing visions of what we want this landscape to look like? And so that's going to be a very hard conversation. I don't know that we even really finished that conversation. We were still kind of talking, and I see some nodding heads from my group. So that's clearly something that we're going to have to keep in mind. For the different, there are lights now. For the different food web interactions that we thought were going to be important for affecting predictions, we talked a lot about non-linearities, particularly within space and time. I think this has come up a lot today, so it's probably going to come up with some of the other rapporteurs as well. It's a very complicated system to try to model. There's differences from the northern delta to the southern delta, especially during across different water years and across different seasons. So that was something that's just very difficult to capture. And the last thought that we ended on was this idea of doing comparative studies across different systems. So there was an example that was brought up where in the Great Lakes, it's effectively a designed ecosystem where there was an invasion of lamprey, and they had decided to manage to get rid of that lamprey species. And so they've effectively been able to get rid of it and manage it in a way to be a world-class fishery. Is that something that would be possible to do in the Delta? And so that was our kind of last ending thought is we have a lot of things in the Delta that we can control. We can control flows, we can control the different types of acreages of different restorations that we're doing. Can we use that to our advantage to effectively kind of help some of these fish populations? So I think that might be my 2 minutes, but.
That was excellent. That was right on. That was right there at 3 minutes on the dot. So thank you, Kristine. That was wonderful. Lillian.
Well, you can definitely expect a less organized summary of what my group decided. But I will say that it's because we were talking about very, very interesting topics, and we got into some detail on some of the questions that came up. So I will not be as organized as mentioned, but okay, so for the first question, which is really considering the management questions that we think came up and were really important, there were a lot of different questions relating to both kind of the physical process side, the human impact side, as well as kind of just general questions on climate change and restoration. So I wanted to bring out some interesting points that were brought up about food webs and the source of food or the accessibility of prey items. So one example that was given was that long chain diatoms are actually were found to be relatively inaccessible to zooplankton. And so essentially it was just a plug for what we heard in a talk this morning of generally, if you're only measuring chlorophyll, that's not an accurate representation of the energy that's then going to be transmitted to secondary consumers. And so, or primary consumers. And so that's something to think about because we don't we need to be careful about how we're measuring things in the system so that we don't underestimate or overestimate what we have available to us. We had some contaminant folks in our group. So we talked about contaminants for some time, but some really interesting things about how contaminants are tracked in the system and what we understand about contaminants in the system. So it was mentioned that we have a bit of a spotlight issue with contaminants in the system because we're only really tracking what we're looking for. And so we talked a lot about both agricultural, deposition of chemicals, so for pesticides and stuff, and then also kind of urban use of pesticides and how in agricultural settings, there's a very specific use of pesticides at specific times and specific amounts. Whereas on kind of an urban use, it may be people read the back label of a jug and they dump about twice as much as they need on it. And so that may be something that's not as easy to predict the impacts onto the system. So we thought also it was suggested that maybe for contaminants, we could use sales data. But again, with that caveat that urban users may be using pesticides slightly differently. We talked a little bit about species-specific differences to contaminants as well, and how that may change the dynamics of the food webs, both through kind of lethal issues with contaminants as well as sublethal behavioral changes. Okay, so for the second question, what are the important food web interactions? We really get into a really nice discussion about considering the role of nutrition and disease in food webs, because these are not normally inputs to food web models, but they are something that we need to consider. So we also talked about the overlap with that and climate change, because temperature may affect how disease vectors are transmitting through the system, or how nutrition is taken up. So, for example, in warmer weather or warmer water, animals might need more nutrition, or it might affect the different species or the species assemblages that are there, and therefore further down the line affect the food web. Let's see. So, oh yeah, we talked also about just the general complexity of species interactions. So you're going to, again, have these species-specific responses to environmental changes in environmental conditions. So you may kind of put multiple inputs into a model, and because you have different species in the model, the outputs could be surprising to you because different species will react differently. So some species may be more vulnerable, either physiologically or through changes indirectly in the food web. And then one other interesting point I thought to bring up in this was that when we're conducting experiments, so for example, if we're only looking at one particular site, we don't necessarily look at experimental impacts outside of that site. So if you have downstream effects of these kind of experimental management actions, then you also need to be paying attention to kind of effects that might be amplified through the system. And then finally, really briefly to wrap up, how can we use knowledge from management choices in other large ecosystems? So one of the interesting things that our group pointed out was that instead of necessarily looking at specific tools or models, it might actually be more informative to look at the processes that other areas found very effective in learning how to incorporate food web models into the system. So today we discussed a bunch of different processes, whether it's scenario development or community involvement, and essentially figuring out the processes that have worked for other ecosystems may be very helpful. And we did say that it's really important to include everybody, but including everybody does have its drawbacks. That type of process can take a really long time and be very challenging, and as we discussed today, require a lot of facilitators. So I think that's it for our group.
Great, thank you, Lillian. That was excellent. Kyra.
Okay, so our group didn't perfectly, follow the 3 questions that are up there. Our conversations kind of meandered a little bit, so I did my best to kind of put them into these 3 question categories. So in terms of the first question, what are the key management questions in the Delta? We kind of covered a few, but first being, what species are benefiting from marsh restoration in terms of, the increased productivity that you see? So there was some conversations around the fact that you can't select the species that are being impacted by the increased productivity. And so it's important to consider a little bit more about which species are being impacted and how they're being impacted, and kind of focusing on that because it's not clear exactly who is being impacted and how in those situations. Another question we touched on a little bit is how can flow actions such as voluntary agreements be used to benefit native species? And then on a little bit more of a broad category, how do we look at not just the problems of today, but also looking at the future? So putting some investment in long-term predictive capacity around food webs is important. So kind of, I think that was touched on in one of the panels, looking also to the future, not just what we're looking at right now. And then in terms of sort of the next category of what are the important food web interactions affecting predictions, a lot of our conversation revolved around climate change impacts. So in terms of higher temperatures impacting fish species, predation and competition, as well as salinity increases from sea level rise, salinity intrusion, will have big impacts on ecosystems. And that's a big question for the future and something to consider. And then kind of somewhat briefly touched on the third question, which is how can we use knowledge from other large ecosystems to improve delta management? And one post-it note that was put up there was to connect senior agencies to share experiences and sort of share how they're using the available science and knowledge. And so it's kind of cross ecosystem collaboration would be beneficial to kind of help some of those, fill some of those current knowledge gaps. And there was many other things we touched on, but I didn't have the time to succinctly put them into the categories. So we'll kind of maybe save some of that for later, but that's my brief, semi-organized.
That was wonderful. That was just right on.
overview.
Thank you. Kenny.
Yes, so I will go through what I can remember. For the first question, the key management questions, there are a couple of specific ones. One was this idea about apparent competition. What's feeding the rare predator? We should know more about that than we do. They probably play an important role either to management or to the system, or and that's important. The other is again this top-down effects. How do management actions? How much of management actions and the responses we see are due to top-down effects rather than the actual management action itself? So, for example, what's the response of zooplankton to a management act, which may not have been the target of the management act? What about removing predators, for example, on listed species, right? And so those are all food web considerations that seem to be highly relevant to the current management ideas. We also wanted to really emphasize that almost any question you can think of is in a food web context. It's not like there's food web questions and then there's other questions. They're all food web questions because that's where the organisms live. Sometimes food web interactions are more important than others, but this idea that you can distinguish them, we discussed briefly, and it's really how you represent the food web interactions that are important, not do you need to or not. And we all know that, but it was a good reminder that they're all food web questions. I won't say who said some of these things, but and then there's the classic, what I would call the classic delta management questions, and that is how do water diversions, how do specific management action affect the food web, and in particular certain special species in the food web that have statutory and regulatory requirements around them as well. And that's a way, to frame that question a little differently, perhaps, than starting with those species and then deciding what you need to think about. But and of course, climate change. We all talked about that. So those were some of the kind of the key management questions that we had talked about and posted. The second about important food web interactions. and I won't give the name, but the same person who said every problem is a food web problem also said that all interactions are important, right? The key, though, is not to say that they're important or not, is to understand their sensitivity to different conditions. Because it's not going to be that predation by a certain predator is important everywhere all the time. And the key is, when is the response of the key species or the food web sensitive to a change via predation by that species? Wet, of course, out here, wet and dry years are absolutely critical, but there's spatial differences as well. And so the idea is looking at sensitivity of interactions as a way to understand the food web context for these species. Another was classic bioenergetics, whether it's a Wisconsin style bioenergetics model or a dynamic energy budget, DEP style model. But we really have to look at those and understand the high biomass kind of species that play a big role in the food web, whether there are special species or not, because that's where the species are living, including the regulatory species or the ones that are of special concern. So we have to really think about bioenergetics of key players ecologically in the system. And those are not always the ones that are tracked, the kind of detailed process mechanistic kind of research that's needed to be able to put them into a food web model kind of context. And then related to that also was this idea of salinity, and what if we're not very good under climate change of stopping the creep of salinity and the intrusion. It turns out we know a lot about how salinity affects distributions, but relatively little how it affects the physiology. And it's nothing like how we know how temperature affects growth, mortality, reproduction. Salinity is tricky, and that would be an area that's probably an important interaction via salinity changes that we may not be we need to be better positioned to deal with that. And I don't know why I'm rubbing my hands. The third question was, I think what do we think about understanding? What can we learn from other systems, right? And this is where I think I'll add my own personal comment, although I tried hard not to, but I don't think I was that successful. And one is, I don't think they transfer the results from other systems to the Delta. They all have different regulatory environments and different stakeholder engagements and different expectations and different levels of knowledge. But I think the lessons learned and the process that worked and didn't work in different systems is transferable. So that's my own opinion about that. And I think there's a lot to learn from other systems about how they went about both successes and failures, or, well, I should say less successful. I'm trying to be optimistic. Other things that we heard that the group thought was very helpful was this kind of group scenario-based modeling approach, which has been used for a long time, and there are ways to do that and have it facilitated and have it very effective. The idea also is to go from, and this is also not just other systems, but in general, we focus a lot on how many fish are there, and it's often more helpful to look at rates and look at measures of rates of growth and rates of mortality and rates of recruitment rather than just numbers. And that's usually more helpful just in general, but also in a food web context. The last part was what has worked, what hasn't worked. There was a parting comment, the last question about can we predict non-native species impacts? And I'll just end with the comment was, yes, but the answer will probably be wrong. Did I leave anything out?
Well, thank you, Kenny. That was very comprehensive. Good overview. Now, we have actually 5 groups reporting out. There's a 5th group that attended the meeting today virtually. I believe there's somewhere around 60 to 70 people who signed up for virtually, to attend the workshop. So Anna, who is one of our board members, she's going to give us a brief report out on what the group discussed in their virtual meeting. So Anna, I'm not sure how we bring you up on the screen here. Oh,
If I just start talking, do I
just
appear?
start talking, Anna.
And then also I might, since I have the power to do so, I might actually share my screen really briefly. And does that show, can you see me or can you see the Jamboard?
We can see your screen now with all the sticky notes.
Perfect. And so we had a small but mighty group who stayed behind to do the breakout virtually. Thank you to Shoko for helping to moderate as well. At a very high level it seems that we interpreted the questions slightly differently from the folks in the room. On the first question about key management questions in the Delta, we spent quite a bit of time. You can see the yellow post-its with all of the individual topics, but they ultimately fell under 5 different categories, which we marked in pink. And so the first are questions related to impacts of climate change and related questions. The second large category was around impacts on food webs, but of management or restoration efforts that are being put in place or that are being considered primarily for another reason. So examples of this are in the yellow post-its, so things like changes to conveyance through the Bay Delta, expansion of rice farming, restoration efforts, subsidence reversal efforts, and so on. So these are management primarily directed at a different question, but that will nevertheless impact food webs. The third category were management efforts that more directly have food webs as a desired endpoint from a restoration perspective or otherwise. So I'll just read one as an example. How can we manage invasive species to improve food web health? But you can see there's 5 different topics here. And then we had 2 other topics that were really more scientific questions. And so we had one, just a placeholder location for basic science questions in support of food web modeling, and a second relatively large category that all related to questions around modeling and uncertainty and what that meant for the degree to which modeling can play an effective role in managing food webs and related ecosystem outcomes. On the second question, we found something about the question confusing. We're not sure if it was syntax or otherwise. So we reframed it as we interpreted it. So we reframed the question as, what are the important food web interactions that affect predictions of restoration, climate change, and changes to system management? And what is the likely impact of these actions on the abundance of key native species? And then in orange, we noted that we found the question confusing, but also that most folks who had stayed behind for this online breakout did not consider themselves to be experts in this area. And so we only spent a bit of time here. You can see a few ideas in the yellow post-its, but also we felt that some of the points we brought up in the first question would also be relevant here. And then finally, on the last question, I think our points were similar to some of the points that were already brought up by the other groups in terms of really doing a deep dive and in understanding what had been learned in other ecosystems. But then what we spent most of our time talking about is what are the limits to it? What are the limits to in the degree to which what we have learned from other large-scale systems is actually transferable to the Delta? And clearly some things are, but at the same time, all of these large scale systems have very unique features. And so not being overly naive in the degree of transferability of the knowledge. We noted that the Everglades were not represented in the speakers who spoke today, and that might be another large scale system that has some useful analogies to the Bay Delta. And then finally, we also noted that we can also be thinking about it in the other direction. In other words, what about the understanding that we have developed of the Delta could actually be useful and applicable to other less well-studied systems? Because although we spoke about several well-studied systems today, there's of course, dozens of, or if not hundreds of systems around the US and of course internationally as well that could benefit from some of that knowledge. And I will stop there.
Great, thank you, Anna. There's been a great diversity of ideas put forward from our rapporteurs and from you all being captured by the rapporteurs. One of the assignments I think that they gave me early on was I was supposed to synthesize the synthesis, and I'm not even going to try today. It's a little late for me. So I suggest we just take these ideas, take the diversity of ideas that we have, think about them overnight, and we will try and provide some sense of resolution, at tomorrow's session. So let's see, it looks like Inga as our chair-elect is coming into the podium here. And then we should probably have Edmund say a few words afterwards about what goes on after we.
Okay,
Oh,
I'll
okay.
say what I have to say and then we'll go from there. Okay, hi, I'm Inge Werner. Lisa Wainger unfortunately is not well enough to do this tonight, so she's asked me to close out the day. First, so I don't forget, I'll ask Edmund, are there any public comments that are not on the agenda?
Looking at the room and the Zoom, there are none.
All right. So, oh, she also said I should say something nice. So I want to, I want to thank you all. I want to thank the organizers, of course, participants, and above all the presenters and the panelists. It was a great day, I think. It was a long day, so I'll make it short and adjourn the meeting, and I'll see you all tomorrow, I hope, at 8:30. And right now there's a social at La Cosecha. It's right around the corner on the other side of the street. So whoever would like to come, please join us. And is there anything else, Edmund? It's all. Okay, thank you all and see you in the morning.